That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Hello? Hello. Everybody, happy Sunday. We're still on the weekend. Great news. And the weather has taken a turn in Ireland. It's like 15 degrees with rain. Yeah, brilliant. Windows were opened. Temperature was lowered. And all is well in the realm. Right. Hope you're all keeping well. Had a somewhat productive day yesterday with settings and tinkering and messing around, right? And hopefully now dialing in the settings exactly where they want to be when it comes to our flight sims. So today, it's a day of evaluation. But I want to go flying in different sims. We're going to start off with Flight Sim 2024. We're here in the awesome Starship on the ground at Boston. We're going to fly down to Martha's Vineyard, then ramble over New York City, going to land at LaGuardia, and then back up to Providence. Ooh, that's our first... That's our first run, right? Then, friends, I'm thinking we're going to do some explaining. Then we're going to do some 2020ing, right? And as the afternoon kind of goes on, we should get some VATSIM coverage back in Ireland. We might do a flight between Dublin and Shannon. Loads of testing, right? So the settings are dialed in. Now we just kind of sit back and see what happens, right? So what I've done, on both machines, so the gaming machine got a fair bit of work done to it, right? You may have seen Jay's 2 cents put out a video, and it's mainly to do with, like, you know, Intel and Nvidia, and it's all to do with the resizable bar. Now, tiny kind of bit of caution with that. Yes, you can turn off or turn on Resizable bar, go through your Nvidia settings, your inspector settings, right? Because it's something that Nvidia tend to turn off, even though it says it's on. And it will, in theory, give you better performance, right? However, it has to be understood that that's very much only realistic in a testing environment when you're looking to achieve the highest possible speeds, and it may not play nice with other games or sims that you might have. My reading up on it has, for a lot of folks, it's made a huge difference when it comes to Microsoft Flight Sim, particularly those using Intel, but also those using the X3D chips from AMD, right? It is making actually a good bit of difference. But rather than me changing kind of hardware settings, I said, no, let's leave it alone for the moment, right? I said, well, I'll go off and try and figure out other things that should, in theory, help speed up your simulator. And these are some basic Windows settings. I mean, anything from the game bar from Xbox, the real monitoring of, Windows Defender, and also Windows Search Indexer. These are all things that are quite liable to cause CPU spikes within your simming environment. And even game mode. I'm now experimenting with game mode turned off. And the findings are actually kind of positive. With game mode, it's designed to keep, your main gaming sim, your game, right, fully up and running, and all the other processes turned down. However, that's not necessarily a good thing, considering now we use so many outside of the sim add-ons when it comes to aircraft, scenery, LRM, Sim Connect, Navigraph, all these other things, and they're quite liable then to be slowed down, meaning the sim is sat there waiting. Come on, will you give us me stuff? And that can induce stuttering and, spikes when it comes to your CPU. I've done quite a fair bit of testing yesterday, also while monitoring temperatures and clock speeds and all this sort of jazz. So I had a productive day. On top of all of that, I've even created a little script, and I'll show you how to do that. But I have a little script on my system. When I press a button on my Elgato Stream Deck, right, it will turn off the real-time Windows Defender scanning whilst I'm simming. I don't need it because I'm not browsing web pages or any of that. Plus, if you use things like Microsoft Edge, they have quite a good bit of their own security in there anyway. The other thing then is turned off is the, it's the Windows Indexer, which can, at times, it's constantly looking at your hard drive, seeing what's there, because when you want to go looking for it, boom, there it is. There's also another setting inside of Windows, and it's called Fast Startup. And you might say, well, yeah, we all want that. I've tested this extensively. What I found, that Fast Startup, it's a Windows setting. It's designed to keep its own cache of like driver settings and, priority of Windows components. So when you restart your PC, it already has the information, and in theory, it just launches and away you go. What I've found is it sometimes forgets to load certain drivers, or worse, it'll load drivers in the wrong order, meaning that it spends the next session when you're on your PC trying to figure out why it moved. It's quite mad, in fact, what some of the Windows settings can actually do. Now, I'm using Windows 24H2. I think pretty much we're all stuck with that now. I don't know if anyone is on the 23H, whatever it was. That seems to be way more stable when it comes to Windows, especially when it came to gaming. But at the moment, we'll have to see what it does. The bit of testing I did yesterday, I did it on all three sims. I was getting excellent performance, great frame rates, very smooth, no issues from what I could see. And my loading times were even faster. And these are small little changes anyone can do without worrying too much about, changing the laws of physics. Do you know what I mean? And there's also some other enhancements when it comes to the streaming PC. With the streaming PC using OBS, there's always an advantage to use OBS in administrator mode, right? Despite what everyone says, you can use it in admin mode, and it does make things run that little bit sweeter. Although famous last words, of course, I couldn't stream yesterday, meaning that, well, I couldn't necessarily test all of this stuff. But by using even just admin mode, and you couple that with a program called Project Lasso. Now, Project Lasso, or Process Lasso, it was there back in the day of kind of FSX and P3D, and it made a huge difference. Even in X-Plane 11, it made a huge difference. Effectively, Process Lasso, it's its own kind of task manager, and Windows programs priority, right? It'll just say, right, see you, okay, well, this program, we're going to put you on these cores. See that program, we're going to put you on these cores. And depending on what CPU that you have, usually Intel, they'll have a bookload of physical, and then they'll have also these E-cores, right? There are certain components that will pay massive dividend when it comes to your flight simming to park those onto the E-cores rather than your physical cores. There's all sorts of science involved, right? But anyway, I've Process Lasso only on the streaming PC. There's no real need using Process Lasso on an X3D chip. Not really. I mean, the whole point of having an X3D chip means that the cache is massive. You don't necessarily have the same number of cores, but the cores you do have, it has a massive cache. Now, Flight Sim 2024 doesn't really avail of all of that cache. It just wants high-speed cores, right? And that's where the Intel tend to perform better. The problem is Intel kind of shagged their whole code with the 14 series cards, chips, right? Meaning that the things would, they'd boost voltage, they'd cook, they'd actually, damage themselves. And that was a huge issue. It happened to me. It happened to me with a 13 series chip. How did that happen? We don't know. And then you have to get all into your BIOS settings and change things around and all kind of mad stuff. So I haven't used Process Lasso on the gaming rig, but I am using it on the streaming rig, and it seems to be behaving. I mean, the response time with everything running, just where we're at, I'm getting like 5.9 to 6% CPU utilization using OBS, which is a huge improvement considering I was up around the 12 to 13%. At times, that used to skyrocket and go up to 40 or 50%. Once your CPU is that heavy with just one application, it induced rendering issues, lag, stuttering, all that sort of jazz. And that's what was being pushed up, right? So what I'm using now, you can't see it, but it's 100% responsiveness and about 20% process use across the entire streaming PC. And that's savage now, right? And basically what you do is, to make it work, you can kind of select what cores of your CPU that you want certain programs operating on, right? So on my streaming PC, right, Maverick, it is Maverick, yeah. What this guy has is an Intel i7 or i9 12700K. It's a fairly decent CPU, but it also has an Nvidia 3080 Ti under 64 gigs of RAM, and it's a very powerful streaming PC. It'd actually be a half decent, gaming PC. But what I find is, because I'm using the likes of capture cards, the graphics card is just kind of sitting back then, somewhat idle, and because the CPU is now being, properly managed when it comes to Process Lasso, I am seeing some good, decent changes. Loading times have, got better, rendering times are better, and the CPU usage is way down lower, which is great news. And the fact as well, in OBS, in my setup, this studio with all the kind of buttons and, the stuff I have. I mean, this screen, that screen, loads of other different screens built in there. We have our ending screen. I use a lot of browser sources. Now, a browser source is where you get a website and you load it into your OBS, and then OBS says, right, I'll go grab it. That has a huge impact on your machine, on your OBS. So Process Lasso is out to say, right, see all these websites where we're going to park you and put you on the E-cores, not the physical cores, meaning that you're just using the physical cores when it comes to OBS. Anyway, it's science, lads. It's science. But anyway, that's enough of that wreck in your head. We'll see how it all goes, but it's very interesting stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's science. I'm liable to break things. Of course I am. But listen, that's why you're here, to help me, right? David Moo keeps getting the exception code out of memory. Right. Now here's the other thing. On our streams, and this is important, if you're having any issues with the sim or sims or your Windows settings, or you're just having, general troubleshooting, well, ask. Don't be sitting there saying, why isn't this working? And, let us know. Because sure, if I don't know, definitely someone in our chat will know. Someone's going to know. Roy is a fierce help, PH Roy, as is Gibbo, when it comes to kind of fixing things, or at least making things working. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, we'll ramble into the chat and say hello. I was rambling there for a few minutes, but that's what I do. But anyway, who's here? Look, Fly with Craig. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Craig, are you going to Expo? I can't remember if I asked you, but you're very welcome in. Tarnish Mossman is in the house. Commander Balosh, good to see you. Good afternoon from, Jesus, 36 degrees, boiling Germany. Right. Lead Ballooner, good to see you. Retriever Neil is here. Little Trader, ooh, and good to see you, man. The Impossible Face, welcome aboard. Malky Mac is here. Chalks, top of the evening. Hope you're well. Tarnish on a 3-stream streak. Sunday flyage. You better believe it. Flight Sergeant, good to see you, buddy. A lovely, relaxing and sunny Sunday. Yes. Well, it's hit and miss at the moment. It's raining here at the minute. Toto is here. Good to see you. PH Roy, 33 degrees, Roy. Jesus. Muse Fan is here. The Mad Devil. Muse was up till about 2:30 this morning, playing retro video games over on Discord. Love to see it. Resubscribing at a tier 3 for 51 months. Jesus, Muse. You'd nearly had a car by now. Shh. Good to see you, and thank you very much indeed, man. Right, where are we at now? Andy Brown is here. Tier 3, 57 months. Look. Jesus. Thank you very, very much. Andy Brown at 57 months, I reckon, is tied with Gibbo Ireland at a tier 3 at 57 months. Madness, I say. Thank you very, very much indeed. The Impossible Face was up early this morning, catching the sunrise. Ooh, nice. Martin K is here. Welcome in. Death's Angel, good to see you. Wicked Lumberjacks, happy Sunday all. Gonna be a hot one here today. It's not even 7 a.m. and it's over 70 outside. Oh, Jesus. Death's Angel, 6 months with Prime. Thank you very, very much indeed, my guy. The support is savage, lads. I really, really do appreciate it. Way more than, well, it's the income. Do you know what I mean? So thank you very, very much indeed for your generosity. Kozaki Flyer is here. Guten Abend, Merv. It's 0 dark 30 over here. Jesus. Top of the night to you. Schultz is here. Good to see you. McFly is here. Good morning. Cy Murray, welcome aboard. Gibbo Ireland is in the chat. Now, Gibbo, I think I have everything sorted. Vehicle, insurance, SIM card gadget. What else was I to get? No, that's it. Let the bank know I'm going to another country, right? Car parking sorted in Shannon. It's all happening now, mate. All happening now. How many hours, actually? How many hours before we go? Do you know? Oh, they don't have a green card anymore. What do they call? Oh, an ESTA. Yeah. Muse, did you get your ESTA? And Adam, if he's awake yet. Flying Tonight is here. Balls, me Phoenix is bored. Oh, Jesus. Rip Johnny, good to see you. Is this a fly-along? Of course it is, Lead Ballooner. On the ground at K-Boss, down at the Signature FBO. And yeah, we're going to be on the Southeast Asian server. And we have Skynet and JoinFS up and running as well. It'll be a stream of 2 halves. You have the first half, and then you have the second half. It's actually 3 halves. Wait, it's a third. Brilliant. The comments in Jay's video say not to do it. Yeah, well, I looked at it and tested it, and, you know, your mileage may vary, right? Naughty Gnome is here. Good to see you, buddy. I watched back your video yesterday. Awesome flying. The ATC was savage. Welcome in, buddy. Roy says, yeah, saw it. Activated it in 2024. It is working. Nice. Don't use another game gained around 8 to 10 FPS, says Roy. So that's using the resizable bar. Your mileage may vary. Just like, it's not exactly open heart surgery. You can download Nvidia Inspector. You can go in and turn on resizable bar, right? Or turn it off. See whatever setting it's on, and then just see what happens. If your sim isn't stable, or your PC isn't stable, well, just go back and undo it. It's a switch. Change that, this, and then you're grand. So you're not going to damage anything. Do you know what I mean? All it might do to some folks is introduce some sort of instability. So one needs to be careful there. Do you know what I mean? The Stinger is here. Good to see you. Gar Gaming. How are you, Murph and chat from Galway? Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Where are we at now? British Walrus, thank you for the follow. Top of the morning to you. I don't understand a single word of Murph's tech talk on computery things. Neither do I. But listen. The more I talk, the more people might say, that fella might know a thing or two, when really I don't. It's grand. You know, I use the internet. Paparazzi is here. Happy birthday to Paparazzi, lads. Do be sure to say happy birthday in the chat. At 66, I forget why something is where it is quite often. Windows and myself have something in common, right? Good to see you, and happy birthday, Paparazzi. Stug TV is here. Welcome in. Corn Wolf, happy Sunday, dude. Hope you're well. Sai lost me 10 minutes ago. Brilliant. Death's Angel, good to see you. Velo, welcome in. Sparker in VR, a man who knows how to do settings. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Sparker, you'll be at Expo, won't you? Soaring AJ. AJH, hope all is well. Craig says, sadly not. I've got a week off work next week. Someone needs to keep Flight Sim alive. Good man, Craig. Yes, Craig will be friggin' live every day now, all next week, while we're all, pint, please. Right, learn, flight simming expositions. Yes, that's what's going to happen. Test pilot is here. 40 months, test pilot. Thank you very, very much indeed, my guy. 40 months, man. Jay, you haven't aged a day. Brilliant. Memphis Don is here. Good to see you. Good bit cooler here today. It is. It's taken the right little bit cooler. John Morecambe, welcome in. Patrick Doyle, good morning. Crafty Tigers, welcome in. 777. Say hi to Jenny. Hello, Jenny. Jenny, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Where's this now? Esther, all done. Miraculously, they accepted me. That's mad, isn't it? Robix is here. Good to see you. Happy birthday to Robix or Robix. Happy birthday, man. The birthday parties. Make a backup first of your current profile in Inspector. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. At least then, you could make a backup or just do a screenshot. Even your phone, that was my setting. You know what I mean? It helps. Naughty Gnome approach coming into Edinburgh was incredible. It was awesome. Abnormal C, Mernon, good to see you, buddy. 98 Vulcan is here, top of the morning to you. Retro Prop, hello, hope you're well. Colin Matter is here. 3 streams in a row. Jesus, thank you very much. Montana Dude, brr, it's the second day of summer. It's -1 degree in your neck of the woods. There's frost on the ground. Jesus. Montana. Listen, we all have to go to Montana, right? I get to drive to Expo this year. Sparker, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. But yes, right, we're over here now as well, look. It's going to be a day of flying, lads. And, acting the maggot. David Moo, welcome in. Nathan is here. Good to see you, Nathan. Also, it's the middle of the morning for Nathan. Good to see you. Roberto, welcome aboard. Hi from Italy, 34 degrees. Hi from Tipperary. Not 34 degrees. Good to see you, man. Sandman is here. Welcome aboard. Elliot is here. The payoff from Process Lasso is negligible. It's marketed itself well, though. It's a bit of a placebo. It depends. It depends on your hardware, Elliot. Right? So I have, on my streaming PC, I have a definitive before and after when it comes to performance. And it's clearly visible. However, Process Lasso on the gaming rig, can't really see anything. Do you know? So I think it comes down to your performance and, your hardware. In particular, your hardware and how old that hardware is. Do you know what I mean? I think that's a big thing of it. But David Moo is having issues. I did everything, clean reinstallation, thousands of things, and I still have the same error. So you're getting crashes. Is that with Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, David? If it is, what I'd recommend doing, let me know what your hardware specs are. Are you using an Intel CPU? What's your graphics card? What's your RAM? Are you running XMP? Right? Are you overclocking your RAM? All this kind of stuff. Let us know and we'll take it from there. Elliot says it needs optimizing properly so we can use the cards we were told would be more sufficient. Elliot, that I agree with. Yes, all Sims have that though. All Sims 2020 is behaving nicely. 24, 2020, and indeed X-Plane. There's certain, but they can't make it work on every sim or every computer. I mean, I get that, right? Everyone's going to have slightly, and then you get into what's called the silicone lottery and all this crack. No one's going to have the exact same rig, but the Sims should be a lot more. What's the word? They should be more efficient when it comes to running. For example, right, you might say, what are you talking about? You look at the likes of Red Dead Redemption or Grand Theft Auto, right? They are some of the most efficient platforms that can run. Because they can run, quite literally, they can run on a potato PC. However, I think when you start kind of looking at how well coded or how well... what's the word we're looking for? Optimizing is done. How well optimized a certain game or a certain sim is. There's very few and far between. Some of them just run outstandingly well. Like blistering speeds. Others, stupid mistakes. With Flight Sim, you always have silly mistakes because whatever way the system is calling on certain drivers for Windows and is trying to read and write to them, it bugs out. Windows says, no, you can't have that. And then all Windows can do and say, this program has caused an exception. It tried to access this, and it just gives you usually that, X, 8 zeros and a 5, it ran out of memory. It doesn't necessarily mean you've ran out of actual memory. And then people say, oh, I know how to fix that. And they all start pointing at your RAM. It's not necessarily your RAM. It's the sim. It's the simulator. It's looking for stuff where it shouldn't be. Or it's handling processes in a way it just can't. People, we refer to them as memory leaks or all that kind of stuff. So there's no easy way around it. So you have an i7 14700K. So, David, that's a 14 series Intel card. So you need to make sure, has the BIOS been updated? Because they've been cooked, right? You need to be running the latest and greatest BIOS. And the BIOS, I think, only got another update last month to fully fix it. I know Gibbo had to do it. Gibbo had to give himself... Gibbo did. He did the update at the very beginning. Then he did it when they all, they were saying, you should do this. And he was grand. And now he learned, no, you have to do another one. Now, we did it. And I think he was saying, touch wood, all went well. You know what I mean? But yeah. It's all kind of mad stuff. Lee Rose is here. Good to see you, Lee. Who else came in the door there? Night at Night. Welcome in, good sir. Welcome aboard. Agreed. We need to remember how much computation is going on in the sim too. It's not the average gamer software. Agreed. There's a lot of stuff at play here. And it's not, it's not physics. It's not just the physics engine. I mean, you can run that relatively lightly. It's how it's compiling everything. User inputs, graphics, third-party stuff plays absolute havoc with it. That's what they'll always say. Put the sim in its most vanilla state and then you start troubleshooting. Because then you'll know for certain it ain't the sim. Or no, it is the sim. And when you get to that stage, then it goes to Zendesk and they have a list of, stuff in their arsenal of weaponry to say, well, try this and try that and try the other. It's actually quite mad what they do, But yeah, BIOS updates are quite important. They are quite important. But yeah, David, we'll have to see what that goes or see how it goes. Do you know what I mean? To Blaze is here. Good to see you, buddy. There were tornadoes in the Dakotas yesterday. You serious? Jesus. And check what causes the crash in the event viewer. Yeah, right. Yeah, 100%. Always check the event viewer as well. You know what I mean? Stug says, I had the same issue yesterday with 24. The sim got stuck in an overhead hovering scene when loading in. Lasted for an hour, probably network. Kinda. There's loads of reasons why the sim might hang when it's trying to load you into somewhere. It depends on what the aircraft is. A lot of the time it's the aircraft. Do you know what I mean? Also the UI. If you have any enhancements or changes to the UI, and that's anything from putting Navigraph in there, into the EFB, anything that injects its own bit of code, even though it's somewhat designed to do it, that's where you have these timeouts because something somewhere doesn't go right. You know what I mean? But yeah. There are ways around it. If your keyboard becomes unresponsive, if you have an Xbox controller, just hit B. It'll go back and you're back in the menu. You know what I mean? I love VR and X-Plane, but it's a struggle running high-res headsets. Yeah, it struggles, 100%. In a Box Man is here. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. What are we flying for the first leg? I'm in the Starship. 99.9% of the time in the sim, not your setup or your hardware. Well, it is the sim. It's not your setup or your hardware. It's certainly up there, Shuts. A lot of the time it's the sim. Murph, how do I call the throttle power in the Starship? Or how do you calibrate the throttle power? We'll have a look. The Impossible Face says, Piaggio it is then. Ooh. The throttle on the Starship, yeah, there's a bit of jiggery pokery in that. We'll go in and have a look. I didn't actually see an option for it. Maybe there is. Right, we'll ramble over here, sure, and go into our gaming scene. I am curious question, is there a place in Discord for your ATS or ATS server info? Montana Dude, yes, if you're on... Your man is talking about computers all morning. And I still can't figure out why this feckin' thing breaks. If you go onto Discord, if you're in the trucking channel, i.e., you have the trucker role, you should be able to see it, right? Why isn't this turning off now? There it is. Will it stay off? It's like a friggin' strobe party in here. Now, turn off. Right. Now, we're grand. We're laughing. Right. Let's have a look over here now and we see what the crack actually is, right? Yeah, we'll have a look at this here now in a moment. And we just want to make sure that things should be nice and kind of... Let's see how things are now, because I do this quite a bit. It's all about seeing how the sim is running. Sometimes absolutely fantastic. Other times, yeah, not so much, right? So I just want to make sure that that's smooth as butter. Do you know? and there's no little stuttering coming in. There's Wicked Lumberjacks. Now, the weather probably isn't helping here, but that should be fairly smooth, lads, is it? Or are you seeing any kind of stuttering or crack on the screen? It should be like butter smooth. No kind of, it shouldn't be trying to, like, you know, jutter its way along. It should be like, well, just very smooth. We'll see how it goes today, right? We'll see how it goes today. But anyway, this is our Starship. We're going to be flying this one today. And we'll have a look at our routing here now and see what's going to happen as well. Let me see now. We'll move some stuff off over here. Quick check on what we're getting. So we're getting about 100 frames on the ground. I was up to like 170 frames yesterday at times. Absolutely mad stuff, right? During all the various testings of stuff that we do. So where is this now? I want to go over and check. Oh, we got an Alouette with us as well. Nice. So right, so there's one program that I'm using. So I'm going to press a button, right? And everything on my screen says, are you sure you want to do this? Then it goes into a Windows PowerShell and TTM mode enabled. Now TTM, I just named that myself. Windows Defender and the search indexer has been shut off, right? And just to kind of give us an idea then of how things are running, we go into our task manager and we look at our performance. Sorry, we look at our processes, and now we'll see what's running. So it should be, the sim should be running the most, which makes sense, right? And everything else now should be quite low, which is what we want. Now, there's probably a whole load of other programs running here that we don't need. And a lot of the times, it tends to be the other processes that are running. It tends to be the other processes that are running, right? So that little command that I'm using, it's a script, okay? And it's designed to work off... I'll open this. It's designed to work off... whatchamacallit? The Elgato Stream Deck, right? So what we're looking at here, this is a script. So disable Defender real-time protection, stop schedule indexing, and stop Windows search. So that's what it does. That is the line of code there that it does. Now, you'll have to change all this stuff. Now, I'm more than happy to share this with anyone who wants it. Drop me a DM. Just be careful with it and make sure the coding part is pointing correctly to where your files are, right? So I can give you these files, but you'll see where it has to change it. You know, the task stuff is fine. However, it changes slightly when you get into the batch files because the Elgato just runs the batch files, right? So if I wanted to have a look at a batch file here, if I open this, here's a batch file. So launching sim mode, disabling Defender, Windows search. So the batch file is saying, hey, run that script. So disable Defender, PowerShell command, start process, and then you'll see the address. That's going to be unique to you, yeah? Stop and disable Windows search, and then it comes up here. And then, you know, you can put in what's running and what's not running. And by doing so, you go into your services and you come down here now to your Windows search. That should, in theory, be stopped. And I have seen it stopped. I have seen some positive results by having that little gadget turned off. Now, the only thing is, you are going into kind of the inner workings of your security, right? So what this is going to be saying over here, and like your mileage is going to vary, right? I'm not going to say I recommend this or not recommend this, but in order to make this work, right, you go into your virus and threat protection and you go into manage settings. What you need to do, see this tamper protection, right? Basically, if that's turned on, you can't run a script to be able to disable things. So you need to turn that off. But remember, just remember, turn it back on when you're finished your simming. And if you're going to be on websites, you know, aimed at a particular age group, yeah, but don't go near this, right? And if you're downloading stuff, don't go near this. But if you're just simming and, you know, your standard websites, Google or, you know, friggin' YouTube or whatever, that's where you're going to be. What this does, it turns off real-time protection. Now, even though you can add exceptions, which I have, it's the real-time protection which can slow things down. The testing I've done on my side, I've seen a very positive impact from it. It has reduced my CPU usage and it has reduced any sort of stutters and spikes, or at least reduced the number of them. Hasn't eliminated them. The sim can only do so much, but they have been reduced, and my loading times are now faster for whatever reason, right? You always need protection in real time. Do you know what I mean? That's seen out of the naked gun, right? But there's files, as I say, just you can customize them. I have a button on my Stream Deck that says, you know, TTM mode on and then TTM mode off. That's all it is, right? You can start tweaking Windows settings as well. I mean, look, there's other stuff in here. If if you go into your device manager, there's certain things I have turned off, right? The high definition audio controller, that's all. There's 2 of them. High precision event timer, right? I turned that off as well. That might help anyone who's suffering with that out of memory. The high precision event timer, it does 2 things. One, you're going to have to make sure that your clock is synchronized. So you'll have to synchronize it, once a week. But what this does, when Windows faces an error, right, it's coded to say, well, I'm going to deal with this headache for a certain amount of time before I'm just going to terminate that program causing me this error, right? You turn off the high precision event timer, it hasn't a clue how long it's looking at it. So it shouldn't, in theory, it shouldn't close the program. Now, if the sim crashes, that's the sim, right? But usually what happens, the sim has an issue and it can limp on from it, but then Windows triggers a crash and then Windows kills it, yeah? So by turning off the precision event timer, you're able to extend that period of time, meaning that the sim, in theory, could continue on, but it depends on what the issue is, yeah? It depends on what the issue is. Other things I've turned off the visual network stuff. I'm not using visual network stuff. Your mileage might vary with this stuff, lads, right? So anything, Microsoft's virtual networking stuff, I don't use it. I don't need it. I'm not using that, right? So I've turned off the virtual network adapter enumerator. I've turned off the Hyper-V virtualization infrastructure driver. I just turn them off. Don't delete them. I just disable them. If you have an issue, go back in and start turning them back on again. That's pretty much what we do. I also turned off, now see this Nvidia high definition audio, that keeps turning itself back on, even though I disable it. So I'm going to disable it. But I guarantee you, if I remove this now, right, uninstall this stupid thing, I guarantee you it'll reappear next time I turn on my PC. No idea why it's happening. But anyway, other things then, that's it. I don't turn off anything else. If you're running additional audio stuff, right, this can help. Your audio programs, right? So, for example, my main audio on this, if I open my sound settings, right, I use what's called, it's a Realtek driver, right? But I do have others in there, but I've turned them off, right? So anything here, choose device for speaking. Where is this now? Pair new. Where is this? All sound devices. This is where you'll see them, right? So my speakers that I use, that's the Realtek one. Everything else I turn off. The game DAC stuff, the headset, microphone inputs, basically anything that has other audio files, unless you're using them, of course, turn them off. Because the system doesn't need to be looking at this. You know what I mean? Do we know why 2020 stays on after shutdown? It's a bug, Tarnish. That is a bug. 2020 will stay on after it stays on your system and it won't close. I let it sit for an hour there yesterday. It just does not close. It's a bug. It's a bug. Murph, if you leave it out during initial installation of the driver, the audio thing doesn't re-enable. Also, switch the unused hardware peripherals off in your BIOS. Yeah, I could dig a little bit deeper into the BIOS, Roy. Yeah, that's a good point. I tend not to, only because I know where I'm looking at them here, but yeah, you absolutely could turn them off in your BIOS. The only thing I'd say is, when it comes to the BIOS, lads, I'm not mad on changing things in your BIOS, because that affects everything. You know what I mean? If it's software stuff, in particular operating stuff, I'll just use Windows to turn stuff on or off. And we see where we go from there. Another thing that I find, I tested yesterday with the Nvidia app. And of the testing I've done using the Nvidia app, I now know, do not use the Nvidia app. The amount of bloatware, absolutely ridiculous. You just don't need it. The settings that you need to change can be achieved from either your Nvidia control panel, or if you want to delve even deeper, go ahead and grab Nvidia Inspector. See that app? You don't need that app. This optimization, forget it, lads. You don't need it. Right? So if you're having issues and you have the Nvidia app, get it out of there. You just don't need it, right? Some of the other settings that I have global settings, right? So if I have a look at this, prefer maximum performance, that's the power management mode. I'll always use that as a global setting, because I don't want Windows to kind of throttle any of my hardware, as in pull it back, yeah? The shader cache, I always keep it on unlimited. You could go driver default, but the shader cache, I want it unlimited. Right, and then the other stuff I just leave it alone. You know, you can get in and mess with other settings here. You can go specifically the likes of Microsoft Flight Sim or X-Plane or any of this. You know, you can use low latency mode. Depends what you're doing. G-Sync is in there as well. You can really mess around with that stuff, but I just wouldn't worry about it. You have made changes that are not being applied. Yes, we'll just say apply. I don't know what I did. You need it for driver updates and rollbacks. The Nvidia app, no you don't. You absolutely don't, Gibbo. So when there's a new driver, right, just go to the Nvidia site and download it. The rollback, just go to the Nvidia site. For the amount of bloatware it's putting on your PC, all you need to do, if there's a new Nvidia driver out, and again lads, the only time you really want to grab a new driver is if you hear everyone is saying this driver is doing great, yeah, or the current driver you're on is crap. If I want to roll back to a different driver, I just go onto the Nvidia site, I put in my machine, what I have, and it'll find the latest driver. Go game or studio. Game or studio, it depends. I've studio on my streaming PC, I've the game ready driver on my gaming PC. The only difference between them is the game ready drivers update a lot more frequently, which can be a problem. It can be a problem, right? Your mileage will vary. When I download this, I just download the gadget without grabbing the Nvidia app. So when you download it, it'll give you the option, do you want to install the Nvidia app? I'm telling you, you don't need it at all. The amount of bloatware, even with the Nvidia app, it's just not needed. And I'm telling you, when that's running in the background, the Nvidia app, your Windows indexer is looking at it, your antivirus is looking at it, and depending on what kind of, you know, priority it thinks it needs to have, it's to, unless you're specifically wanting the Nvidia app because you're using things like the Nvidia filters, or you know, you're putting in RTX stuff if you want, but again, they can all be done through the inspector. Unless you're using it and it's not giving you problems, well then grand. But try your machine without it. Like, even the processes alone that I was looking at with the Nvidia app, I had 6 more processes. And you might say, yeah, but sure, that's nothing. It's only, you know, it is an issue, because even though they're using up, you know, maybe 0.8 or 1% of CPU usage, it's loading stuff into the memory, right? And then you're going to have either disk and network movements. And you might say, yeah, but it's so small. I agree it is so small. However, when you're in your flight sim and you're flying along, right, it wants to have everything. And because the Nvidia app goes under the GPU, well, Windows says, well, this is important because it's powering, you know, a critical system. It will throttle your sim in order to make sure the Nvidia app is getting that data that it needs. Hence, you'll get a stutter or lag or something. Right? So yes, your mileage may of course vary. I can't say for certain this is just the way to do it. I'm just saying this is what I've done. That's all I can share with you. I can only tell you this is what I've done. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, if you want, like, you can use things like DDU, right? DDU is a program that will remove the driver, right? Like, it'll properly remove the driver, it'll lift it out, get rid of all the cache. It is the most solid way to remove a driver. You have to go into safe mode. It's safe enough to use, you know, but unless you see a problem, you don't really need to. You don't really need to go for a DDU. Only time I'll use a DDU if I suddenly have an Nvidia driver loaded in, I'm getting absolutely crap performance, or she's stuttering, you know, I roll back and I'm still getting issues. And by roll back is all the app is doing is just bringing down the most previous driver. That's not necessarily a great thing either. For instance, right, the current driver I have, which I'm fairly sure this is I can't remember, I'm on the latest one or am I on the one back from April. I think I'm on an April driver. System information, let's have a look at the driver, right? So the driver I'm on, 57602. That's not a new driver, I don't think. Let's go to the Nvidia drivers. So 57602 is what I'm using, right? Let's go in here and find it then. So 57602, the latest is 576.8. If I look at the older versions, I'm using this one, which was released back in April. On my rig, with my configuration, this game ready driver is the best driver. I've tested them. I tested everything yesterday. This one is working the best for me, and it was released in April. So like, if you had the app and you wanted to roll back, well, it's going to pick out, you know, May 19th. It rolls it back to the latest or to the earliest. You know what I mean? But yeah, filters then. Yeah, if you use your filters, keep it there. But again, I don't bother with filters now. I used to use the filters, but everything I use is reshade. I use reshade now, which for the most part behaves. There is a bit of an FPS hit. Of course there is. But it depends on what you're using. Why? These keep doubling. I need to fix this. Like 84 on the ground. But like, if considering multiplayer is on, right? If I turned off multiplayer, and this is where the sim is just like, what are you doing? If I turned off multiplayer, right? And even though there's only a handful of aircraft, right? So let's look at this scene. 90 FPS, right? Okay. Watch this now. We're going to go to online, and we're going to turn off multiplayer. I'll turn it back on in a moment. So we were getting 90 FPS. We're now getting 120 FPS. 30 FPS hit because we're using multiplayer. We can't do anything about that. It's the sim. However, I can still maintain this much faster frame rate by having Microsoft servers turned down if I'm using something like Skynet or JoinFS. Now, at the moment, they're not ready yet. JoinFS probably isn't going to get better. To be fair, JoinFS, like, that's as good as they're ever going to get it. Skynet, that say Intentions are working on, that's the one to watch, because that's the one I really think they're going to manage to make this work properly. And you couple that with, you now have voice communication between multiplayer pilots through your aircraft, right? The model matching, they're doing most of that on their side. You just need to have the models in, so it says, right, load this one. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's mad what the impact of multiplayer can do. And it's 130 freaking frames. It's nuts. Do you know what I mean? But that's what multiplayer does. You can't get around it. And the reason why it's doing it, well, it's using SimConnect. It's drawing the models. It's putting in name tags. It's reading quite a lot of bit of data. But the multiplayer experience, it is not optimized. We knew that anyway. I mean, we absolutely knew it wasn't optimized. But like, it has a considerable hit on your frame rate, which is not very important. Frame rate versus frame time every day of the week. But you won't have a smooth experience when it's in multiplayer. You jump back in, 70 to 80 frames. Like, isn't it nuts? It'll calm down. It'll probably go back up to around 90. Yeah, there it is. 90 frames now. Isn't it mad? Now, you get away from an airport, you start flying, it's not loading textures as sharp. It'll start getting a little bit better. And yes, you can turn down half of the stuff. But then you have an issue with model matching, and there's nothing more frustrating. You want to fly in the sim and your buddy's in like an F-16, but then it loads in that weird, what happens if Boeing and Airbus have a couple of pints? You get this weird kind of, Boeing A380-9-7. Like, the models are crap. The 2024 models were supposed to be a lot better, but they're not fully tweaked yet. They will get better though. I mean, look, the early stages, right? We're getting there. But yeah, it all comes down to all the different settings that you're using. And again, if you're happy with your sim right now, if you're getting good performance and it's smooth, don't feckin' go near it. Leave it alone. Because if you're trying to chase down frames, I want 180 FPS, it means nothing. It really means nothing. It's the frame time is what you're after. You can achieve butterly smooth frame times at 30 FPS. What? That's how it works, lads. You know what I mean? Hey, Brabus is here. Good to see you, Brabus. That's how it works, You're tied to your monitor's refresh rate anyway. To an extent, you are. I mean, the monitor can't, depending on the frequency, it can't exactly start, here's 1,000 frames. That's just not going to happen. Plus, the human eyes can't see the extra movements. Frame time is what we can see. We can see if things are smooth or not smooth. Now, my screen is jittery and jumping around. Now it'll calm down a bit. Because this is where your kind of pre-caching comes in, right? There used to be an old hack when you loaded into your aircraft in the likes of, say, Flight Sim 2020, and even FSX back in the day. When you load into your aircraft, move the camera around full 360 a couple of times. Then get into the aircraft and start, multiple views. And when you do this, what it's doing, it's preloading or saving those views, the cache, into your cache. So it means then, you know, you should then start getting a slightly more smoother experience because the textures are already loaded in now. That makes sense? So that's fairly smooth now. Do you know, yours is at 240 hertz. Yeah, it's great that we can get monitors up that high. I mean, it's nuts, but you're not going to get 240 out of your sim. You can give it fake frames, these AI frames, which I tested yesterday as well. Yeah, the sim can go up to like 280 frames. What? But it's not smooth. You know, what's the cruise speed of a Starship? About 160, 180. Oh, 180, I'd say. She's fast. Uniform Goose is here. Good to see you. I have to remove 2020 and 24 and only use X-Plane 12. If I use DDU and I have tried several drivers and the error is still the same. Yeah, it may not be. I don't think it's a driver, David. I don't think that's a driver you're having the issue with, you know. I go from 40 to 5 FPS sometimes on multiplayer. It can happen. It can happen. What do you mean by frame time? So frame time, Pete, and it's hard to kind of monitor this. But what I mean is, you have frames per second, right? But the frame time is how smooth the sim is able to say, well, we're moving this direction. Which it's kind of weird, right? I could have 100 frames, but still have a stuttering mess of a sim. So I don't know, is there like an actual real world friggin', this is the name of it, Murph? The time it takes to render frames, I think. That's what it's after, right? No, not really latency. Latency is more to do with, you know, when you click a button, it moves. Latency is like a delay between something happening. You know, this is the time it just takes to do something. You know what I mean? Flyer Craig got a 9950 and 400 mega, oh, that's decent, Craig. I was having a bit of a stream degradation after the 5090 install. I was getting 144 constant frames, but within OBS it was laggy. Then I went outside view, then back to normal, then inside the plane. Yeah, so if you're using, Craig, are you using a dual PC? FPS consistency, kind of Muse, yeah, kind of. It calculates the difference between the frames. Yeah, I think so. Murph, do you think this is the best plane for Flight Sim 24 now? Drew, yes. This is the best of what it offers, of the systems and of the aircraft. It is one of the best aircraft in flight simulation. It is by far the very best simulation of a Starship on any simulator. You know, one PC. Are you using OBS in admin mode? Because that's the ticket. And also, your preview window may not be giving you the accuracy, because if you're streaming or you're recording, it should work a little bit better, right? Not sure. Open in admin mode. I'd open it in admin mode. See how you get on with that, right? I mean, I'm using admin mode now, and I don't know if that is butterly smooth. It looks butterly smooth. The weather isn't great, so it's kind of hard to see it, but it should be, you know. Maddie says, I'm happy with 24 mainly, but photogram draw distance is poor. Yeah, like the LOD is it's very aggressive, you know, and it's kind of why people are able to get kind of good performance, because, well, it's kind of cheating, because it's dumbing down the graphics. I mean, that's what it's doing, right? The LOD, it's dumbing it down. Just open your Stream Deck, check. Mine doesn't lag, but some does. OBS lags too. Just open your stream and check. Yeah. Your mileage is going to vary, you know what I mean? But anyway, let us see what happens. As I said, it's your mileage is going to vary. If you're getting a fairly good run on your PC with your sim, if it's running acceptably, leave it alone. You know, it's only when you kind of see a lot of kind of inconsistencies, you know? That's like the consistency of the frames. If one frame takes 1 second to render, it'll stutter. What you want is consistent render times. Yeah, Pete, 100%. That's exactly it. Even at 30 FPS, over a higher FPS would be stuttering. Agreed. You can have an excellent, what's the word I'm looking for? An excellent experience by keeping your frame rate low, or cap your VSync. Use VSync if you have it. Cap it to something less than what your monitor is going to output. So if you're running a 60 or a 50 hertz TV, cap it to, like, 45 or something. Because the sim then won't be trying to get that higher number. It keeps the resource. It's like headroom. It keeps the resources there, It should give you a smoother experience, you know? Does the Nvidia app cause a big difference in FPS? No, not particularly. But your FPS, there's other things outside of your FPS. It all goes into the time in which it takes to render frames, and you can't. I've no way of seeing that inside the sim. There's no data ref that I can look at. You can see it on X-Plane. I can't see it in Microsoft Flight Sim. With the Nvidia app running, what it's doing, it's adding more processes to your CPU flow, and is using up memory and disk usage, which you don't want necessarily to be happening. Yeah. Like, I mean, this is fairly good. I mean, the sim running at like 30 to 40%, that's quite okay. If the app is open while flying, it does cause issues. In OBS, go to settings, advanced settings, scroll down and uncheck enable browser source hardware. Does that work? Does it? Hang on. Enable browser source. Yeah, mine's turned off. You don't need your hardware trying to load up websites. Waste of time. I use empty standby list. Interesting. Anyway, flight sims historically used to be, you know, 10% flying and 90% tweaking. I mean, we don't necessarily want to go back that neck of the woods. I just thought it was interesting because I'm now forced to look at all these things now because with the new graphics card. To me, the 5090 is the latest and greatest that, you know, you can get. Why aren't I getting 1,000 frames and like the most smoothest performance? I mean, on paper, well, it should be. With a 9800 X3D? Hell yeah. 96 gigs of RAM, DDR5 at 6,000 mega transfers. This thing is a beast when it comes to like a flight sim. But it points back into the flight sim. It's not terribly optimized. Do you know what I mean? Belgian Pilot, good to see you. It's the Starship. This is the Starship. Yes, sir. Right, we're going to get ourselves up and running here. Weather's absolutely crap here on the ground. We're going to top up our fuel. We'll go 50 gallons in the aft tanks, 170 in each of our main tanks. That's all grand. We're going to move the pitot covers, the engine covers, the gear pins need to come in. Chocks can stay where they are. Get the GPU enabled. We know this aircraft, our engines, we kind of shagged them a little bit. So I haven't touched them yet. Electrical system, cabin, and failures, we should be okay there. Anything else I need in here? Show beta, instant beta, hide. VR tablet, show cockpit from inside. Okay, so when it comes to the hardware, so if you look at your throttle, there is an indent, and then you're into beta. I think the only way you're going to get around this, who was asking me? Tarnish. Tarnish, I think the only way you're going to get around this, move your throttle, go into your settings, and create a dead zone for this. So at least you know then you're not going to, you know, you're not going to, you know, unmistakably kind of throw it out. You know what I mean? 2-2 right for takeoff. Yeah, we think so. All right, let's go in and have a quick look here. So we're going to start off. Gear handle is down. Flaps are up. Lights are off. I'm on up here. Master light switch. So when we, like, even the sim kind of stutters, but that's multiplayer. We know the crack there, yeah? Hey, we got a Vulcan. Nice. All right, so we're going to go down here and turn on our standby instruments. They're coming alive. Also turn on our master battery switch. And we're going to double check our voltage here. So we can see that our battery, we have 26 volts. And we're going to check the external power, 28.1. If that's fluctuating and you turn on your external power, you could be having an issue. External power coming on. We also turn on our engine. What's the engine information? No, engine indication crew alert system. That's what ECAS stands for, and that's it there, right? So IRS aligning, do not taxi. That's quite okay. What else do we want down here now? Double check our aft quantity, 355 and 355. That's fine. The blowers. Get our blowers turned on. Cool things. Like, see the stutters there, but that's the sim, right? Has anyone tried using the Baxter King Air? Stug, I have. It's, yeah, kind of only sort of. It's not bad, but like as Nick says, it's not using the the full code. It's kind of half working. Storm light, yes. Cockpit area. Let's just bring up some lights here, right? Overhead cabin aisle, bar lights, put them on. Seat lights, yes. Wing lights can come on, and low strobes. See that kind of skipping and stuttering? That's what multiplayer does. There's nothing we can do. I can turn off multiplayer and it should be fine, you know? Right, we're going to open up our oxygen systems. We're going to test oxygen. And the sound of that Vulcan. Oxygen be working. And if we come back here into the cabin, we're going to remove the chocks. You do this by a click of a button. There's the chocks. Where's the door handle, Murph? After losing it. So chocks are removed. Yeah, them starters are annoying. They'll go once we get airborne. And we're going to close the cabin door here as well. Locked, indicated, lights off. We're looking good. And the lights down here. We're looking good. Right. So we continue on with what we're testing. We're going to be using our inertial separators. Go ahead and turn those on. And we also want to keep an eye on all of our circuit breakers. So inertial separation is opening. Electrical, it all looks good. Cabin, fans are now running. So the main blower is off, but we won't get that until we turn on the right engine. So how's our fuses looking? Circuit breakers are all in. Go to the right side. Circuit breakers are all in. It's mad. Like when I was testing yesterday, 170 frames. In multiplayer, 70 frames. Right? It's freaking nuts, man, isn't it? Anyway, we'll see what happens here. Other things we want to do. So that looks good. That looks good. I think we're good now for an engine start. We're good for an engine start. So fuel systems are okay. Pumps are all going to be automatic. So we're going to go for a start on this machine. So there's no windows in here. Jesus, stutter. With a 5090 stutters? What? Anyway, we see what happens. No screen tearing though. That's the main thing. Right, we're going to go for a start here on the right side. So we're going to go prop full. Condition levers are off. We're in idle. There we go. Also, flashy light, we can check our CO2 in here. That's working, good stuff. And we're just using our main ECAS for the moment. So, let's go for start. So we're going to be monitoring N1. Let that prop spin as fast as you possibly can before we introduce some fuel. Then when we introduce some fuel, we're going to monitor the ITT. Make sure we don't, you know, hot start it. And then we keep our eye on our N1. Once we go over 50, we disengage the starter. And that'll let us know we have a good start. So right side should be spinning. Introduce some fuel. ITT peaking out at 724. It's quite okay. And we monitor the starter coming up. N1 is now 45%. Visali, no, I haven't capped them at all. So there's 50%. We're going to go ignition off. Right generator will go on, reset. And test the generator. We're getting 28.6. Lovely hurdling. That's looking good. Get the bleeds turned on here as well. And we repeat the process here for the left side. See the jump, or the draw, if you like, in the aircraft. Avionics get hot in this, yes. In the Nvidia control panel for flight sim. No, I don't cap my FPS, no. I can do, but I don't. 17, 18 almost. Fuel in, watch your ITT. We got 720 odd. This is 735. And we keep monitoring our N1. Then we'll disengage the starter. There's 50%. Starter disengage. Left generator on and reset. Left generator is giving us some stuff. We will now disconnect the ground power unit. Center bus is still on 28.6. That's fine. Additional avionics systems coming up. We'll put on our alternate fan blower here as well. Keep things nice and cool. And we can remove the ground power unit. Lovely. Weather's not particularly great. Also, is FreeSync the same as G-Sync? Kinda. FreeSync is like AMD's, yeah. It's all the cathode ray tubes, right? 5090 is capped at 40 in the Nvidia app. 40 is all you need. Yeah. Frame, you might be thinking, what? I've only getting 40 frames. Forget the frame rate. How smooth is the sim? Think about it, lads. VR usually only gives you about, what, 28 frames to 40 frames tops? But in your head, it's like 90. Do you know? Because it's the movement, it's the fluidness. Kind of mad. Right. We're going to initialize the system. Update position by lat long, by waypoint name, November, no, I'd say we're okay. Route library, we'll do all that here now in a moment. What else do we want on here now? Bleeds are running, that's all good, Auto feather, arm it. Crew alert system, power brake, anti-skid. Anti-skid is on. Alright, we're looking good. Okay, so we're going to go and start planning a bit of a flight here, right? So, route library we can go into, and we're going to select, actually come back here one. We're going to go into flight plan, and we can start entering our route. Now, we can do this on the map here as well. I'm just going to type these in. So, we're going to start off at KBOS. Enter. Okay. After KBOS, we're going to head down to the Vineyard. Kilo... What's the Vineyard? Kilo Mike, isn't it? Okay. I may have pressed the wrong button. Let's try that again. Keyboard. Kilo Mike Victor Yankee. Jesus, that scared the crap out of me. I pressed the Y key without hitting the keyboard. Oops. There's the Vineyard, KMVY. Next up is going to be LaGuardia, KLGA. Enter. Okay. And after that, it's going to be Providence, KPVD. Enter. Okay. And our flight plan. That is our flight plan. Let's look at our plan map. Display the map. And we can... Where's my zoom on the map? There we go. So we're up here at KBOS, then it's down to Martha's Vineyard, then it's out to New York to LaGuardia, and then it's back up to Providence. That's a flight plan. That'll do. Nav, they're all grand. System control, auto leg is set. We're using FMS. Sensors... They're all okay. ADF we're not using. ATC, transponder 7000. 6461 for the crack. Horse that in. Flight plan is good. System controls is good. Nav source is FMS. Radar control, leave that off for the moment. Nav source is grand. ArcMap or HSI. I imagine that's showing me traffic, is it? Yeah. So we'll go on the ArcMap for this. We also have it over there. ATC, squawk, standby. We're going to go to altitude on. Ident. That's all grand. That's all grand. Flight director on. And we can set our initial altitude on this one. Also hit the LB key for our barrow. We're going to go 4,500 feet. Nice and slow. Although the weather is kind of mad here, isn't it? And we'll climb here at 1,500 feet a minute. Alright. Update your VLF. That's what your message means. Update me VLF. Message. Okay, is that done? Yeah. All right, sweet. Flight plan can go in there. Jaken's dad, good morning. Hope you're well, buddy. Hope you're well. Right, what else do I need to do here? Heading. We can arm heading. IAS profile. We'll look after that now in a moment. Prop governor speed test. Low pitch. They're working. We'll go high pitch later on. Generators are all working. Let's just double check. Yes. Triple feed is working. Yes. And down here we need to worry about yaw dampener. Leave that off till we're flying. Leads are on. Cabin temperature is okay. We'll go HSI on this guy. Nav source. Actually, we can go radar with him. Ground map. Auto tilt. Weather and turbulence. Yeah. Put it on that. Right, okay, loads of people on the ground. Naughty Noma's there as well. Taxi lights coming on. That looks good, that looks good. And that looks good. Alright, friends, let's see what happens. Off at the brakes. Let's bring Navigraph in here. Let's just hide that. One way are we saying out of Boston? It's the 22s, I'd say. 22 right. So we're going to taxi on Bravo and then hang a left onto November. Alright. There's Naughty Gnome walking around, look. Tom Harvey, yeah, it's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Like, I mean, there's certainly elements within the sim that we just can't beat, right? Multiplayer, for example, it's having a draw of about 40 frames. But by doing so, it induces friggin' stuttering. But we'll see. It'll all start calming down, we hope, now in a while. Naughty Gnome is me ramp man. Nice. I do like this airplane. The Starship is friggin' awesome, lads. Alrighty. Schutz is in a TBM. What's your speed here as well? So we're going to go all the way down to the turn off for November. Test our beta while we're here. There's Zulu. Watch your speed. Stu Snape, thank you very much indeed. Jesus, tier 3 Stu. 5 months, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Cheers. Like, put it this way, I can turn down an absolute barrel load of settings now. If I want... Well, that's the wrong button. What am I doing? There we go. I can turn down a barrel load of settings to, you know, get a better, smoother performance, which you absolutely can, right? Is this my turn here? Yes, it is. Chart seemed a little bit behind, didn't they? Shoestring Media, good to see you, buddy. Join FS. Very dark on stream. Yeah, the weather's crap. It's just the weather. I think. Jesus, the sounds. Spitfire, RAF 100, thank you very much indeed, dude. 52 months, man. Jesus. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, like, I haven't done that into visual settings, as in if things are bright or not. That's probably a little bit brighter, but then I lose my filters, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's just the weather. Once we kind of clear this, we should be good. A beautiful day in Boston. All right, here's a hold short. We continue on. We're not worried about that runway. Continue on. Speed is okay. Go ahead and get our lights up now. Oh, is that a crash? Really? A total crash? What? Jesus! A total flight sim crash. What on earth is this? Oh, Murphy's talking and he just got a crash. That has never happened. Or at least at all yesterday. Let's have a look at the event viewer. What happened there, lads? Application error. You're having an absolute laugh.
Oh, jeez.
Mad, isn't it? What's the application error? Flight simulator and out of memory, look. Well, holy Jesus. Isn't that mad? Isn't that friggin' mad? That's a good one now, lads, isn't it? Right. Let's try all that again. Is it, I wonder, are we talking multiplayer? There's nothing else running here, I think. That shouldn't be, is there? No, there's nothing else. All right. Try it again, Murphy. Jesus. That's the first CTD I've had now in what? About a month? It's the multiplayer. I reckon so, Cyrus, yeah. Yeah. I reckon it has to be multiplayer. Like, look what that multiplayer was doing, lads. It was giving us friggin' 40 frames and it just wasn't running nice. Do you know what I mean? Isn't that friggin' mad though, isn't it? So I think we'd be turning off multiplayer, lads, and we're going to stick with JoinFS and the other. We're going to have to. It's like it doesn't matter. Well, like, isn't it gas, right? Look at the specs, like, on paper. And yet the sim crashes. Ridiculous. Things are just getting good. Things are grand. But it's just like, what? Turn off the labels and watch the frames change. Really? As in the nameplates? Right, that's our next experiment. Man, Cyrus, we're looking forward to this. So it's the nameplates. I wonder then, you know the nameplate mod? I wonder, was that change it? Or would it have it? I'm not using the nameplate mod, but you can use the nameplate mod. That's friggin' nuts though, isn't it? Jesus. Alright, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Need to add this in. CTDs today. Right. Put that up there. So we can monitor how many of these we're getting during the evaluation of a 5090, right? Pinned at 42 for you. I get no change with nameplates on or off. Ooh. I was getting a lot of CTDs yesterday due to not enough graphics memory. That's just not the case here. I mean, 32 gigs of VRAM, like, not a hope. Not a hope. We'll see how it loads up here now, right? Let's see what happens. Stupid sim. Right, let's go back into Boston. We're just going to start over here. I wonder how I have to reload everything now. I do. I probably do. Set as departure, on the ground, ready for takeoff. Let's see what happens. Let's keep our settings on, right? All players and all the jazz. And we'll test to see what multiplayer does now in a sec. I'm getting those sound issues again. I found that sometimes the sim just needs a good crash, then it runs fine. The mod has no effect on frames, turning them off does though. Yeah, I need to check this. Yeah, baseman, yeah, 100%. Right, let's see what happens. Jesus, it's a stuttering mess. Load in now, load in. Don't crash. Master caution, that's all okay. Leave that there for the moment. Right, FPS counter. Alright. We're getting 90 frames. No impact. Like 99 to 100 FPS. Not the same. That's the first test. Look how rough it is loading. It's just... Turn off multiplayer. Resume. $125 frames. Utterly smooth. Looks less smooth? Really? Looks less smooth, eh? Alright. Let's have a look. To see it would be embarrassing if Murph been explaining how he's getting stability in the sim. Oh wait, right? This is interesting. Wait now. I've changed nothing on my side. Let's try this again. It's the smoothness I'm after, so let's just have a look. Because we don't want the jittery stuff, you know what I mean? There appears to be micro stutters. It is jittery? Yeah, why is that now? And if I look very closely, there's also screen tearing. Am I right in saying that? Yeah, there is. There's micro stutters in there. It was smoother with multiplayer. Let's just see now, is it the cache? Like, it's incredibly smooth on the gaming rig. It's what this feckin' thing is doing now. Okay. We continue with some testing. Let's give it a second now. Give it a second. There's nothing ever friggin' simple, is there? Bum bottom. 100% responsiveness. It's running on the cores I want it on. Active processes. What's running that shouldn't be? Or what's using memory? Okay, so OBS is using a lot, but that's normal. Very interesting. Turn off VSync. I'm not using VSync. So if I do it this way, right? This should be putting screen tearing in there, yeah. So there's a screen tear. Let's try it this way. Easy now, Jemima. Right. Let's test it here, because then we'll know if it's smooth or not, yeah? So that's giving a screen tear. Right? Give it a second. This shouldn't give a screen tear. Correct. And our movement is it smooth? Is it not smooth? Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? It doesn't seem its normal kind of jolly self. Sure doesn't. You can't buy yourself out of problems when problems are baked into the optimization. Maybe. The sim is smooth, right? So we've already figured that bit out. Because, well, for me, it's dead smooth. I'm not getting jitters or judders. Now we're back over to the streaming side, because this isn't... Oh, wait, hang on. I wonder if it's because I've text up there. Delete that. And... Bum, bum, bum. That's all working fine, right? System. A 69 was sorted out, right? I know. System. Okay. Then we're saying game. Yeah, there's something not right here. Yeah. Because it's like the Dolby Atmos thing is causing an issue. Ready to use. Yeah, I can't unselect it. Setup. That's weird. It's like I can't use it. Set as default. Don't allow. System. That works. Right. We need to go back to Microsoft Flight Sim 98. Right. Why is that now doing that? That's definitely worrying. OBS. We weren't having these issues yesterday, so I wonder, is there something on the streaming side, you know? You're grand. Let us see. You're about 10 times worse. Do we agree? That's just not very smooth at all. Yeah, it's only on the streaming side. It's 100%. It's only on the streaming side. Right, that's worser. So at least we know it's not that. Let's see now. That's definitely more smooth. But it's still not perfect. Sure it's not. Yeah, I wasn't having these issues at all yesterday. That's fairly smooth now. Bum 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 bum. Did you do something on the Nvidia panel and saved it? No, not on the streaming side. It's just not as smooth now, whatever the ticket is. Weird, isn't it? Chaz says on your side looks fairly smooth. No, she's kind of... It's a little bit stuttery. Are we getting... How weird is this? How do you fix that now? Try it with multiplayer on now? Maybe. Let's see now. I didn't change that in my settings, right? High. CPU affinity high. Is there anything working that shouldn't be? OBS browser page. Adobe stuff. Why is Adobe stuff working? Creative Cloud. Process name. I don't know. Get rid of that. Do me a stream is fine. Nvidia overlay container. Settings. As I say, it was fine before the crash. I tried OBS. I just can't get my head around it. Why is that not... Let's see. VSync is off, right? I can change the resolution for the crack. Just for pig. Actually, horse it up to 4K there. Now let's see. It's still, I mean, it's not a million, it's not like terrible. Try a different aircraft. Shouldn't need to, like, I was testing this aircraft yesterday. Oh man. That's really strange, isn't it? I could try restart OBS, but like, I don't know. I mightn't do it. Right, turn multiplayer back on for the crack, will we? Put you back down to where you belong. Thanks. Yes. Online. Multiplayer. Save. Resume. And we'll give it a few moments to see what happens. That jittery stuff is still there though, like that's the issue, isn't it? Now this will get mad jittery as it loads in aircraft. We know this will get a little bit mad now. Bum 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 bum. Auto FPS works like a charm for me. Celestial Navigator, good to see you. Yeah, like it's not a question of FPS. It's the capture. It's how the friggin' capture card is now no longer being as smooth. It's not terrible, but you can see where the stutter is like. You know what I mean? And like it absolutely could be. It absolutely could be the aircraft with so many of them. You know? I mean, that's not too bad now. Still not great though. Hang on, we'll try another trick. Why are there like? Why are the people like outside of the planes? It's how you know it is. It's the movement of the scenery behind it. Yeah. Interesting. It's all about science, lads. That's what we do. All about science. Join FS. Yes, we need to reactivate Join FS. Close it and then restart it. LRM, is that connected? Okay, we got LRM. Close that. And restart Join FS. Yeah, head melted now. Well, that is pretty friggin' smooth, lads. Or at least on my monitor, but if you're seeing something different, you know what I mean?
Hello there.
Zenity, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The terrain level of detail is to what? 150 or something? Put your stream on your iPad. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Hang on. We're doing science. We like science. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, you're right. It is a stuttering. What the hell? Why is there stutter? Right now. Is there a big difference to the 40 series? There is, yes, there is. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Hang on, there's something not right. Modify. Alright, let's see what this does. Still stutter free offline screen. Yeah, OBS just decided to kind of crash. But we should be okay now. Yeah, that's weird, man. I was not having this yesterday. It's amazing what 24 hours does, right? So strange. I wonder, like there's no other setting I can think of. Right, easy now. Can't believe we taught Sand to think. Now we're optimizing it. You better believe it. That looks fine. But we just can't be sure, can we? Hang on, nice and slow. Let's see what this does. Smooth, yes. Bit of speed now. Not seeing any stutters, but I'm only watching on 60 hertz screen. There's not really, there's micro stutters. You know what I mean? Now that does look to have kind of half fixed it. Restarting OBS. I mean, it seems a little bit better now. Looks pretty smooth. The stutters happen outside, I can see that. And I'm not sure why that is, because on my side, as I say, it's butterly smooth. So I wonder... It's like colours and all this sort of jazz it's under pressure with, you know what I mean? We're getting close, lads. Let's see. That make a difference? She looks a little blown out, but it's... At this rate, the Vineyard will run dry. At all. Flying Dive, good to see you, bud. Hope you're well. Troubleshooting, some troubleshooting. Roy reckons it's worse now. I don't think so. How can't I... Roy reckons it's worse. Solve issues Sunday? Yeah. No, I think we're good. Roy, try an out restart or refresh of your browser. I think we're good, lads. Hey, Tazzy, good to see you. There's like tiny little movements, but like the sim is doing that as well, you know what I mean? No, I think we're good, lads. I think we're good. Once we don't have another friggin' CTD. You know? You know what I can see on YouTube, it looks better. You know? Anyway, that's why we do this stuff. Thanks for your help, lads. What's this battery at? 100%. Excellent. Worth seeing if it's like in the air as well. Yeah, 100%. Right, let's see what happens. Reset all this. Go back in. Right, now. Initialize this system. Yes. And that system. Yes. Now, where did this leave things? Gens are on. We're looking good here. We're looking good there. We're looking good there. Let's go to our flight plan. And we'll horse this in quickly. Keyboard KBOS. Enter, enter. Next. KMVY to the Vineyard. Enter, enter. Next. LaGuardia. KLGA. Next. Providence. KPVD. Right. Kieran Niall, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Jesus, a super chat of $11.99. Thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's sorry for putting up me, lads, but that's kind of what we have to do. Flight plan radar, flight plan map, display. Yeah, we're looking good. Arc map with the route. Zoom out a bit so we know what we're doing. Right, that's all grand. ATC, let me see, 7,6461. Enter. ATC on. Lovely. And that looks good, that looks good. On up here. That looks good. Flaps. Off the brakes, bit of power. Alright, we shall see what happens, friends. That's all we can do. We can do no more than that. Alright. Okay. So it's a quick jaunt down to the Vineyard. Straight out as well. This is going to be pretty. Okay, out of beta. Okay, message. And message. No messages. Nav mode, yes. Flight plan, yes. System control, auto leg. Nav source is FMS. Alright, friends. Are we ready? The heavens have opened outside, really? Join FS. Let's go flying. Power coming in. Easy. Little bit of a stutter. Easy. Auto feather should be holding them props back. There we go. 80 knots. Oopsie Betsy. Stutters are real, man. Positive rate, gear up. Give ourselves a bit of trim. Bring the flaps in. We'll fly it over Boston here now in a second. Okay, we're gonna say 4.5. The nose down a smidgen. We're going to climb at 1,000 feet a minute. Sync the heading. Autopilot on. Easy now. There's Boston out our window. Oh, Jays, we're going to be there in a few days. Look at the state. Look at the state. Any flying today? Yes, loads of flying. Eventually. Okay, engines are good. 3,000 feet. Let's do a right turn. Fly around Boston here for a minute. Don't have another CTD. I will be absolutely miffed and appalled. Man, look at that view. That's mad how the weather's changed so much, isn't it? Yeah, this is flight Tampa's, yeah. See the stutter there? Bloody hell. I wonder should I start turning down stuff? With our 90 frames. How are we looking though? I mean, it looks smooth. Under pressure with the sounds and that. Jeez, that's fantastic looking. What's our speed doing now? Right, bring that speed right back. Easy now, Jemima. Bring our RPM back. Close off the... Oh, jeez, we didn't even have the inertia separator on. Right, that'll lower. Alright, right turn coming in. Just kind of checking out Boston. Look how the weather's changing. Yeah, the sim is on fire with the weather. Man, that looks pretty. getting audio clipping when it stutters, yeah. Very strange. And again, like, I've removed the other audio devices. So, yeah, no idea, lads. No idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Hermit something, yes sir, we surely are. It's just me as the plane sound way above Murphy's voice. Yeah, I can turn it down. I can put it on headphone mode. There is something weird going on though, because like with the stutters, that's really strange, isn't it? Very, very strange. Good luck in Boston traffic, yeah. It might be the Nvidia drivers. Don't know. Maybe. We're going very fast. Slow her down there now, Marv. There we go. Is everything updated? It is. Damn, I'm good as here. Good to see it. Stutters like that are usually CPU related. It's the sim. It has to be the sim. Do you know? Like you don't go from running like 170 frames and butterly smoothness yesterday to making no changes today. The only thing that's different today is, well, one, I'm streaming it, but two, it's multiplayer. Like how odd and wild is that? You know what I mean? Latency spikes and cause, it's like a mini freeze. Yeah, is it? No idea how to fix it though. From past experience, my rolling cache had to be deleted after doing anything related to graphics and the stutters went away. Oh, that's interesting. Well, look, I don't think it won't actively delete me rolling cache. Man alive, look at the state of this. Now that just looks pretty. There's just Tom beside us. Up over Boston. Hello there. Hello there. Dreams of Wings had this stream due to... Dream of Wings had it on his stream due to multiplayer. Yeah, no, I think it is multiplayer. It is multiplayer. We're blaming multiplayer. Adam Controls, good to see it. So how is that now, lads, in terms of the smoothness and stuff? Like it should be smooth. Oh, on Twitch and YouTube, yeah? Butterly smooth, as in, yes, that's the ticket now, she's working well. Or, yeah, well, it's just better, it's not great. What's your speed, Murph? What's your speed? Oh, shit. Shh, don't panic, friends. Murphy's breaking things. Bit of power quick. We've actively tested the stall. Easy now. Yes, yes, yes. We know. Throw the nose down, please. There we go. Now we're sucking diesel. Now. Get our trim fixed. And we'll head to where we were supposed to head in the first place. Trim down. Okay. Nav mode. Autopilot engage. Now let's see what she does. Yeah. No idea what it was. Seems to be working fine now though. It is smooth. And how you know it's smooth? It's all to do with the you know, the ground textures and that. You know what I mean? I mean, that's pretty much what I was getting yesterday. You don't mind the odd starter coming in. I mean, we are using multiplayer. I'm not worried too much about that. But I think from the stream's perspective, it should be fairly all right, you know. to see you, buddy. Happy Sunday. We're close on 100 frames. Isn't it a cool looking plane though? Yeah, don't worry. We're going to be checking out. We're going to be checking out 2020 and X-Plane as well. It's all part of the evaluation of what we're, you know, testing and stuff. Would I recommend staying in 20? It depends on what you're flying, right? Do you know, if you're flying kind of the airliners, I would say, yeah, I nearly would. I nearly would stay on 20. Oh, I think we're looking good. Weirdness with sounds and stutters, but yeah. It's a very pretty machine, isn't it? It is absolutely gorgeous. What am I using as reshade? So I kind of start off with the Seal Sky preset, although half the stuff is turned on again. See the way it doubles it up? There we go. 102 frames, reshade off. It's about the same. I mean, that's fairly smooth, isn't it? Can't have any complaints with this. This is what it was like all day yesterday. Tweaking and messing and pressing buttons. But I eventually got it up to this kind of neck of the woods, and it is behaving. Until your sound goes. That's a new problem. I've no idea why that's happening. It has to be multiplayer doing that, you know. But yeah, like the ground is moving the way it should be. It's not stuttering. There's no micro stutters from what I can see. All should be now well in the realm. Looking decent now. Hard to tell how close it is to showing on your screen. It's pretty close. You're doing that through dev mode. Not familiar with that software window. This is reshade. That's just reshade. And that selects all your whatever you're doing. Like that's reshade on, that's reshade off. I think it makes a nice difference. I fixed my audio stutters crackling by disabling Expo and BIOS, so I think it's memory related. Oh, hang on, actually, there's a question. What's my memory actually running at? Oh, we're okay. Running at 6,000. Are there any processes here that's just like Tobii interaction engine? No, Tobii's working. Elevatex is on. IQ, join FS. Everything seems to be doing what it should be doing. You know? It looks fine. And there's nothing down here working that I can see. Shouldn't be. Probably kill OBS now. Yeah, no, I think we're okay. We're okay. Murph, can you assign a key to get the frames up on the screen without an overlay? I think so. Let's go to settings. Display FPS. Show FPS. Yeah, so there's a button here, Cyrus. It says click to set a keyboard shortcut for the FPS. So I'm going to click this, right? And if I put in shift control F, and we can make that bigger as well, right? The FPS. So where is it now? Size 1. You guys see that a little bit clearer? It's up the very top right hand corner of your screen. So if I now press shift control and F, yeah, there you go. You can, I am telling you, you can. Oh, sorry. Brilliant, Cyrus. Murph, you know you can do that without, like, you know, opening up the gadget. Thank you, Cyrus. I've learned something. How much rolling cash? I think it's 32 or 64. I can't actually remember. I'll double check rolling cash as well. And when all this is done, I'm going to delete all the cache. And then we'll try again. Right? Good man, Cyrus. Now hang on, if that's shift control and F, hang on now, let's be real handy. What can I, where can I put that button now? Them buttons are wrecking me head. Or with the shader off, landscape is still a little milky, but reshade in the landscape a little sparkly. Ooh. Mick, yeah, kinda. I was having issues, kinda, but yeah, nav1 sound. Oh, hang on, that turns on the map. Alright, okay, so transponder. I don't really need those because I always use them for the transponder, don't I? Yes, yes, you do. Right. Delete that. And we're going to put in a button now. It's going to be a hotkey. Title FPS. And the hotkey is going to be shift control F. Huzzah! The legend of brilliance has once again, you know, ascent rolling cache to 128. Ooh, airspeed 226. Ducks, good to see you. Did you turn off your AC to simulate the warm feeling you get from all the screens? Yes, yes, 100%. Right, but I'm happy now. Things are working the way they did yesterday. It only took us friggin' 2 hours. I've aged about 4 weeks. I have a 4090. I'm on the fence with a 5090. If I don't recommend going from a 4090 to a 5090. You're not getting the value. It is better. There's no question. The 5090 is better, but you're not getting good value. You know. As of now, Schiphol, the polar band runways have become a parking lot because of the NATO summit. Really? Temporary terminal to the runway. That's mad. That's mad. 37 knot crosswind at 5,000. Yeah, 34 knots here. Weird, right? Yeah, I need to figure out that sound clickety-click. That's annoying. Now, I could try and deviate, or try and alleviate that, right? Give it a second. Yeah, Dolby Atmos was causing the sound click. Mad. Alright, it's now working. If I get any more of those weird sound things, then it's not Dolby Atmos. It's something else. Ah, Jesus. It could be worse, lads. You know, I mean, it could be... yeah. How's multi-threading working? Fine. Fine. Oh, I think. Yeah, it's every thread has activity. It's working. Memory. Laughing. GPU. That's now working. But look, we're only using 16 gigs out of our friggin' 32 of, like, it's singing, lads. It's singing. 98 Vulcan. Yeah, you're getting great. I have a button for that now. Press this button, Murph. Oh, look! I'm getting 130 FPS now inside multiplayer. That's what the 5090 is all about. Wait now! Here's more science. Dolby Atmos. 120-ish frames. 130-ish frames. That's nuts. How do you start this plane? Hummer. Jesus. There's a bit Hummer, but your start engine switches are down here. Hang on, why are they... Jesus. Why were they so freaking low? Could be worse, Murph. You could be on a 5080 and running out of VRAM. What? Really? What's the... I thought the 5080 had the same as the 4090, no? I have a 4090. I'll be waiting until the 6 series comes out before I even consider it. Unless your GPU utilization is 99, you're being CPU limited. Yeah. But, like, you want to be GPU limited. In an ideal scenario, you want the sim giving you, you know... I'm gonna pause this for a second. Settings. General, advanced, dev mode, resume. Now it's not 60 because I'm using frame gen. Limited by main thread. Like it's... Virtual RAM 26, peak virtual 42, GPU memory 12.8. Limited my main thread. That's normal, and it says I'm only doing 60 frames, but you see frame gen, yeah? That's pretty good. That is pretty good because it's like it's you know. How do you turn on your screens? These switches down here. There are your screens. Caleb, good to see it. The 5080 has 12 gigs of VRAM. Oh, does that? Or 16 gigs. Jesus. That's fine. It has a manual, right? I think so. Right, we've overflown the Vineyard. Don't panic. We want to land at the Vineyard. So, active runway at Martha's Vineyard. Two four or 1.5? Let's go for 2.4, lads. Autopilot off. This will overfly. Easy now. In the speed down. It's a lovely day out by the Vineyard. Okay, runway 24 it is. Spin around here to the right. Dee. I love flying this plane, man. There's so much going on in it. Watch the speed. Okay, we got one sound crackle back. So I don't think it's the I don't think it's the other thing, Dolby. That's the sim now loading. Will the Starship, you'll get it when it gets on the marketplace? Yeah. Such a friggin' awesome plane. The weirdest looking thing ever. Your mama is on short final. Great at Oaken. He is. Right, disengage the old headphone simulation. Give us our sounds back. And we'll try and put this in for a safe landing. We both have the same CPU. I have a 3080. I'm basically on Ultra with everything. LOD 200. You're getting 60 FPS like you. 120 with frame gen. Doesn't make sense. With the same CPU, you have a 3080 and you're basically on Ultra for everything. With a TLOD of 200 and an LOD of 100. And you're getting 120. It's like the law of diminishing returns. You're on 1440? Yeah, I'm on easy. I'm on 4K. If I go down to 1440 frame rate, off she goes. And like, I need, I just want 4K. Just behaving itself now, just whatever it was earlier on, just, that's, well, I say it's okay now, it's still a little bit skittery. Then again, this is, Martha's Vineyard is a 2020 scenery, so maybe that's an issue. Yeah, nodding on, that's it. Don't praise until you've landed. Yes, yes, very good. What did we say? 2-4. In you go, you big Jesse. Was the airport an add-on? Yes. Delta Tango, good to see you. Hot and humid, Midwest US. Ooh. It's not as hot here. It's raining here. I'm getting very good performance now. Like, back into the 130s. Nuts. Nuts. Alright, where are we? Oh, yeah. Speed 160. Let's go with the gear. And we'll head in there, runway 24. Let's see what happens. Hey, Brett, good to see you, buddy. Loads of fun, Brett. Trying to get me settings dialed in. I dialed them in yesterday and then you go streaming today. It's like that old military saying, the plan lasts, or no plan survives contact with the enemy. Right? But it seems to be behaving now, finally. Only took however long it took. And the sim went offline. But apart from that, or the stream went offline, apart from that, it's been grand, you know. Right, RPM it, up the hill. And let's fly this one in gently. Runway 24 coming in. Cold and rainy here today. Yeah. Angels15, hope you're well, bud. I think it is looking better now, lads. Definitely flying better, I can feel that. Gonna be some crack when we get over New York now in a minute. What? Brilliant. 34 knots of windage on my nose, lads. And it's not perfectly straight either. The wind now, not my nose. My nose is fairly straight. I had issues this morning too. Fine last night, was testing all sorts of things, not wanting to work as planned. What's up with that? And the very same, Brett. Last night, it was flawless. Right? Turn it on this morning and it's looking at me to go, no, just no. It's the old story. Everything works perfectly great, and then when you show someone, nothing. Let's ramble in here and see what happens. Like the streaming PC, OBS is at 8%. It's never that low. So like, changes have been made, and they're starting to come up, you know, they're starting to do the thing now. Let's see what happens. We're a little bit high for the old pappies, but sure, you know. We'll dial that down now here in a second. Hey, Mutley, good to see you. OBS, no sound of the headphones, no monitoring, Toby not working as planned. You couldn't make up half of the stuff I had issues with. Alright, speed is good. Pappy's coming in. Easy. Easy. Ignore the fact there's an F-16 floating. That's quite okay. There's birds flying. Jesus. Easy. Gently down, Merv. Gently down. Into beta. Yeah, a couple of stutters there coming in. They're the sin, though. We're hoping to get out to Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket after Expo. Oh, nice, Delta Tango. That'll be awesome. Will we get Charlie here? Yeah, we'll get Charlie. Easy now. Just completed a flight with the fly-by-wire 380. Ooh. Just saw a damn bear at Boston. Wait, what? A bear at Boston? Can you show us the autopilot of this bird? Hummer, you're like a fella now who just, like, do you know what I mean? If you want to learn this thing, well, you can fly it like, I'll show you the basics, right? Right, out of beta. Park and brake on, and let's just sit here and enjoy ourselves for a minute. So your autopilot, your main panels, right, are here. Heading, half bank turns, vertical speed, indicated airspeed profile, that's like your IAS speed, right? Altitude mode, indicated airspeed mode, descent, flight director, what nav you're using, and approach mode. Then it's doubled up on the right hand side because you can run two systems together, okay? That's your main kind of controls. You need to make sure that the autopilot is engaged over here. Autopilot on, autopilot off. Yaw dampener on, yaw dampener off. They're important, yeah? If you want to then go for heading, your main heading indicator knob switch is here. If you click on it, it'll center it. And it'll appear then on your main instruments. If you want to go for altitude, right hand side of this sets your altitude. The middle button, vertical speed. And then the left button is your barometric pressure. Alright. Right lads, next up, LaGuardia. This is going to be fun. Off the brakes, taxi forward, take your time. As if he had you right in front of me. Mother of God, we're going to go straight into him. No, he's not. No, we're not. We're all right. We're all right. All is well in the realm. Just about. Right, watch your speed here. Do you remember we flew into the Vineyard for the Boston Virtual ARTCC, the Wings course? Look at the birds be flying. Bird up. Such a pretty plane. Engines 1.5. Touchdown. The F-16 is that's a Joint FS user, I would say. Right. Let's prepare ourselves for a departure. Yeah, the Vineyard is it's a lovely scenery. Angry Lou, model matching, absolutely being a boss. Right. Easy now, get ourselves lined up onto the runway. Easy. Okay, so heading. And 4,500 feet is what we've selected, so let's see what happens. The trees make such a difference in 24. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. All right, friends. Let's go flying. Power coming in. Auto feather is enabled. Our takeoff power is set. Speed live. There's 60. There's 80. Sounds are so good. 100, 110, upsy daisy. Oh Jesus, come on Betsy. Oh dear, oh mother of Jesus, what's after happening? What has happened? My plane is shagged, it won't fly, fence! The autopilot reset me trim. We'll delete all this part. Don't worry about it. What are you doing there, Merv? Oh, just setting the plane up for takeoff. Imagine though. Right, that was the dress rehearsal. Are we ready? Bloody hell. Power coming in. Auto feather enabled. Takeoff power set. Speed alive. Murph, don't know why, but your cockpit is very dark on this the stream, is it?
It's not the plane, it's the pilot.
Yeah. See you tomorrow and try again. Never! I'm too stupid for that. Right, there's 110. Upsy daisy. Jesus. Right. It's okay, lads. Even if it's not, it's okay. Now, why am I getting a light on for me yaw dampener? Yaw dampener engaged. Autopilot. We'll go nav mode, sure. And we'll IAS it. Gear up the hill. Man, the thing's a rocket ship, isn't it? Right, are we saying that it's too dark, lads? Is that what you're saying? Why is that doubling up again? Hang on, we'll fix it. Ah, it is the exposure setting in the sim. That's exactly what it is. Hang on. I'll fix it down here, look. Minus 115. How's that? Tarnish isn't too happy about it, no? Still not there, Tarnish. Yes, I know, we're over speed. It's alright. Shh, it's fine. Fine. 3x5? Really? Oh, it's a lot better? Okay, sweet. Yeah, I think it was that exposure exposure compensation or something. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Something like that. Am I on live weather? Yes. Well, according to the sim I am, yes. We'll stay underneath the clouds here for a minute. Okay, 240 knots is kind of just singing here, isn't it? 4,500 feet. Interesting. Are we on live weather? Yep, live time, live weather. The whole shebang. We're looking good. Interesting weather. So, 140 frames now, look. Yeah, we're heading down to New York. 152 nautical miles. Be there in about 40 minutes, give or take. This will be interesting to see now how it behaves. It's just an absolute cracker of a plane. I love everything about it. Let's have a look here now. So VM, that's all okay. That's all okay. We'll mess around on this side for a minute. So let's look at radar control. Give us the weather. Next page, auto tilt. Target alert, why not? Radar is on. Range 25 or 12. I'm not getting any we're not getting any weather coming in though. That's strange, isn't it? Plenty of cloud. No precip. Let's go in and do gain. Auto tilt, stabilization. Yeah, all that should be fine. Nothing coming in on the radar. That's strange, isn't it? Tilt the gadget right up. But I was looking at precip and turbulence if there is any. And at the moment there isn't. Now looking way out, there's showers down there, so if we were to bring the tilt down, and bring the range out, nothing drawing yet. Weird, isn't it? This is all grand, that's all grand. Radar control, that's fine. So radar should be on both screens really, shouldn't they? We've no idea, friends. We'll just use it and see what happens. Let's go into the conditions of our airplane, because no doubt I've absolutely caused harm. 81, 87. Engines are still behaving, look. Interesting. Electrical systems are all working. Cabin. What did you look at the heat? Oh, why is the avionics blower off? Get up there, you devil, and get that temperature down quick. 50 degrees. It wasn't liking that at all. How quick is that going to come down? Cockpit temperature. Get the fan blower on full pelt. Right, get the fans on full blast. That on auto. That's on boat. 49 degrees. That'll start coming down. Watch our speed as we're doing this. He's back a little on our power. And let's see what happens. It's very pretty. It'll buff out. 100% Dave. Legend Dave. Yeah, 100% Dave. It will sort itself out, friends. We hope, right? Now, what was it doing over here? Right, buttons. Yes, you can do it. It is a bit dark, actually. Stop the fans, please! I might adjust that exposure composition. Why can't we have a menu here instead of having to go into the main menu? Right, exposure, we had it down at 0.5. Let's go 2.5. That's definitely brighter. Yeah, and we're okay. Do you remember the crystal maze though? Wasn't that absolutely deadly, wasn't it? Just back from the kitchen, I can tell the difference straight away. Right, brilliant. It's all about testing and tinkering, do you know? Right, temperature's starting to come down. That's good. As we're rambling across in towards New York, there is definitely weather ahead. Why aren't you picking up weather? Man, you divil you. It's weird, isn't it? It does work, it's just I don't know why it's not working. I noticed the counter speed forward as you slow down. Yeah, it's like it's anti-stall. Ideally you want is a setting for the highlights rather than exposure for the clouds. Cold Neeble, thank you very much indeed for the bits. Temperature of the engines or temperatures of the 5090, right? No, it's working well now. It was acting the Muppet earlier on, but she's working well now. Like, in theory, if you put the tilt all the way, it'll start drawing itself. It'll catch the... It'll either catch the aircraft or it'll catch the ground. Man, that's so weird. System control, right? That's the Omega stuff. I love the fact that it can do that. Turbulence only.
Hello there.
Hello there. Trap, good to see you, buddy. Looks smooth, yeah, I think we're doing okay. Sorry for being a pain, but when you're telling people to click that, then this, we couldn't see what you were pressing. Wait, what? So many buttons? Yes. Did you miss out on something, Tarnish? There's a man flying outside of his plane. Speed coming down just a small bit. Oh, earlier. Alright, okay. Yeah, it's a good deal brighter outside. So that's the exposure thingy. Therefore, where is my button for this? Color temperature. There we go. So the brightness. Now we're sucking diesel. Now 'tis all working now, lads. That is What's it called? Pre-shade. Look, they're precip clouds. Why am I getting anything on my radar? Look. That's so strange. How are we not getting that? Look, that's rain. It's precip. Nothing. I mean, does it work? Yeah, it's drawing stuff. It can work. Nothing. Maybe the weather sensor's left back in the fence. Maybe. That should definitely be picking that up. Try 5. Huh. Like, I know it takes a moment when everything's set and then it starts sweeping. You know what I mean? I tried one tilt up to about 8, see if it draws it. Weird, right? I'm getting the weather radar and the TBM tilting up to 6. Yeah, we're not getting it here. We're at 4,500 feet. We're at 8. 9? It's only 12 miles. We'll go in closer. Stealth weather. It's strange. Like, that should be working. There's definitely... I mean, you can see there's precip. You can see the squalls of showers, look. But nothing on the radar. Why is that now? That has me perplexed. Hey, Laurent, it's good to see you. Try radar 2. Where do we do that now? Is the radar scanning? I don't think so. It doesn't appear to be. IDX then rad. System. No, I don't think we've gotten popped. Route library, initialize the system, that's all grand. Fuel management, that's all grand. Read, write disk, inspect, FMS data. Radar control. Where do I select the... No, where's the... Hang on now, we're learning something here. Update position, no. Select crew, let's see here now. Index. There's no other page, isn't there? No. Nothing strange about it. The car doesn't draw each aircraft. Yeah, no, I don't think I have any circuit breakers popped. Oh, we look good. There is a button though for the radar control. Is it over here? It's on this screen, isn't it? Very strange. Very, very strange. Index 10 rad. I don't see the rad coming up. And it should, shouldn't it? It's not initialize. It's not trip planning. And it's not under that. You slewed earlier too, might have shagged it? Maybe. This is strange that we're not getting the full story though. No. There should be a button in here to say what radar I'm using though, isn't that right? Route library, initialize the system, right. Fuel management. Don't worry about that for the moment. The disk. Waypoint trip planning. On the right index. We don't see it there either. I don't see anything in here for radar. We've radar control. Your radar button, right? That's a good one, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Finally. Now, what's that supposed to be? Turbulence? Murphy's an idiot. Right, hang on. Radar control. That. Ground clutter spurs are off. Gain is 3. Gain is normal. Croissant, nice. That's no moon. It's weird, isn't it? Right, at least it's doing us something now. At least we can go with that. It's weird though. It doesn't seem right, sure doesn't? Tilt it right up. Go tilt 4. Just give me weather. Ground clutter spurs, whatever they are, I don't know. Stabilization turn off. What does that do? What's all this about? Yeah, interesting. Right, now we're in the wet stuff. We're getting close though. Oh, Long Island. Speed is good. Temperatures came right back down now, so that's, I'm happy with that. Engines are good. There's rain getting in, look. Oh, it's not now. See, that was showing you what the foreign objects were. It was showing rain there a second ago. That's awesome. Look, see? So it's showing that there's 14% rain getting into the intake. And how does that upset everything, we wonder? That's quite cool. I'm not quite sure we're doing what I should be doing on the radar though. Turbulence only or the ground map. So we just want weather. Like, what's all this about? Like, is that like a giant shower happening just there? Maybe. Let's fly through it. Yes, let's. You know, for science, lads, for science. It's interesting that we can do that, though. The weather has taken a change for the worst as we approach New York. This is going to be fierce interesting now, lads. I'm just saying it's going to be interesting. How interesting? Well, your guess is going to be as good as mine, but sure, look at. Let's see what happens, eh? Our Sunday morning flyage. Well, it's now Sunday afternoon, but you know what I mean? Data gathering is important. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's looking pretty, though. Creo, have a good one. Take it fierce handy out there now. Fierce handy out there. You're going to be proud of this. It's looking good so far, isn't it? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Sure, look it. The landing gear bay. I mean, it does look good. Even in horrible, horrible weather, it's looking good. How are the temperatures now? Good call. Yeah, we're absolutely laughing. Not a bother at all, lads. Not a bother at all. The owl Sunday spin, huh? Up you devil you. Right. We're on our way. LaGuardia. We'll probably head in towards the Big Apple here. Typical weather, right? Wait till you see the sides. They're covered in rain, Murph. The sides. Right? Alright, let's see. Heading mode. Turn us left a bit, I'd say. 260. Over to heading mode. What a cool machine. Hey, Bubble, thank you for the follow. Good to see you, buddy. Rims came into the stream, thought we were upside down. Yeah. Good speed. The weather's terrible. Whose idea was this? Exerted, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, buddy.
Hello there.
Happy Sunday, lads. We're doing some testing of our 5090. And 120 frames with multiplayer approaching New York. Let's see what happens. The rain looks so pretty though. It does. It's mad looking. Like, so rare you get to fly in beautiful sunshine conditions. You know what I mean? Look at the owl canard jumping around the place. Up, 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 up. Sim looks like it's showing off today. It's starting to get there. Yeah, still using DLSS. In quality, yes. Runway 22 or 31. I would say 3-1. I would say 3-1. Scoochy says, I wish there was an alternative to FS passengers for 2020. Pack X is there. Bit of rain. We're going okay. MV liking the tunage? Yes! Look at that rain ahead of us, man. That's awesome looking, isn't it? That's where we're flying in. Could be messy, could be messy. London Controllers here with the raid. Jesus. Welcome aboard, everybody. Hope you're keeping well. We're here in the Starship. We're about to fly into LaGuardia. Having all sorts of fun today, lads. But it seems to be working. Beautiful Irish weather over in America. Hope you had an awesome stream. You couldn't fly it. What happened? Right, Jamie. Put on the kettle. We're going to land in LaGuardia and we'll go through a full startup. Start to finish. It'll take about 15 minutes, right? You had no idea what you were doing. So the Starship, right? This airplane, general aviation, you can be as, realistic with it as you want, or as, just control-y and have your way with it, right? There's a lot of cool stuff with your navigation. You can kind of fly it as you would, kind of FMS style, put your waypoints in, and it'll go from waypoint to waypoint to waypoint. Some of the SIDs are a little bit interesting. It can do an arrivals. It's capable of arrivals. But there's a bit of crack when it comes to the stuff. Right? Ibanez, thank you very much indeed, man. Happy Sunday. 43 months, looks. Jesus. The man Sam, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. DJ Snow is here. Many thanks for the follow, lads. Right, we'll go through all this. We're going to be landing here in LaGuardia in a couple of moments. The weather is absolutely gorgeous. We're in multiplayer. We have some people flying with us. But let's see what happens, right? So, to give you a rough idea, a bit of familiarization, there are 14 screens on this machine, and each screen has its own kind of redundancy. That's where it might get, complicated, but it's really not. For example, divide the airplane down into 3 sections, right? Your overhead is your lighting, right? The lower console is mainly your trims, autopilot, and engine management, including your start. And then your center, or main panel, right? Yes, there's tons of buttons and switches, but try not to worry about them too much. As I said, once we land, we'll go through a full cold and dark startup, right? For handiness, they threw in a GNS 430. I'm shouting over the music, sorry. They threw in a 430, which is more for... It's there more to assist you rather than kind of do your main flying, right? In saying that, you can tell the avionics, hey, what system do you want me to fly on? So on your main screens, here you have your engine indication crew alert system, ECAS. That's this guy right here. You need that on at the beginning because it's going to show you, you know, when you're starting up the airplane, hot starts, they're all modeled, right? You got this guy, this Collins unit, they're all Collins unit. That's kind of just your integrated pilot screens along with these. This guy here is your main puppy, this guy. And if you look at this, you have a whole load of different buttons. Bring up your communication panel, your nav frequency panel, ADF if you're going by automatic direction finder, your ATC stuff for transponder numbers, and you can also code in different transponders or transponder numbers. You have your flight plan page. That's similar to what you'd see with most aircraft, right? Then you have your system control. Some of the settings in here are important. We'll go through them. Your index, route library, initializing, fuel management, the disk read and write. Don't know if you guys seen this before, right? But the airplane is fitted with a 3.5-inch floppy disk. And it links up at Navigraph, but once a month you need to inject new nav data, as in the plane's nav data, and that goes in with your 3.5-inch disk. But only that, when you read it, you can also write to it. So if you ever did have an issue with something breaking on your avionics, that creates a file, and you can send that file over to Nick from Black Square, and he can see it. What? It's crazy, right? Crazy. Right, now, there's more than that though, right? There's more than that. The other things we have then, you have your Direct 2. Okay? So they're your main 8 buttons for the different modes that you can mess around with.
That's a big deal.
HSI, radar, or an ARC map. That's... Jamie, thank you for 27 months. Cheers, buddy. These 3 screens dictate what you're looking at as your main kind of pilot display, right? All right. So I'm going to keep it on the ARC map, or we go radar, and that'll show your ARC and the radar together, yeah? Underneath, then, you have your nav source. Are you going via war or FMS? And it could be one... It depends on what side you're going after, right? Then you have your radar control. Now, your radar control, what are you looking at? This information here, showing you precip. You can turn it off. Weather will show you precip. Weather and turbulence shows you turbulence. Turbulence only shows you turbulence. Or the ground map, that's your ground radar. Now, we can't see the ground. However, we can tilt it downwards. And see this T? That's showing you the tilt. So as you're tilting that radar, which is in the nose of the airplane, as you tilt it down, it's now scanning the terrain ahead of you. And we've tilted it down. If we reset the tilt, middle button goes back to 0, well, that radar screen goes from that to that. So it's now looking straight out ahead of it. It's not going to see anything, yeah? So you can mess around with that just to make sure your screens are working. And there's decent range on this as well. You can increase the range or decrease the range. Now, as we're flying kind of, you know, we're heading towards Manhattan, you're going to see where the terrain starts getting lively. We're going to keep ours on weather for the moment, because we know we're flying into all sorts of precip. Right? The beauty about all of this and all of these are replicated over here or duplicated over there. So now you've just cut half your avionics screen, or you've just all the avionics, your 14 screens, you just have them. Because you can put them in sync mode, or you can actually like plan, you know, your secondary flight plan, your next few waypoints, do all of that jazz over here if you wish. And they can talk and listen to each other. All right? Right. These guys, again, it's a duplication of systems. You have all this here when it goes to comm, nav, and ATC. These are all your frequencies. You can type these in as normal. Over here, this is like the old school. You want to go to your ATC? Well, let's click on it. Click ATC, and now we can move the dials to change your ATC. If you click on it again, you can change the modes. ATC standby or ATC live. Turn it on, turn it off, and then return. If your ATC wants to go standby mode for flying on VATSIM, that's where you do it. All right? Same with your ADF localizer. You can also save frequencies or predefine frequencies. There's an FPS hit. Welcome to, New York neck of the woods. We're going to turn our heading here, lads. Slightly right, we'll go 280 degrees. Speed is looking good. Clear some of this rain if we can. There's no auto throttle, so you got to manage your speed. You also need to be careful with your speed. Torquing or over torquing will break it completely. Your props, there is an auto feather, automatic auto feather. That lives here, so you can, totally mess around with that. And then you monitor your N1. Looking further down on all our systems here, engine auto ignition. Don't need to arm that. The system is highly automated. Your auto feather goes to arm. Prop sync once you're airborne, if you need it. It does a great job at figuring out the engine controls themselves. Anti-skid, that's for your landing gear. Governor speed test if you want them. These are your main engine starters, left and right. These guys. These switches here are for your displays. Then you have a stand-up or standby display unit, which is the old steam gauges, these guys here. Still a bit loud? Sorry, lads. It's also dark as balls in here. We'll turn that off for a minute. These have their own power supply, so you don't need to worry too much about it, yeah? But they have their own power supply. This is your communications panel, increased radio, comm, nav, beacon, ADF, what you're transmitting to, all that jazz is there, yeah? Right, now, calm the music here for a minute. Where are we over? That's JFK, I'd say. And the stutters are really coming in because it's loading in. That's Innibill scenery. Right. Now, where do we want to go? We're going to go right a bit. So, heading right. It's going to be under considerable pressure here now as we fly over New York, but sure, that's why we do these things, lads. 100 and odd frames at the minute. We're alive. Hang on now, let's calm it all down for a second. Let's see what it's trying to do. I'm expecting terrible things with the weather, or with the scenery. That was almost a CTD there. Jesus. Yeah, she's under pressure now. Let's see what happens, right? There's the rain. More rain. There's also a joystick here to mess around. Like, there's some really cool features of this plane, right?
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
That scared the crap out of me. Thank you, Crafty Tigers. I'm worried now because this is starting to get some stutters. We're down to like 90 frames. That's quite okay. It's dark as balls. You can't see much, but such is the weather we're flying with, right? But we're going to we're clear this rain cloud now in a second. I can see Manhattan ahead. There's a bit of sunshine on it. Hopefully the sim doesn't crash. It's trying to crash. It's like pausing and waiting. See that? Jesus. It's loading in all sorts of scenery, so let's just see what happens here. And we'll touch down at LaGuardia and then we'll go through a full startup. It is a gorgeous plane to fly. To hand fly this thing, it's superb. And, I know Jamie likes flying that Learjet, which is awesome. I mean, this is better, I think. It doesn't have the same power. Don't crash, Sim. Please don't crash. Because then I'll know then it's a combination of multiplayer and settings, Try the storm floodlights. The screens are actually fairly dark. Don't crash, Sim. Let's see what happens. I've been convinced it's multiplayer. Yeah, 100% multiplayer is the issue here. I was looking at like a drop of 40 FPS with multiplayer turned on. Like 40. Nuts. You're flying to New York, you'll be there in just over 3 hours. Nice. Now, what's cool about this plane, if that windshield gets dry, you'll hear that wiper go, you know, you'll hear the wiper struggle. It's mad. "90-ish frames though, that's not bad. I have a really bad feeling we're going to get a CTD. There's 90 FPS, right? Let's just park multiplayer here for a second, lads. I just don't trust it. Now let it all calm down for a second. Just let the sim try and do its thing here for a minute. 110 frames now, right? What? It's quite mad. The wipers and truck sim do that too. Yeah, they squeak when the windscreen gets dry. It's mad, isn't it? Now, you put any aircraft over friggin' New York in the sim, it's going to, like, you're always going to have an issue with, you're going to have an issue with performance, right? It seems to be going okay. It's 4K, everything's on Ultra, pretty much. You can see the difference though, there's way less stuttering, I say that. There seems to be less stuttering with multiplayer off, you know what I mean? Would the wipers not sound more robust? I don't know. They dry up the will. Yeah, it's really not liking life. Really not. We're going to be heading to Providence now in a moment anyway. So, LaGuardia, what did we say the runway? 31, wasn't it? Okay, so we're still in heading mode, so let's horse in our heading mode here. With a full right turn. Still very much testing out things on the system side, but it's slowly but surely getting there. It's just, it takes a while. If it has a CTD though, I'm jumping out that door right there, because that's the sort of day we're having, friends. Nearly jinxed it, right? Man, it does look pretty, doesn't it? It looks absolutely deadly. Don't crash.
Hello there.
That Boeing guy, thank you for the follow, dude. Happy Sunday, man. Man, the sights are unreal, aren't they? Right, so this is where things get interesting. Watch your speed, 220. Dial it down a bit. So we were saying runway 31 at LaGuardia. We'll do visual. Start a bit of a turn. Sunjammer, good to see it. Whatever floats your boat. Right, shh. Kenny Loggins, Jesus. Right, get ourselves set up here now for a landing. Inertial separator is going to come on. So this will model all the foreign object density, or debris, if you like, outside of the plane, right? So see these little flaps closing now? That's part of your inertial separator. Basically, it's going to deflect any of that stuff from going inside of your engine. It's going to horse it outside. Now, the downside is we lose a bit of power when we engage that. But we're going to need it because we're expecting to land in rain and all this sort of jazz, right? So we're about to kind of buzz. Yeah, they're not going to like that. We're like directly over JFK. It's totally fine. It's grand. We rang ahead. We told them what we were going to do. They were like, yeah, no problem, right? Could you imagine the ATC controller here? You ever listen to him? He's brilliant. Could you imagine what he'd say to us? Anyway, not important. What are we looking at? Lights. That'll come on when we drop the gear. So let's see what happens. So we're going to try and put this one down. It also has headphone simulation built in. Boom. Ooh. Real world 8 is given 2-2 for landing. Oh, balls, is it?
Hello there.
We could do either or. We'll go 2-2. Jesus. Navigraph decided to crash. That's never a good sign. Alright, let's fly up this way. So, Old Man Shaggy has to be the most in-depth plane in the sim, surely. It's getting there. There's a lot of systems modelled in it. Okay, so when it comes down to altitude and baro, we set our baro. Altitude, we're currently at 4,500 feet. We're going to drop this down now to 3,000 feet. That's on the right hand side. The middle dial, this is where we can select our vertical speed. See this? So if we go, say, 1,000 feet a minute, and then we come down to our autopilot, we can go either VS or we can go IAS. So we're going to go VS for this. That'll dip us down. Watch our speed. It'll start picking up as we kind of pitch down, naturally, right? And, yeah. We'll keep flying this direction. LaGuardia is out over there somewhere. Also, our canard, the very front of the airplane.
Hello there.
It acts as our flap. So we will engage this. Once we get the speed down a little bit lower, we'll engage that and see what happens, right? Axel, thank you for the follow. Axel, Aquilfoley. Pitch trim. Autopilot is going to override that, but we should be alright. Just be careful with your throttles as well. You can easily put this thing into beta. What plane is it? This is the Beechcraft Starship from Black Square Simulations. It's very, very nice. If you wanted a plane to really kind of sink your teeth into to learn, this is it. It invites you to learn more. I mean, you can fly this without having any consequence. Don't worry about failures or damage or anything. You can turn all that off. Or if you want to start learning it, there's a real kind of feel-good factor when you start getting things right. Do you know? So we're dropping down to 3,000. We're going to level off here, and we're going to keep watching that speed. Make sure it drops back fully. Watch our prop control here as well, and we can increase our prop. That'll actually help slow us down a little bit. Just be careful you don't over-prop it. So we're at idle here at the moment. Speed will start dropping down as we level off as well. And what are we saying? Runway 24. Alright. Windscreen wiper effects look class as well. It does a job. It's quite turbulent here as well. So there's our warning for our speed.
Behave.
Easy does it, 140. Jenkins Dad, thank you very much indeed. Of the flight crew. Cheers, buddy. Stoke had a CTD, I don't believe it. Right, we're going to forward this canard now, or your flap. And that whole thing moves forward, and there's a synchro motor built into the nose. So when it moves on the left, it's doing the exact same on the right. And it acts as a flap. I mean, it'll allow you to fly the plane at a much lower speed. You can hear the drag on it now as well. Alright, we're going to do a turn here. What are we at? 040? Let's go over to 360 for the moment. And we'll drop the landing gear. Isn't it just mad looking? Yeah, the wipers look pretty cool, don't they? It's ridiculous looking. Alright, 120. Watch your speed here. We don't want to drop below 120 on approach. Final approach is about 105, something like that. So far, so good. Our view out the window. frames though, Jesus. Okay, hold this heading for the moment. Speed is looking good. Yaw dampener needs to be off. You can bind everything to a switch as well. In actual fact, every single button, switch, dial, knob, you name it, it's fully configurable. You can map absolutely everything to your controller. Or control, sorry, you know? Hear the wipers now? There's not enough rain on them. We'll need those again, I'm sure. But anyway, let's see what's happening here. So, where are we looking for? Sands Point, I suppose, is it?
Hello there.
Hello there. Who is this? Fatsim Mod, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard, man. Now listen, right, I've already crashed this thing on takeoff, so like, I'm a total idiot as well, so don't worry, right? If the plane kicks your ass, don't worry. It'll be grand. You'll learn. Because this thing will just learn you. Brilliant. Right, small course adjustment. Where are we at? 360. Let's go over to 330. Speed is good. Altitude is good. Angry Wolf, thank you for the follow, Angry Wolf. Good to see you, man. Happy Sunday. So LaGuardia is out the window out here somewhere to our left. Up there somewhere. Live time and weather. Look at the cut of the place. Man, look how it... Look at the rain, look. The squalls it does. Isn't that amazing? The showers, like. That's friggin' gorgeous, man. Alright, speed 135. Picking up a little bit. So far, so good. Do another left turn here now in a moment. The lighthouse out here somewhere. Nice start of turn. How's the FPS? Yeah, we're good, man. About 120 FPS in 4K. Multiplayer is just throwing in a couple of options. I've just disabled it for the moment. Because we got a crash earlier on with multiplayer on, and I you know what I mean? So we just left it off for the minute. Now this is not VF4 conditions, but sure, listen. Danger's my middle name. Well, it's not really. Altitude, kind of drop her down again here. Call it 2000. Vertical speed, call it 800. Drop her down. Make sure our barrow's set, which it is. And let's see what we can do. We want to be flying straight in towards... don't crash, Sim. We want to be flying straight in towards... where's this now? This bridge. Bridge towers. Okay, so we have a bit of terrain to cross before we get there. What sim is this? This is Flight Sim 24. Don't crash, Sim. You're behaving yourself so far. Our speed has gone back up to about 140, but that's alright. It'll drop off again once we level out. Is that the airport? Not just yet. Slightly right, I'd say. Alright, nice and stable. As I said, that speed will bleed off a little bit once we get a little bit closer to our approach. We're going to need the wipers. Alright. I haven't got visual with the runway just yet. Bumpy as hell though with the rain, isn't it? There's a runway. Alright. Autopilot off. I have control. And let's fly this puppy in. Keep an eye on the speed. Sound crackling happens to me at weekends. Other day, not a single one. Drew, possibly, man. Angry Wolf, yes indeed. Exclamation point spec will give you the current specs, I think. Should have. Alright, them Pappy aren't happy yet, but...
Dude, have you been drinking?
I have, Ted. I've been drinking like a mad idiot.
It'd be grand. Let's see what happens. Also, watch the old trim here as well. Careful of the speed. Right, let's see what happens here. So 27 knots against us at the moment with the or maybe it's specs. Sorry, I forgot the S that's in mod. Exclamation point specs. Okay, what's that prop RPM? That's okay for the moment. Right, start bleeding off some of the speed now as we start to turn to final. Power goes into idle. There's the drop. Look, savage, right? Wipers aren't happy now, but we're alright. And then we'll have to deal with the crosswind as we ramble in. Easy now. So after this, we're going to go from LaGuardia up to Providence. Easy now. Approach speed about 110 if you can. There's the wind hitting us. Jesus, the wind. She's now turning though. 11 or 12 knots on the nose. We got our Pappy lights. Watch the speed. Slightly low. I don't need
It's not the plane. It's the pilot.
I don't necessarily need 3 degrees of nose down here, so we'll just kind of coax it in. Easy now. Watch the speed. We are low. Easy. Back on the glide. Speed is good.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy snooze.
Charlie B, you scared the crap out of me. Get back on the centre, you muppet. Easy now. Alrighty. Alright, you're looking good. Get onto that centre line. Touchdown zone is right there. Now, it'll float, so you kind of have to fly it to the ground and then flare at the last second. There we go, there's touchdown. Watch the nose. Jesus. Into beta. Keep the lean into the wind. There's 70 knots. So bringing the flaps in. I think the FBO is down the bottom here, isn't it? And welcome to LaGuardia. They have these cool runoff areas at the very end. They're like it's like quicksand. Do you ever see them at other airports? Have them as well. LaGuardia has them though. Alrighty, clear the runway. And onto a taxiway. And I think there's an FBO down here, I think. We'll go down and have a gawk and see what happens, we. Low strobes. They call it Murph pits. Yeah, they're just like a runoff area. But it's like quicksand. It's designed to, like, you know, stop the plane purely by they use a special paint or something, and they're big enough areas as well, but the idea is the plane sinks into it and it pretty much turns into concrete. LaGuardia has been done up in real life. Has it, yeah? Jesus, I thought the FBO was down here. It's not. In fact, there's nothing down here. It's over the far side. We'll taxi to the far side. Bit of power. We're going to cross the very base of the runway. That's what that runoff area is. You check it out in real life. There's reference photos and all that. You can see what it does. It's freaking class looking. Easy now. Something doesn't seem right with the scenery, does it? I thought I had custom scenery for here. Obviously not. Right, ramble over here to the left. What do I prefer, this or X-Plane? I prefer Microsoft Flight Sim, but like, there's a lot of awesome airplanes in X-Plane that I enjoy flying. Do you know? Right, pitot heat is over temperature. Now we're going to park this up, shut it down, and then do a full startup procedure for anyone who's interested, right? There's no real scenery, so we'll just park up over here, look.
Hello there.
All right. Hold. Parking brake on. Wipers off. Jay, thank you very much indeed for the follow. Good to see you, man. All right, we're gonna start bringing this power offline. Transponder, standby. What else do I want to play with here now? Integrated avionics, they're okay. Generators were all okay. Inertial separators, we left closed them now as we shut down systems. Taxi lights come off. Bring down the right side. Todd, thank you very much indeed for the Prime subscription. 9 months, man. What a ledge. Alright, we're going to turn off our main avionics. Engines coming offline. Blowers off. AC off. Bleeds off. Avionics blower off. Oxygen system off. Right. As I said, we'll go through a full cold and dark start with this machine, right? What else do I want off? They can come off. Gen's off. Props out. That looks good, that looks good. On up here now. Off, 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 off. Master light switch. Master battery. ECAS is off. Any power left in the system, that'll bleed out. Let's come on in here. Let's go to options now. Can we do like cold and dark? Engine. Clear engine. No. Options. No. Payload. Wheel chocks, pitot covers, engine covers, gear pins, cabin door. We're going to top up some fuel. We're going to change the weather so you can actually see me screens. And we'll go to few clouds. I'll make things nice and bright in here. Okay, here be our Starship, right? Are we looking? Are we watching? Are we having a look? So you start off at the very beginning, right? When you load in with the aircraft, you'll be outside, right? In, you know, where's this button? Reset that. So when you start the sim or with the aircraft, you're out here, right? Pretty much like this. The door might be opened or it might be closed, but don't worry about that, right? So, when it comes to your walk around, you can do it manually this way, right? You can walk around the aircraft and you just click on where you need to remove the stuff, right? You click them and move them away, and chocks and all that jazz are there as well. Or you can do it from the tablet, right? Or you can do it from clicking on where they actually live afterwards, yeah? So for example, the gear locking pins live here. Toward the very rear of the airplane, your chocks, well, they live in here, right? I'll turn off all my filters so hopefully you can see this thing clearly. That's where your chocks go, all right? For the moment, we'll leave it all there. So when you get in, the batteries are still cooling down, the gyros are slowing down. That's why you're hearing all these sounds, right? But the aircraft is very much in a cold and dark, well, not maybe cold, but it's definitely dark. Everything's turned off, all right? So as we spoke about the different screens with all the different avionics, we'll start off with our tablet. And the tablet is handy just for getting the plane into action, all right? So your first page, your options, some of the, pretty much self-explanatory, right? Unrestricted beta range, be careful of that. That means you can, like, if you're not careful, you'll horse it into beta when you're flying. So use that as you may. Instant beta on touchdown. As soon as your wheels hit, it'll automatically go into beta for you. It's handiness if you want. There is a GNS 430 in there if you can have it on or off. All the different effects then that you have here as well. And you can show your co-pilot from the inside if you want them there as well, right? Jay, thank you very much indeed for the follow. Welcome in. So there are your options. On the payload screen, this is where we go into the weight and balance. You can go pounds or gallons, or gallons and pounds, or liters and kilos. There is something pretty cool here though. As we start topping up the aircraft, so let's call up 150 gals in each of the main tanks, and let's say 50 gallons in the other. See this gross weight? Well, if you start putting more fuel in there, or more weight in there, see the way that the colour has changed on this gross weight? It's turned orange or yellow. And the reason why it's done this is just letting you know you're okay for takeoff, but you're going to be too heavy to land with the landing gear. So if you need to land immediately, well, you need to get rid of some weight. All right? So that's why it changes colour. But anyway, we can just unclick these. Fuel on board, endurance, how long it's going to last for. I mean, it all depends on your fuel, right? Your exterior elements, if you don't want to do a walk around check, just that does it for you. That solves everything for you, right? If you want, we can start this up with an external power unit. And you can hear it. Not only that, if you look carefully, it's simulating the exhaust popping up and down. Like, it's friggin' nuts. What, the level of detail that Nick put into this plane, it's frightening, right? Frightening. But anyway, that's our GPU up and running. We'll leave that on for the moment. These are our engine visualizers. Now we can see you can clear the engine, repair the starter, or clean the filters. So, you know, you can totally shag this thing. You can see my engine conditions. I over torqued them. You know what I mean? So you can I'm leaving mine the way they are. I want to see how long this airplane will actually last, you know, before I completely destroy it. Right? Recharge your batteries, refill the extinguishers if you wish. Same on the right engine. Your electrical systems, the entirety of the electrical system of the aircraft is modelled. Every breaker switch, every diode, every bus bar, it's all fully modelled. And we'll go through some of this in a moment. Your cabin is very important with the aircraft. The environmentals, you need to be careful here. Your main cabin, that's actually a lot harder to heat up, right? Because it's more of a space. But you can do all of that, and you get the normal cabin warning. If the cabin temperature is low or high, you'll get these warning lights up on the screen, and you know, it's part of the management. What is very important here is the instrument panel and the avionics bay. This plane does not like sitting for long on the ground with the avionics running. even if it's on a GPU. It doesn't like it because they get very hot. And if they get very, very hot, they can start then degrading the systems, and that will lead to failures and all sorts of stuff. So you got to be careful with that. There's 3 areas, but knowing that the main air intake is at the rear of the airplane, right? This is where the air actually comes in. See that scoop just here, where that tail fin thingy is? That's the main air coming in, right? And then inside the airplane, if for whatever reason in the passenger cabin, you know, if someone threw their bag back here, that would block it. That would block that area, meaning that, you know, the air coming in and out of the airplane, it's getting blocked, so you're going to be under pressure. Yeah. So just be careful of that. I've brightened up everything now, so hopefully you can see it like a Nakaduck. Yeah. All right. There's other kind of bells and whistles and little hidden features around the airplane. You can mess around with the lighting from the lighting panel and so on and so forth. So that's all there, right? Anyway, we go back inside and we continue on. The other thing we need to watch then is all these fans, well, these can move, meaning that there's switches for these fans. However, see these 2 at the front for the avionics bay? They're automatic fans. We don't control them. They come on themselves when the aircraft needs them. But it does need a power supply. You can also see our oxygen levels, right? You can see your brake temperatures. You can see your CO2. Air discomfort depending on the pressurization of the aircraft, your altitude, or aircraft and cabin altitude for pressurization, and then your air conditioning unit. Your air conditioning unit will only activate on the right engine when it's live. Alright? Alright. Failures, all your failures are here. Meantime before failure, or you can go schedule mode. You can show the active failures if there's anything in there. At the moment, we've none. This is using NASA, NASA tech and timings based on, well, when should that be likely to fail? 4,000 hours or 2,000 hours or, you know, 10,000 hours. That's how they do it. Yeah. All right. So that's the tablet. We're finished with that at the moment. So what we're going to do, we're going to focus on getting the airplane started up. Now, you can access checklists. You can go from the in-sim menu or you can go from the aircraft itself. All right. So before we turn this puppy on, a couple of things. Make sure that your throttles are in the idle or the ground area. Don't have them all the way back because you're going into beta. All right. And you'll feel the bridge, or you'll hear it. That's where it locks. Not a bridge. What's the word I'm looking for? You have them on your controls. You know what I mean? Mountain Man says, Murph, thanks for showing say intentions of doing the interview. You're hooked. The traffic injection is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? It's pretty cool. Your condition, so your prop levers, they will be going to full shortly, and then you have your condition levers over here. They're not mixture, so you don't move them like you would. D-dent. Thank you, Rock. A D-dent. They're not mixture, so you don't adjust them based on your altitude. They're condition levers, so once you have them set, you pretty much stay there, right? Right. Gears in the down position. Flap. We haven't touched the flaps, so it just means when we turn on the master battery switch, nothing should be moving. So we're going to turn on the master battery switch. One single switch, it's on the panel here. Don't press anything else. The master battery switch is now on. And you'll notice, well, it's still very dark, which it is. You're going to get your normal kind of annunciator lights coming up. Onto our top panel here, we're going to get some lights turned on, right? This drop light, the dome light, that again, it's Beechcraft. These work off their own emergency lighting. They have their own battery for that, yeah? So we'll put on our master light, overhead cabin, no smoking seatbelt, and our nav lights for good measure, right? Now the rest of these lights will turn on when there's more power coming in, yeah? That light here is controlled from actually back here. If we scroll back to here, see the cockpit? That turns on and off that light. So that's when your crew is getting on board, that's where they control the lights. So if you're doing a nighttime flight, that's what you'll see, yeah? Right, okay. So our battery is on, and we can verify our battery is on because we can go into our electrical panel and we can see, okay, look, our battery is on. But our battery's going to start running down now quickly. So we need to put it onto ground power. Before we engage the ground power, again, you can bypass all of this if you wish, but we need to check our circuit breakers. Your first bin is here on the left-hand side under the armrest, and you're going to check that all your breakers are in the pushed down position. If they're not, you'll see the red kind of tape underneath them, yeah? See that? So these are all looking grand. Close the flap. Come on down here where your tablet is. Same story again. Make sure they're all in. Now we're going to move over to the right hand side and we have another bin. Open that up and you're doing the same crack, making sure all your circuit breakers are in. These will kind of pop and degrade when they want, and it depends on how well you're managing the system. Now we're talking about electrical power. So on this screen we can see, well, our battery's turned on, and see these buttons here, these aren't circuit breakers, they're telling you your voltmeter and your amp load. Alright, so we're on battery at the moment and we have 25.8 volts direct current. We want to go to external power. Here's something you need to watch for. When you connect the GPU outside, always check to see what its volts are before you activate the external power switch. And the reason why, if that, and it can happen, the GPU mightn't be at a fixed frequency. So if you try and connect it and the volts are too high, you'll pop all the circuit breakers. That's modeled. So you have to be careful with that. Usually very cold conditions or very hot conditions. So you want to watch that, right? The other thing we want to do, we have this button here, our standby gyro buttons, right? And that's these guys here. If all else fails with the airplane, all of our 14 screens fail, well, these are our emergency backup. And if you look at these, you can actually you can tap the glass, right? The idea being is, if you think it's giving you, you know, a reading that's not correct, you can tap on them, because these will also fail over time. The gyro slows down, drift gets in there, so you can tap any of the glass with an analog dial. Pretty cool, right? Now when we turn on this standby switch, there's actually a full simulation of physics going on with your artificial horizon. This one here. So I'm going to press this button down here, and as this turns on, see that movement? That's the gyro spinning up behind, and that's why that's moving up all over the shop. That's fully simulated. It's based on physics. It's not just a little animation. It's accurate based on physics. So that's now on. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to turn on the avionics blower. And if we bring up over a tablet, if we have a look at the cabin, we can see that the instrument panel, it's cool enough right now, but if we turn on the avionics blower, the fan starts spinning, and it just means it's taking the air coming in from the cabin and it's pushing it directly behind your main screen here. You want to keep your avionics cool. Avionics and the avionics bay. The avionics are the units, the displays. The avionics bay, well, they're all the components that power these displays. Batteries, inverters, switches, all that jazz lives up at the nose. So we turn that on. So that's the first thing we've done, right? We now continue on. We have verified that our external power is sitting at 28.1. We're now at 25.7 on our main battery, so we're going to turn on the external power switch. And now you can start hearing all sorts of power coming into the airplane. Now you'll also notice, even with external power, we can't see anything. The main screen we need is the engine indication and crew alert system, your ECAS or ICAS. So we'll come down to this gadget here, integrated avionics, that's them. We're going to turn on the ECAS. It's slowly but surely turning on, right? Everything's fully simulated. So you can see your crew alert system, oxygen isn't armed, pneumatic pressure low, auto feathers off, your bleeds are off, your gens aren't working, external power is connected, and your avionics blower is on. So it's telling you that there straight away. And again, if you can't see the screens that much, come on back up to your overhead, and this is where you can start bringing your displays up. The lighting on this thing at nighttime, lads, it is superb. It's superb, right? Right. The sun is here, we can't really see much of these. So next up, it's going to be powering up the airplane. Now, because we're on the ground, a couple of things we need to do, because we can see it in our crew alert system. So if you go to the engine, battery capacity, they'll recharge. We're going to come down underneath the yoke, and the oxygen ready, we're going to pull this switch out. If you don't pull the oxygen switch and you try and test the oxygen, they don't make any sound. You need to pull the oxygen. That starts to flow, and now you can test your oxygen. Yeah? And we got another one over here as well. All right. While we're over here checking the oxygen, go ahead, check your CO2, press and hold, test, and then reset. Status, wait for the green light. Green light is good. That's doing its stuff. All right. So our oxygen system is on. Because we're on the ground, we now want to open up our inertial separator, right? Because we don't want any sort of foreign objects getting sucked into the intakes of the aircraft, right? And this is your main intakes for the engines. There's one. And there's two, right? So I'm going to leave the camera here, right? And when I start turning these guys on, we've got one for each engine. They're located next to this red switch here. So we're going to go left and right. If you look in, I don't know how well you can see it, but you'll actually see that inertial separator moving. That's the door moving inside the intake. And if you go back to your tablet, you'll see the animation on the screen now. Right at the bottom, you can see these moving. So if air is flowing in, if it's a, foreign object, debris, density, right? Anything solid, basically, it'll bounce off that door and go straight out the exhaust. It doesn't get sucked into the main air intake, which then goes into the chamber, goes into where all your fans and blades are. All right? Right, we're doing well. That battery's recharging. We can see that it's at 98%. All is well in the realm. When it comes to a startup in the airplane now, so we're going to go for an engine start. You can test other things here if you wish, but let's just get it into action. Don't worry about your auto ignition systems. I mean, you can do it if you want, but you don't need to do it. Prop sync, leave all that off. Governor test, leave it off. We're going to start this aircraft down here. These two little switches, right engine and left engine. With the Starship, we're going to start it on the right engine first because that's where our, whatchamacallit lives. That's where our air conditioning is, right? Also, very important, if it is hot outside, adjust the cockpit temperature. That's the outer knob. Bring that all the way hard left. And then the blowers, bring it all the way hard right. You hear that blower turn on, and effectively what that does, that's just turning on additional cooling over here. See over here? That's turning on another fan, and it's just going to be pushing more cold air into your avionics. You really need to watch the avionics of this. Right engine first. Now, our main cabin door is open, so I want to close that. Payload, cabin door. You can do that manually as well if you wish, right? So here's your cabin door. And see the green stripes? That's letting you know now that the cabin door is secured and it's sealed. Meaning that, yeah, you're good to start, pressurizing the system. To open it, click of a switch. See the way they turned red? And then you have these nice kind of courtesy lights. They light up when you're outside. Also, the panel here turns on. To close it, just click on the handle. They'll come up. It's an automated thing. So that's the door, right? Anyway, go ahead and cancel the warnings. So we're going to start up this machine. We're going to put our props to full. Both props go full. Keep your condition levers on idle and your throttle idle. To start up this machine, a couple of things we need to watch on the start, otherwise you're going to cook it. Let's talk about it before we start. When we engage the starter, the first thing we're watching is N1. We're watching the rotation speed of your N1, which is basically how much the whole friggin' torque is going to start moving, right? This needs to go as fast as possible. The reason being is, if the N1 is not spinning at its fastest velocity, if you introduce some fuel, the turbine temperature will increase. You could end up with a hot start and it'll just catastrophic damage on the you'll shag the engine before it even get going, right? So that's the first thing. Before we start putting fuel in, we watch the N1. It should stable somewhere between 17 and 18%. Don't put fuel in before it gets there. Then when we put fuel in, we're going to move one of these condition levers into the start position, which is halfway up. One single roll of your mouse wheel will do it, or you can just press it and drag it. When we do that, we now focus heavily on our ITT and your N1. Your ITT will indicate if you're going to have a hot start. And you can see where this red tag is. If the needle starts going up to that red tag, take the fuel back out of there. Stop the fuel feed. Otherwise, you're going to shag the engine. Based on the temperature, this should peak out somewhere between 6 to 800 degrees, somewhere in between that bell curve. And once it kind of stabilizes, it'll peak and it'll start to drop. Then we start looking at the N1. This needs to get beyond 50%. If this isn't rising, that'll indicate a hung start. And a hung start is every bit as bad as a friggin' hot start. A hung start, the gears will kind of work against each other, bearings will blow, and you'll shag the engine, right? Now, don't worry about this. It shouldn't happen. Unless you've done something wrong or another component has failed and you haven't copped it. So once we hit 50% on our N1, we come down and we disengage the starter, and then we can go and turn on some generators. All right? Let's do that very thing right now. Condition levers are off. Engine right-hand side, we're going to put it into the start position, and we're going to monitor the N1. Let it get to 17 or 18%. When it stabilizes, fuel goes in, then we monitor our ITT. We happy enough with that? So I can see both screens from here. Let's go with the starter. N1 is spinning. We can hear the sounds. It's 12%. It's still picking up speed. Leave it sit. There's 16. There's 17. It's starting to slow down now. 17.6, 17.7. That's good enough for me. Introduce the fuel. Fuel coming in. Watch the ITT. Needle fires up. 631 is where she peaked, and it's now on the way back down again. We're good for the ITT. Watch our N1. 48%, 50%. Thanks, Kootle. Turn off the starter. And we now have a good start in our engine. Good start. So at this stage, we can now go ahead and turn on the right generator. We're going to turn it on. We're going to reset. And then we're going to check it down here. We can see we have a load. Check the generator. 28.6 volts. Generator's good. Bring this over to the left generator. Nothing happening there right now, right? So now we're going to start the left-hand side. All right. Why is my pneumatic pressure low? That's interesting. Right, we're going to start the left engine now. Same crack again. Starter engaged. Watch that N1 rise. Once it gets down to, or once it gets up to about 17-ish, once you see it stabilize, don't worry about the prop. (17.5). See the way it's slowing down? So that's stabilizing. And then we go for the left mixture or condition lever. In she goes. ITT is coming right up the hill. 695 is where she peaked, well within limits. Continue monitoring your N1. It's still rising, and once we get to 50%, disengage that starter. And now we're going to activate the left gen, where it's currently reading 0. Gen on, reset. Now the load is being divided between both. All right? Double check everything. Gens are okay. External power, there's still power coming in from our external bus. So we're going to turn off the external power. Give it a moment. Okay, back over to here. Disconnect. And now there's nothing left in the external power. Battery 28.6, it's being recharged by those generators, and when we look at the gens, we're looking good. If you want to test to see if your generators are working, if we turn off the right generator, we should see the left take its load, so this should come up to about 18 or 36. Yeah. And then turn that gen back on, but reset it, it'll now share the load again. Alright, super duper. That's good stuff so far. Next up, we're going to arm the auto feather system. Make sure your anti-skid is turned on, and now we're going to turn on our remaining avionics units. Pilot and co-pilot. And give a moment for these screens to start turning on. Master caution, it's okay. Pneumatic pressure is low. How is that now? Actuators, windshield, anti-skid. Get the bleeds open. That might solve that. Yeah, the bleed sorted out. So the bleed air valves, that fixed the pneumatics. Right, we're laughing. Temperature mode over to automatic. Right, now we're looking at all these fancy avionics. Look at you and your fancy avionics. Let's start talking about them. So, our main screen here. Focus on this guy right away. Forget everything else for the moment. Initialize your system. Now, you can update your position based on its own inertial reference, right? Or we can just say it's okay. We know where we are. If we're not happy with that, we can update by a lat long entry, update it by a waypoint name, or update it by a VOR. Or you can accept the current system. Yeah, that's good. Alright, back to index here. Your route library, if you save a route, you can upload it. Initialize the system we've just done. Fuel management. So fuel remaining. So let's go back in here to our tablet, because that's going to tell us exactly how much fuel we have on board when it comes to payload. Yeah, fuel on board is 398 gallons. This is in pounds, so fuel on board 2663 pounds. Click on this. See the way the keyboard light comes on? That means the keyboard is now alive. Right? So when you click on this screen, it's a T9 keyboard, right? If anyone remembers the old Siemens phones, wasn't they T9? Anyway, this is how you do it. Passengers, if you want to change it, all that jazz, you can change all of that. That's how much weight it thinks we're going to have when we get down to Providence. Alright, that'll do. Other things we can do. Read and write your disk. So check this out, right? So if we put in our floppy disk, we can now read information from it. Read file from the disk. Now I actually heard the disk. It's trying to think, and it's saying, what do you want to do? Well, I want to update the database. I don't need to, but I can. All right. Let's update. Flight data. Because the real Starships actually have a friggin' 3.5-inch floppy drive there to do this. Isn't that nuts? So that's doing its loading and all its stuff. That's all great jazz going on here. Keep an eye on our temperatures because we're on the ground. These temperatures are rising. We can see that. Now, why didn't our AC come on? There she goes. AC is now on. My fan's not showing us working on the tablet. Which ones, Tarnish? Okay, so this is all grand. Old database, new database, same database. Yeah, that's okay. Verify, all okay. Inspect waypoints, trip planning, where you're going, estimated time, what speed you're going to do, what's your fuel burn, all of that stuff if you want. You don't need to. That's up to you. Then your FMS data, where you're going to. So it knows already. Well, we already put that in. We were going to Providence. Yeah? So, let's go to this flight plan. It knows we're at LaGuardia because it's already done that. I've programmed all this in. However, I can change all of this. I can say, right, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go for a new one, right? So I can change this from delete the waypoint, right? Delete that waypoint. Delete that waypoint. Ah, sim crashed. It was going so well. Maybe it doesn't like changing waypoints. Jesus. Let's event viewer that, will we? And restart the sim. That's 2 CTDs today. Wicked Lumberjack says, your sim just crashed too? Really? Let's have a look. What killed it there, lads?
Can I get a refund?
I bet you now it's an out of memory. Yeah. Same stuff again. Error. So Cootle, that was the start of it, and then the sim just went, uh-oh, can't be dealing with this. Oh. Anyway, we'll start it all again and see what happens. Oh no, I did the wrong thing. Ah, balls! I pressed the wrong button twice. Task manager, kill the sim, please. Kill the sim because it's shagged. And we'll start it again. Microsoft bad programming. I don't know. Like there's silly things happening. Like they shouldn't have as many. Shouldn't be having as many bugs. But anyway, what can you do? It's not just you that has CTDs. I get them too. Right, let's see here now. I want to fix the screen. There you go. And there you go. Right. Let's a sim reload. We'll go back through the navigation. Actually, we're going to load in a brand new flight now. So we'll start off again putting in all our own kind of data stuff. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, this is going to be interesting. Anyway, how's your day going, lads? 10 to 4. I'm going to really the sim crash? No, get out of town. I'm going to we're going to jump to X-Plane after we land in Providence. I want to do some X-Plane stuff as well. Do you know? Just returned from vacation, Captain Cocktail. Nice. Did you have a good time? Where did you go? Was it nice? Where is this now? We like that. And we'll do one of these. Bit of tunage. Currently inbound to Dublin from San Francisco. Nice one, Irish Red. Good to see you, buddy. Ian Fisher, welcome in. Far too many bugs. Far too many. Malky, have a great day, man. Take it fierce handy. Murph, would you ever do DCS stuff, or is it just not your vibe? I do DCS stuff. I just haven't had time to do it yet. I did a video before with DCS. I tried to do some recording. Why is that camera off? Hang on a sec. Very strange. We had where's my mic? We had a gadget for DCS before, I thought. Where is this? I made a video ages before with DCS. Where is it now? Jesus, I thought I had one. I do. Hang on. Sounds now, loud sounds, right? Here's a video I made on DCS. This is ages ago. Check this one out, right? Right, to know the bit of ages that you get up to, but that was a bit of fun. Right, over to this screen now. Yeah, DCS stuff, man. I haven't touched it in a while though. Right, all players was turned off because I turned it off. So let's load back into here and let's see what happens. Hopefully it works now. Yeah, let's see what happens now. Tickpot, good to see you. But yeah, I haven't touched friggin' DCS in ages. It's a great platform, man. I just haven't had time to get next to near it, you know. Right, this is going to be a kind of a speed run setting up this machine, right? So bear with me now. I'm gonna see what happens. Don't know why the engines are on. They shouldn't be. There we go. Don't crash now, Sim. Right. Oh, look, Toby I even stopped. Jesus! Press a button and press a button. Right, that's Toby. I know what she's thinking about it. There we go. There's Toby working. Holy sufferance. Frame rates. Hang on a second. Resume. Press my little button that fixes everything. Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Cyber damn, you gotta see it. Right, weather. We'll just put it onto like something decent because I can't see a thing. A few clouds. Why not? Time of day. Bring it up a bit. We want to fly over to Providence. Right, lads, this is going to be a speed run of me starting up an airplane. So I'll do my thing and you do your thing, right? Let's have a look here now. Fuel, pop it up. 50 and 50. And we'll go 170, 170. Grand. Remove. Not going to bother with the GPU on this one, lads. That looks good. That looks good. Cabin is hot as balls. No failures. Right. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. So props, full, mixtures off, throttle, hold, master... backup and then master battery. Oxygen. Lights. Okay, cancel. Ooh, here. Something popped. Oh, okay, there. I can't see my battery. Really? Is it these guys? Yeah, it was them, I think. 25.8. 25.8. Alright. Inertial separator. Anti-skid, turned it on. Oxygen's already set. Let's see what happens here. Battery's low, that's okay. Avionics fan. Thank you. ECAS coming on so we can actually see what's happening. My sim is 98% stable and I still get them. It happens all the time. That PowerShell one. Hey, Johnny Mon, good to see you. The PowerShell is just turning off some stuff when it comes to Windows Defender and Windows indexing. Hoping it does the job. Right, okay, inertial separator is open. Fuel looking good. Right side start. Did I remove all remove before flight? I did. Because if I try and start that engine with the engine covers, it'll explode. Right, start. Right side. N1 is rising. Do. 16, 17. Fuel. ITT. 695. NG's rising. 40%, looking for 50. There's 50. Starter off. Generator on. Reset. Right, generator's working. Left side. Starter on. Jay Winokur, thank you very much indeed. 45 months, man. Hope you're well. Okay, left side coming alive. 12. 17. Fuel in. ITT horizon. 695. N1. 40%. 50%. Left gen. And reset. We're getting a reading on both. Avionics. Auto feather. Bleeds. Alrighty. Good start. Let's continue on. Self-test in progress, that's all grand. Reset our barrow. Instruments coming alive. We're heading westbound. We're VF4, 5,000 plus 5. We're probably going to be with 3,000 plus 5. Alright. Initialize the system. Fuel management. Fuel on board. 2-9er, 3-9er. I pressed the wrong button completely. Jason Tickpot, thank you very much indeed for the donation, man. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. What a ledge. 2-9er, 3-9er. 2-9-3-9. Enter. No waypoints, that's okay. We'll figure all that in a moment. Right, what are we doing in here? So let's go to... Index is good. Let's go to... message. Update. Message is okay. Let's go to flight plan. This is where we enter our flight plan. So we're on the ground here at LaGuardia. KLGA. Enter. Okay. Now we want to go to Providence. KPVD. Enter. Okay. End the flight plan. That'll do lovely. To and from, that's all we're doing. Plan map. Display the map. Nice. Now what you can do here as well, you can turn on the joystick, right? And as you move this cursor, you can literally aim it to another waypoint, select it, and it'll add it to your flight plan. It's pretty cool, right? Back to index. Radar we'll have on this screen. Radar control. Weather. That'll do. Nav source. FMS. Go into your go into your system control and make sure it's set to auto leg. That's vital. Auto leg means it automatically changes the leg of your flight plan when you arrive at that waypoint. That's vital, right? So I'm happy enough with that. ATC, two ways we can do it. We can go into the ATC tab or we can go up here. So squawk 6461, let's go with that. And we'll go active. Pressurization, leave that alone. We're not going high enough. Flight director activate. Flight director is live. Altitude, we've already keyed it in there. We can go heading after takeoff. Sync that at the minute as we taxi out. Prop sync don't need. That's all good. That's all good. This is all good. And that's all good. Alright, taxi light's coming on. Alright. Press our little button. Now, where are we? We want 2-4, so go up here, turn left. FPS. Easy now. 50 degrees in the cockpit. Tarnish, come on yourself. You have it sorted? Okay, we run runway 24. We'll hang a right here and then a left. Straight across. Cross the active and then hang a left. 2020's been an ass, is it? was 2-2, wasn't it? Balls. Easy does it. Proper Ryanair taxi. Say nothing. We want to go this way. There you go. Over the runway. Yeah, the engines are cool. In actual fact though, I just had them turned up. The engines are actually very quiet inside. That was one of the, you know, a huge selling point for this airplane. Because they were so low. Alright, let's get that canard front wing into action. So it's lined up here onto 2-2. Wicked Lumberjack says your sim refuses to load. I've had 2 CTDs today, man. That's not good. Take pot! Jesus! Did you just see what he did? The man is a legend. Thank you very, very much indeed, Take pot. What a legend, man. Jesus! 20 quid! Jesus! Go handy with the buttons now. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. That's awesome support. Right. We are lined up. Into idle we sit. Condition lever is full. Trim. Set for takeoff. Standby pump, no, don't need that. Autopilot is armed, ready to rock. Heading mode, armed, ready to rock. When we take off, it's out over the Big Apple, hang a right, and then we're on our way. Right, friends, are we ready? It is time to fly. Power coming in. Auto feather enabled. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. 50 knots. There's 60. There's 70. Mind the bump. 90. 100. 110. Oopsie daisy. Pause, ready to climb. You're up. Jesus! Take pot, you did it again! You fell over your pocket. Thank you very, very much indeed, Take pot. Jesus, man, that's insane support. Right, canard back. Yaw dampener engage. Double check it's up, which it is. Autopilot engage. And let's go IAS mode. That'll climb us. 3,500 feet. There is the Big Apple. Let's watch our power and settings here. Ah, see. Man, it's not liking something. Did you just see that? Jesus. Goose, thank you very much indeed. A £5 donation. Jesus, man. Thank you very, very much. Murphy, what did you do to deserve this? Don't know. Just keep looking like you know what you're doing. Yes, yes. Thank you very, very much indeed. Insane support, lads. Right, IAS mode is in. Go ahead and prop sync it for the crack. There's a 3,500 what we're going for. There's the Big Apple. What's that speed coming up now? Calm it all back a bit. Easy now, easy now. 2 major stutters. Did you see them? And we're still getting like 130 FPS over New York. I can't complain with that, lads. You know what I mean? Jesus. Kieran Niall, thank you very much indeed. Don't crash, Sim. Please don't crash. You've been terribly nice. Kieran Niall, $5.99 donation. Thank you very much, man. Jesus, take pot. Did you just see what he did? Take pot, you absolute mad lad. Thank you very, very much indeed. Jesus. $49.99 donation. That's absolutely mad. Sim, don't break, Sim. You've been doing really well up until this point. Stupid thing. Oh, Jesus. How are we looking outside? Don't crash. Do you know, it's not liking me scenery. I know what's wrong. Because I have the, I'm using the Sam Scene scenery for New York. I bet you that's what the problem is. Right, watch your speed here, Murph. Easy now. Don't overspeed. Yes. Left turn coming in. Don't brake, Sim. Don't brake at all. Insane support, yes. Ton of stuff to render. Yeah, it's the Sam Scene stuff. It ain't liking it at all. But sure, listen. When it works, it looks pretty. Takeoff, you absolute mad lad! Jesus! Thank you very, very much indeed. Lad, what's going on? Did you just see what you did? He's done it 4 times now. Thank you very, very much indeed, Takeoff. What an absolute mad lad. That support is unnatural. It's nuts. Thank you very, very much indeed. Takeoff, you may not have noticed, but whatever button you pressed, you've hit it a second time. No, a third time. No, a fourth time. The poor devil is sitting on his phone right now. Jesus. There's Liberty Island. Oh, yeah. This is like the Hudson Corridor we're flying on. Obviously not at this altitude, but you can underneath it, you know what I mean? It's insane support, absolutely. Tickbot, thank you very, very much indeed. And to everyone, lads, I really do appreciate it. Thanks a million. Cyberdami says, Murph, any chance that you see the J2 Sense video? I did. You can enable it, yes, but you'd want to be careful. You'd want to be careful. That thing that he did, nav mode, Murph. There we go, FMS1. That thing that he did, whilst might give you some good performance, right? It's designed purely on a testbed scenario. So if it works and you're getting good performance, have at it. But if you're not, just make sure you turn it off. Yeah, some games don't like it at all. Bar should be enabled by default. It should be, but sometimes it's not. You know what I mean? Kieran Niall, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Jesus, lads, the support today has been absolutely off the hook. Off the hook. Thank you all very, very much indeed. That's insane. Like, if you look at rebar, we can go to APU or what's it called? GPU-Z, right? If I go into GPU-Z, this is going to tell me that the game bar is enabled. Resizable bar, not game bar. Resizable bar says it's enabled, right? But I have a terrible sneaky suspicion it's not. Says it is. Oh, maybe it is. When you enable rebar in the BIOS, it gives games the option to use it. Well, you don't necessarily need the BIOS. I mean, you can use the Nvidia inspector to do it. I would say, if you want, try it, right? But your mileage might vary. I would certainly try it, right? Now, while we're here, Murph, multiplayer, please. There you go. Resume. Yeah, let's see what happens. The inspector is forcing the game to use it, even if it's not set to. No, but what I'm saying is if GPU-Z says it is enabled, so and that's reading from the BIOS, right? So GPU-Z knows it's on. However, Nvidia may not be using it, hence you would go into the Nvidia inspector to activate it. That makes sense? The issue was that CPUs, or as Intel, yeah, AMD didn't have the problem. No, but some AMD, Jesus, some AMD users reported it was working. Takepot is at it again. Dude, thank you very, very much indeed. If there's a leaderboard for, like, legend status, Takepot is way up there. That's absolutely incredible, Takepot. Jesus, man, thank you very, very much indeed. Jesus! Did you just see what he did? Blew my neck. Now, are we getting... Don't crash. Are we getting multiplayer? No. Your plane ticket is almost covered. I'm telling you now, Mr. TPHI. That's absolutely insane. Thank you very, very much indeed. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, multiplayer. Someone invite us there to an L group, will you? That's how you fix multiplayer not working. Do you know what I mean? So if I get an L invite now, it should work. I'm about 7 miles clear of you, so I can't see now. Ah. Yeah, 100% filthy. Chickpot, that is insane. Thank you very, very much indeed. Insane generosity. It really, really is. Is resizable bar recommended for flights in 24? Irish Jet Red, like, your mileage is going to vary, right? I mean, if you're getting the performance that you're expecting to get, I'm getting good performance. I can't get over the performance I'm getting. Why is this all doubled up again? This stupid thing. I need to fix that. But like the performance I'm getting now, I'm getting 114-ish frames. That's way higher than what I'm used to. It is not like in New York at all. What am I trying to run here in the background? Because I reckon this is what's totally shagging it. It has to be Sam Scene. No, it's all deactivated. Why didn't I turn this on? Look, LaGuardia. I knew I had these. They're all turned off. Stupid things. Alright. If you only use your PC only for 2024, then yes. With Intel or AMD as well. Yeah. But if you're using it for other things, it ain't going to like it. Now, what you could do, you can create a script. I'm a devil for these all of a sudden. You can create a script, you know, bind it to your Elgato, and when you press that button, call it, you know, flights in 24 mode, and it'll enable the resizable bar for you through the Nvidia inspector. Just be careful when you're doing stuff like that, you know? I have a 4080 Super, can't find any 5090. Yeah, they're expensive. Like the 5090 I'm using, this is all thanks to the channel sponsor, GG Machines. A great bunch of lads. With the whole system, Robert built. And he's like, right, Murph, have at it. Flight simming? Yeah, this'll do it. And it's quite good. Well, it's not quite good. It's an absolute beast. It's a beast. But that's more... When it comes to GG Machines, right, they're an Irish-based PC gaming specialist. They also do a ton of AI stuff. But that's only a part of what they offer in terms of, yes, they can sell you equipment, they can ship it wherever, but it's the advice. There's very few places in the world when it comes to, you know, computer manufacturers or, you know, systems builders that you can actually just chat to them and say, hey, what do you think? They're not always after a sale. They're not just after a sale. You know what I mean? Great bunch of lads. Great bunch of lads. The support is absolutely second to none. They're amazing. Not letting me add you as a friend. Group invitation, hang on. Why can't I see it? Captain Cocktail, man, Captain Cocktail. Right, into the group we go. We'll probably get a change of weather. Yes. Thank you, Captain Cocktail. Back into this. Current group. Leave the group. Perm. Zoom. Weather. Jesus, more buttons. Few clouds. Takepot, you did it again! You absolute mad person! Jesus, man! Thank you very, very much indeed. Takepot, you absolute wild thing! Bloody hell, man! Don't crash sim. There's me oh no, what the? Why is there all ship traffic on? I tell you now, lads, I tell you now. Graphics, global. Sea traffic. I don't want the labels for sea traffic. So that must be in online. Real time. Off. Turn that off. Now I think we're okay now, aren't we? Save. Resume. Now we're thrashing. Oh, what an odd fix. It's a very odd fix, yeah. Tigpot, dude, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Jesus. The support. Absolutely bananas. Unbelievable, man. Thank you very, very much indeed. Right, run away to Providence. And we're going there this week. Oh, can't wait. So, lads, I hope you're enjoying the Starship. As I said, it's an aircraft that invites you to learn more. Yeah, New York is the issue. There's something wrong with New York. That's why I'm getting the terrible performance. At least we know what it is now, right? Hey, 6 Knots is here. Kieran, happy Sunday, buddy. Hope you're well. Now, let's have a look at buttons and switches and things. Where is this now? Now, I prefer the Voyager. Are you talking about actual starships? Bald Eagle, thank you very much indeed. 27 months. Cheers, man. After your recommendation Friday, I purchased and my wife said nothing. Think we got away with it. Good man yourself. You saw the trouble I got into on Friday night. Jesus. Denied. Murphy's denied. Yes, the USS Voyager. Sure, that'll work. Okay. We're doing alright now. You absolutely horsed the landing during that. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it was New York. It was absolutely hating New York. Frame rates now 140 with multiplayer turned on. It ain't liking something in New York, so. Densely populated cities will do that? Don't know. There's a number of things that could be shagging this. There could be a 2020 scenery in there as well. You know? That can happen, right? That can absolutely happen. But sure, listen, lads, isn't it all going terribly well now? You know? 5090 is definitely working better, though. Right? So for our next, when we land in Providence, I'm actually going to bring it over to X-Plane and see how it goes through there. Takepot is number 1. He absolutely is. He's mad. The man is mad. Murph, can you scroll through your sim graphic settings just so we can steal them? Sure. Sure. So, graphics. Up on top, DLSS, quality, DLSS, frame gen is turned on, right? Don't touch your dynamic settings. In our advanced settings, LOD is 250 for terrain. Off screen is ultra. Displacement, mapping, I leave it on. I like seeing this stuff. You know what I mean? Buildings, trees, plants, rocks, and grass, high. Don't need them on ultra. Waste of time, waste of resources. You just don't need it, right? Objects level of detail is 150. Clouds and texture resolution, ultra. Anisotropic filtering 16, waves are high, ray trace shadows on, shadow maps on 2K, terrain shadows 128. Contact shadows and windshield effects, ambient occlusion, all set to high. All right. Gibbo, did I tell you? Cube map reflections 256, ray marched on high, light shafts ultra, depth of field ultra, motion blur, I just turn it off, glass cockpit refresh high, character quality ultra, traffic airport quality, I turn it off, air, road, sea and fauna all set to high. So there are my settings. And if you missed it, you can scroll back in the video, right? Hey, Olsen is here, good to see you. There's a new version of the add-on linker, it handles better. How new is that one though, Roy? Because I've one from only a couple of weeks ago. All seems to be terribly well in the realm, doesn't it? There's an ambush coming. An oblong life. My pleasure, no problem at all. Oh, this is exciting. We're heading to Providence. We're going to Providence next week. Ah, Jesus, then it's going to be brilliant. The weather actually out there today isn't great, sure it's not. This is just me using fake weather. Jesus. Take pot! Bloody hell. Take pot! Are you aware of what you're actually doing? Just in case, you know. Jesus, Murphy. Yeah. It went off my phone and I got locked in. Jesus. Kickpot, thank you very, very much indeed. Another super chat donation. Dude, what a ledge. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Gibbo says, Murph, in all seriousness, would it be worth a blog post on the software tweaks you've covered over the last 3 hours? I'll do a VOD on it, I'd say, Gibbo, but yeah. You know, he's pressing buttons like an absolute, like, you know.
It's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Gibbo, I was actually just about to do that. And then I said, no, don't do that, because, like, that'd be dangerous. But, like, when it comes to, you know, balls, where is that button? Oh, yeah. When it comes to all these kind of settings and tinkerings and stuff, well, we do have a new Patreon. For anyone who might be interested in Patreon, Airwolf, thank you very much indeed. 38 months. Cheers, man. Atticus, yeah, we're going to jump into X-Men next. If you scroll down on the VOD or if you scroll down here on Twitch, Jesus. A hype train just started itself. Absolutely mad. Don't know why, but it just did. Thank you very much. Bloody hell. Yes. Over on Patreon, there's just information and stuff. I kind of delve deep. It goes beyond the flight simming element, right? For instance, I can show you. For anyone who's interested. How do we do this now? So, this is Patreon. I don't know if you guys, you know the crack with Patreon, right? And my most recent post over there, just so you have an idea, we're chatting about the challenges of when it comes to a 50 series. That's Robert from GG Machines, an absolute gentleman. That's a big feckin' Egypt standing beside him, right? And Rob is very much like, Murph, look, because it's his rig, right? He's like, Murph, you can try this, but I don't think it's going to get you much, but try it and see what you think. And I was like, sure, I'll give it a bash. And that's where we're at. But this write-up, it's just a chat about, you know, stuff, right? There's also some other bits and bobs in there, like of different stuff there for settings, checklists, and then there was like a welcome video, right? And like, if you look at this level of Egypt, you know, There's me in my garden. Like, look at the big angry head in them, look.
It's mainly ringing it. So, I suppose we can start off in here.
Look at me face there, look.
So I think this is a gimbal now, right? And you might think it lands, but look at that now. This falls.
It's basically me walking around my gaff, chatting about the things we're going to be looking and doing. Do you know? Then I go outside. Real world Murphy, like.
I started off, there was a bit of clearing of the one. I don't mind.
You know.
But it's getting there.
This
I have
Tintin.
loads of projects to do.
Takeoff!
I had a deck and two deckings, right? And
It's stuff that I do outside of the sim. Do you know what I mean? Takeoff, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Absolutely incredible support.
Gardening with Murph, right? And,
Is it grey, frosted tips, or both? Colonel Four, good to see you.
a fella that lives in that side.
Brilliant.
Massive arachnid, right?
But yeah, that's the crack, right? So that's Patreon. And the focus behind the Patreon is stuff outside of what we do when it comes to live streaming, right? There's a couple of things I've thrown in there. I have some settings, guides, and whatever. Different kind of squawk codes. This is stuff we'd cover kind of in our streams, right? But yeah, like it's. I'm going to be delving a lot more into the streaming side of settings, audio, virtual settings, all that jazz. That's what Patreon is for, and building a few other bits and bobs. The likes of this thing, you know, PowerShell options that you know, click of a button, it'll turn off a number of Windows settings for you, right? I'll put them up there. But yeah, that's the idea of it. It's not to take away from anything that we do here when it comes to our own community, you know, memberships and subs. That's everything that we have. That's the members access channel over on Discord, all that stuff. Patreon is something different. It's a different style of content. There's blogs there, right? Me with a blog, and then there's like files and settings and stuff there. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that, you know, memberships are missing out, and it doesn't mean the patrons are missing out. They're very, very separate. If you're into that sort of stuff, if you're more into, or you'd like to learn more, I suppose, about live streaming when it comes to lighting and audio and how, you know, mixers work and that button works, and do you know what I mean? How do you get stuff on screen? Like, how is your Navigraph appearing by just, like, you know, pressing a button? And then it magically disappears. That sort of stuff, right? And then disappeared again just by using the same button. There's a lot of cool enhancements you can do to your sim, and your PC for that matter, not just your simulator, you know? So that's the idea behind it, you know? Fab, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thanks, Hermit. It's something different, you know what I mean? And like, when I went full time, like you have to have a business hat on you now. So you say, right, okay, well, are there other options? Where can I bring value to folks? Right? What in terms of content? I don't put out enough YouTube videos. That will change after Expo. I need to do more on YouTube. I'm having too much fun streaming, to be honest. What can you do? I enjoy it too much. I blame you lot. It's hanging out with you lot is the problem. You know. To Blaze, thank you very much indeed. Very kind of you. If you're on Patreon, you get a fancy badge or a distinguished Patreon role over on our Discord as well. Hermit says, I think the new beta of Say Intentions Injection crashed me sim. Well, if it did, try and get the flight report, or give them details of what you were flying, where you were flying, and the time. They should be able to track it from there. So we're on our way. Look at that, 120 frames, lads. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. Right, so Providence, where are we landing? I would say runway 5. No. Runway 23 into Providence. Although 3-4 is actually the ticket, but it's a much shorter runway. Yeah, let's go with 3-4. I like to live dangerous. 3-4 it is. Misty, good to see you. Just signed up, never used Patreon before. Did we get a free pizza or something? Ah, Muse, thank you very much indeed. How long will you be streaming each day of the expo? A couple of hours here and there, Kieran. Like, it's all mobile stuff, so you're kind of limited to like battery packs and whatnot. But an hour or two at a time, you know. Gibbo, swear to God, I just did a Murph. The chair wheels got stuck and I went face. Your chair wheels got stuck and you went face first off your chair. Delighted, but also you poor old devil. But at the same time, brilliant. Excellent. I love that, man. Yeah, the Patreon stuff, as I say, like you've there'll be more coming to it. I've only started it. I've literally only started it, and as I said, it's stuff that's outside of the normal community things that we do. It's just something different. You know what I mean? So yeah, we'll see where it goes. I do build things though from time to time, little kind of batch files and scripts. And as I like to call it, you know, TTM mode. It turns off some things, but like we can get it to do an awful lot more. Now, why is that like that? Manage settings. So why is that back on? Turn that off. So my little script, that should turn these off now in a second without me touching them. Look, see? Boom. There you go. TTM mode enabled. So your Defender stuff is off, your Windows search and indexer is off. Displays, yeah, 100%, man. 100%. Like 10% the difference. He already owes me a clatter of pints. What are you talking about? Sure, me and Gibbo had loads of pints for you back in Houston, but you stayed at the bar. I'm looking forward to, Jesus, I'm looking forward to this, lads. Can't wait to meet up with so many people. Cannot wait to meet up with so many people at Expo. It's going to be awesome. It really is. Then there's all the flight simming, right? Hardware, software, chatting to developers, going out for a couple of sneaky pints as well, right? Cannot wait, lads. If Gibbo is after falling off his chair, that's probably 100% Murph. 100%. On a scale of what level of Egypt are you? I'd say top level stuff, lads. Look at this. Absolutely gorgeous. Ba-dum. Bum, ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-dum. You're talking about how you snaked off to the Microsoft barbecue without me. At least you're admitting it. Listen, I didn't snake off anywhere. There'll be no snaking off this year, Muse, right? We'll be keeping you locked in hard, right? Takeoff, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, man. So Chocks says a patron sub would be better than a tier upgrade. Not really. Well, no. Like, as I say, like, Patreon is separate to all of this, as in, you know, memberships and your subs, right? With your subs, there's benefits there, right? I mean, you still get access to Discord on any platform, be it Patreon or memberships or subs, right? But depending on the platform you're on, that's where you got all the emotes, that's where you got all the no ads and, you know what I mean? All that stuff. As I say, like, I can't say what's going to be best for you. The fact that you guys choose to support me is absolutely insane anyway. It's incredible, right? It's nuts. It is nuts. I'd love to go back and tell, you know, 14 or 15-year-old me in school, listen, it's going to be grand. You can DOS your way through this. It'll be fine. You know what I mean? It's crazy, this whole thing. And it's early days. Like, what are we? We're into like our 5th week only? 5 weeks doing this. Mad. But yeah, it's anything that's on the Patreon side. It's kind of ish away from the flight sim side. It's more on the it's tech. I love tech. You know, I watch a ridiculous amount of Jay's 2 cents, like, and ridiculous, and Linus for that matter as well. You know. Just I was going to upgrade tier 2, but I throw that to Patreon if it's better for you. Chocks, whatever works for you, mate. I mean, if you think you're going to like the content that comes out on Patreon, sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Dougal says, it's been a blast watching you grow. Feels like we grew with you. But as a community, I mean, we really did, and have, and continue. It's freaking nuts, isn't it? Do you remember the early days? Right, lads, to start this plane, take your left hand, find the button on the left side that has CT or L. Now press it and hold it. Now with your right hand index finger, press the E key. That's how, right? That's where it started. You know what I mean? Brilliant. Where can you see yourself in a year's time? In a year, I've no idea. Doing the same, hopefully. That's the hope. There's loads of ideas. You know, loads of different things I'd love to be able to do, and like slowly but surely now I'm starting to able to get time to do them, you know? Yeah, it's mad naughty, isn't it? It is, it's mad. It's mad. Like I want to push out more on the tech side, the tutorial stuff. I love doing tutorial stuff. I love doing historic stuff. At some point I want to learn how to build aircraft and sceneries and liveries, and liveries I have an idea of thanks to Kanzui, but like the sceneries and aircraft, I'd like to kind of experiment with those as well, just to kind of see, could we perhaps as a community build a community airplane? Could you imagine if we did that as a community? I think that'd be friggin' awesome. You know? That's it, good to see you, man. Just back from me flying lesson at White Waltham and I loved it. Awesome. Great news, Dazza. You're currently my in-flight entertainment, just departed Dublin in the A350. But sometimes, you know, you'd have to turn me down a bit. He's too loud, that fella. The community we have is superb. It really is. Anyone in content creation or, you know, streaming, they're always going to say that their community is the best, right? Because to them, of course, it is. The community we have, it's so unique. Think about it. We have so many different age groups, different professions, backgrounds, different cultures. It's mad. Like, it really is mad. There's no stereotype follower or member. Everyone's so different. Morpheus Pilot, thank you very much. Welcome to the flight crew, buddy. Cheers. Roy, thanks for that. Yeah, 100%. That's what Mrs. Dome says. Can you turn him down a bit? Yeah. Like, I know there are people who cannot stand me. I get that. You're not going to be everyone's cup of tea. You're just not. Right? But, like, where do you go with it? Like, you know, I don't go out, like, you can't be someone or something you're not. It doesn't work. You get found out or you'll... Do you know what I mean? You can only be yourself, and it's okay if people don't like... It's okay not to like someone or something. Or, you know what I mean? You need kind of thick skin, because if I was working for a company and I was following some sort of a script, or I was following, you know, I was trained how to do something, and if I get something wrong and then you get criticism, it's water's off a duck back, because you're going to say, well, okay, it's not me, it's the system. When you make something yourself, or when you're doing like content creation and it's you, yourself, no line of defense, no excuse to say, well, I was only doing what I was showed, or I was only doing what I was told. When you remove all of that, criticism can be like, ooh, I'm not gonna lie, I just struggle with it. It's for me, I can get more caught up on one comment, and like that'll like live rent free in my head for a long time. But at the same time, then, as Mr. Teuton says, Murph, you're living rent free in their head for so much so that they had to put up a comment. You know what I mean? So yeah. It's weird, isn't it? The fakes are easy to spot. I think so. You can't please everyone with the size of those hands. Yeah. I'm alright sometimes. Thanks, Adam, yeah. Mrs. McTavish always says, not him again. There's no bad comments. What are you talking about? Robin's a girl's name. The latest one I got, like, that hit a nerve. Because, like, this jackass tried to call me out with a whole load of rubbish, you know. I'm fake and I do these staged hellos and I don't care about the people who are tuning in and I'm just reading their names out. Like, that's absolute, like, of all the things, right? Yeah, I'll pretend I know what I'm doing with a plane, all right? Who doesn't? But, like, you know, that stuff that's its most natural, unique form. Because it's me. You know what I mean? Those who have met me in the real life, I'm as loud as I am here. I'm the very same, like. Unless to catch me on a bad day, you know, or the morning after. You know what I mean? But yeah, my wife says you got the gift of the gab, right? Fine, Basil, thank you very much, dude. There's always be keyboard warriors. Oh yeah, look, I get that, you know. I'm fairly new to this community, about 6 or 7 months as Martin, but immediately felt like I was part of something. Yeah, dude, there's great people here, man. That's the thing. Jesus, I'm about to overfly this. Where are we going? What runway? Ooh. What did we say? Oh yeah, 1 or 3 something. 3-4. 3-4. Mike Tyson once posted on social media made y'all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face. Yeah. It was a long time ago we couldn't say balls or shite or Jesus. Great to see you so comfortable in being authentic. Well, that was the thing, like, starting off, autopilot off, starting off, and to this day, I try to make sure we're somewhat family friendly. And what I mean by that is, because of our community's makeup, right? We got young folks watching, and we've older folks watching, and you'd only be sitting here and, Jesus! Tickpot! He did it again! Tickpot, you absolute mad lad, thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Jesus! Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, you don't want to be effing and blinding and rambling all the time. Do you know what I mean? Because they'd be like, turn that fella off, he's a bad influence. And that's why I was always kind of a stickler for it to say, to go handy, you know. But yeah,
that's what the Garen swinger, baby.
Adam Controls, you legend. 5 tier 1 subs. Did you just see what he did? There's things happening. Jesus, Tickpot must be around who won the Euro Millions. Adam Controls, you just gifted friggin' 6 of them. 6 tier 1 subs from Adam Controls. Thank you very much indeed. A great bunch of lads. Dude, what a ledge. A great bunch of lads is right. Right, plane. That off. Leave that open. And let's see what we can do here. Yeah, it's nuts, man. It's nuts. Out of all of us, it's only me and Muse that bite. The rest are grand. Been part of the family for 5 years. Jesus. 5 years, Dazza. You know, imagine how simple your life would have been, you know, if you didn't tune in that night. You wouldn't have had half the angst or worry or headaches or challenges. The car would have started on those frosty mornings. You know what I mean? And the bot. Yes, the bot. 3 cheers for the bot. Where am I going? Oh yeah, left. Easy now, Jemima. Into Providence. Can't believe we're going to Providence in like 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, 3 days. Well, today, 3 and a bit days. Brilliant. The excitement levels are real, lads. They are real. Right, let's get the old flap out, or canard out, right? It's so close, it really is, man. I cannot wait. Yaw dampener is off. Alright, Betsy. Heisenberg says, my rig has benefited greatly from your streams. My wallet, not so much. Right? It'll be grand, sure. Chocks, I'm now a distinguished patron. Don't tell the missus. Wouldn't change for the world. Nice. There's going to be so much IPA. I'll be sick to death of it by Monday. Yeah. No, there's an Irish boozer across the road. Murphy's Bar is across the road. Myself and Gibbo are going to go in there on Wednesday. We'll probably drag Jefferson in. We're going to go in now for science, lads, you know. And we can't just try one pint. No, Jesus, no. We'll try all the pints, right? 2-4. Warwick, this is, oh Jesus, this is going to be interesting. It's over there somewhere. Easy now. Easy now. Mystic, good to see you. By the way, lads, if you ever say something to me in the chat and I don't respond, unless of course you said something kind of, you know, pure tick or that, but like, if I ever don't respond, post it again. I'm a stickler for missing stuff in the chat, so like, you know what I mean? Where's this runway? What's over here, look? Jesus. Right, drop the gear. I had a skinful of pints in the local last night and then converted a couple of lads onto the G&Ts. Ouch. Hey, Cy120, good to see you. We're staying in the Omni. Nottingham. Jesus, Guinness outside of Ireland. I don't fancy sitting on the jacks for the whole trip. Yeah, no, we'll have to watch the owl. That I'm not too worried about pints of Guinness. I'm more interested in just a couple of beers. Like it's not a booze. Like it's not an absolute like. We're not going on the bender. Like, you know what I mean? Right. Latest version was released on 21st of June. Ah, okay, I definitely don't have that one, Roy. That's only yesterday. Grand, I'll grab it. You can't beat a good G&T. G&7 is great as well. I like the IPAs in Houston. I'll probably stick to something like that. Yeah. What's the secret? Look again, Murph. Wait, I won't do it, Gibbo. That's important. That's now, yeah. No one is to know. Jesus, no one's to know that. Mystic, you absolute mad lad. Bet you don't miss this message. No, because it deafens me. Thank you very much indeed for the £10 donations. Mystic, what a legend, man. Thank you very much indeed. Is that music loud to everyone else? Very loud. But brilliant. You know, where's this now? Oh, Jesus. Into idle. Yes. Speed coming down. Look at the decel here. Like, it's like brakes. It is loud, yeah? Right, easy. Oh, Jesus. Easy now. Unless he closes the country. Yeah, that could happen. It's loud, but it's fitting, right? I don't know. My right ear is deaf. What? Who said that? It'd wake you up if you were dozing off, right? Wait, are we configured for landing? Gears down, flaps. Yeah. Right. Oh, Jesus. Who's that taking off? Stoke. Get a good hard look at this surrounding areas, lads. We are going here in a few days. This is brilliant. Go on, you Tivillia. Well, we're not actually flying into Providence. We're flying into Boston and then driving to Providence. But you get the idea. It's actually... The airport is a good spin outside of the town, isn't it? What is it, like half an hour, 40 minutes? Or less. Easy now. We're very high, Murph. You big idiot. You broke the engine on this yesterday? Oh dear, really? Just we're kind of... Oh, this has the runoff area as well. See that? See the big white bit there over the threshold? Did you ever see it? I'll show you now. Weird textures. I'll show you what they look like now in a second. Easy now. Sim doing strange textures.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy,
Jesus,
snooze.
who pressed that button? Naughty Dome! Hold the nose! Yes, I know we put it into beta. It's alright though. We'll take it. What do we land that one now? Main exit then to the right, just down the road. Right. Hey, Scott's is here, good to see you. 112 feet a minute, we'll take it. There's the main terminal. The FBOs are out here on the right side. Holy stutterage, Captain. Easy now. You don't know, you're just guessing. Brilliant. Hey, G Slayer, good to see you, man. Happy Sunday. Easy now. Man, this has been a great flight in 24. Performance not exactly where I wanted it, but we'll put it down to the multiplayer, right? LRM reckons 106. Ooh. Where is this now? Runway, what do they call it? Runway runoff. There's a name for them, right? Is there a fancy name for like those runway runoff areas? Is now? Alright, park brake. Engaged. Power's on idle. Looking good. We're looking good. And power is absolutely coming off. All right. Flying Tonight says, so lads, if it's not already been asked, what are the most anticipated and exciting for in Friday's Flight Sim Expo announcement days? I'm very much looking forward to see what Say Intentions have to say. We'll see what announcements are coming out. I know there's a lot of hardware stuff. Takeoff, thank you very much indeed. That's insane support today, man. Unbelievable. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there's going to be hardware announces. I think X-Plane are going to be announcing some stuff as well. Off. Open. Oxygen. That looks good, that looks good, that looks good. That looks good. That comes off. Any A380? I don't know about an any A380. It's hard to call. Wing are going to have announcements. Moza are going to have announcements, right? A2A are there, but they're not there in an official thing. But yeah, I would say keep a very close eye on A2A. Very close eye. A340 would be class, yeah. Who are we flying with? We're flying Aer Lingus. I think we're on a 321, Gibbo. I think. Wonder if Say Intentions would be able to use this in-sim EFB as SimBrief doesn't have all the sim planes available. Wonder if Say Intentions would be able to use the in-sim sim EFB. It does. You can get the Say Intentions stuff on that. Say Intentions. It's not loading because I don't have Say Intentions turned on, but yeah, you can use it, man. Absolutely. Right there. Same. A 321, really? A Warbird from A2A would be great. Oh, it'd be so great. A321 Neo operates with Shannon. Yeah. Gotta get you a mobile boot, let you roam around, right? I installed my 9950X3D last night, says G Slayer. What a step up from my 7950. I added at least 10 to 15 XPX to my rig without overclocking. It's an excellent CPU. Yeah, I've heard great things about it, man. I've heard great things about it. To be honest, I think Microsoft Flight Sim might prefer the utilization of the 9950 over the 9800. I mean, they're very similar when it comes to gaming, but you can do other stuff with the 9950, you know? Are you guys announced the time when the start of the FS Expo stream? Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll get an idea of times and stuff when we're over there. At least an hour's notice, and all that will be on. If anyone's watching here on YouTube, the streams will be on Twitch only because I can't multi-stream out there. So yeah, ramble over to our streams on Twitch when we're going live on Probably won't go live Wednesday. Go live Thursday for a quick how do you do when the lads get in. We will be live on Friday for the announcements. Myself and Gibbo giving kind of reactions and stuff. We will be live on Saturday because we're going to do a full walk around of the floor. And then Sunday we'll be live again, catching up, chatting to devs, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there's going to be a fair bit going on. Right, we're going to jump over to X-Plane for this one. Are we going business class? No, we're not going business class. I've looked into it. And Aer Lingus must have said, I'm going to, when I see someone from Aer Lingus, I'm going to moan and whinge at them. I got like 7 or 8 emails. Upgrade now. Make us an offer. You can't refuse. It's bleeding spam they're giving me. Shag off. I've already given you a friggin' fortune for airline tickets. Stop spamming me with like, here's more money. It's ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, we're going with Aer Lingus. This will be my first Atlantic crossing with Aer Lingus, I think. This should be interesting. Because I've always gone with like United or Continental back in the day or American Airlines or who else to go with? Virgin, I think. You know what I mean? So yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. Interesting for sure. Right, for our next trick, lads, I'm going to fire up X-Plane. And you might be going, oh no, not X-Plane. I'm going to fire up X-Plane. Because, did that close? It did. Because I've done some tweaking over here as well. All right. Are you on the XLR or the 330? No, 321, I think. Business expenses. Yeah, but I wanted like an extra $3,000 per person. There's an extra €1,500 per person each way, right? What's the Join FS server? Stug, exclamation point, Join FS. Little video there that Gibbo has, give you all the information that you need. The password, the circus is, or the circus, the server I think is just the Flying Circus, or it could be Firefly Air. But yeah, that's 50-90 money for an upgrade. Yeah, it was ridiculous, like ridiculous price, you know. So I said no, they can shag off at that, you know. So yeah, loads of fun. Now, do we have some Vatimage on? I think we do. What's happening back in little old Ireland? Dublin's up. Adam, are you on the tower in Dublin? I think he is. Hey, firm? Okay. We'll ramble in. We'll do a flight at Dublin. Now, I was trying to fly the 757 yesterday during my testing, right? And the 757 has a very unique way of trying to land. And I don't know, is this a new feature? But anyway, the long and the short of it is, that's what happened to me 757 yesterday whilst trying to land. Right. Not the most ideal things to happen now, you know. So I'm going to try and fly it again, this time on VATSIM. And I haven't figured this out yet. I don't know what's going to happen, but I cannot get the trim.
Not the plane. It's the pilot.
I cannot get the trim to shag and work on the friggin' 757. Right?
Hello
so,
there.
if anyone knows how to fly the 757, you might share, because it wouldn't trim, and the only way you can get the trim is pull back the friggin' yoke, give it loads of throttle, then you'd pitch, and then nuts. But we're going to try it again, friends. So, a 757, yes, and we're going to start in Dublin, yes. Now, where can I park?
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Says you, I can park anywhere. It's quiet in Dublin. Let's go to 317. Real world weather, and time of day is 5 o'clock. And let's start the flight. Doesn't look healthy, right? Push forwards, you go down. Pull back, you go up. Thank you, Naughty Gnome. Yes, divine inspiration. 777, Jesus, 10 months with a tier 3. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cheers, man. Durka is here. The very man. Listen, do you know the 757 version 2 from Flight Factor on X-Plane? How do you figure... the trims, man, it won't trim. I'm trying to land it. Now, hang on. The more I think about it, I may not have, you know, configured the center of gravity for the load, maybe, but I couldn't get the trim to work. Like, utter disaster. You know... And I did a lovely landing in Shannon last night. Oh, Jesus, then. I mean, it was just, you know, superb landing. Yes. Avert your eyes, right? The gear collapsed because I hit the ground like a feckin' bag of spuds. Right? Don't know what happened there. But anyway, I better change the title before people give out. Hang on, lads. Edit stream information. Yes. And we're going to go explain. Right. Let's load this up and see what happens. Looks like it's one of your flights. Oh. Right, let's have a look here. Where am I doing? VATSIM radar. All right, we're starting off in here. I need me VATSIM stuff. What to pinch me. Look at this. It's right. Man is working with tools. Tool time. Wasn't it a 767? No, 75. 75. But yeah. Johnny Man didn't look healthy at all. Not at all. What am I using? The Prattneys and Whitneys. Where's my mouse? Right, Pratt and Whitney, winglets. Yes. All right, let's see what happens here. Bat, hope you're well. Don't have the issue, but I know there have been a few updates. I have the latest update, so we'll have to see what happens, right? Right, now, let's see. X-Plane, start behaving yourself, please. Control yourself. Now, what am I doing here? Do one of these. Yes. And I need me notey gadgets, thank you. And you need to be... Jesus. You need to be wedged. Hey, now, why isn't that staying there? Uh-oh. Jesus, Murphy. It was upside down, lads. Easy. Yes. And that looks kind of half right, does it? Now. Right. Quick notes. Get in there now. Okay. That works. Delete that. Okay. My Pion Louis is installed. Where is this now? Televisio, good to see you. My 9070 is coming tomorrow. Ooh, nice. Nice. You had no issues with the 757 trim. I'm telling you, right? Who would have believed I'd shagged the landing, right? Do you know what I mean? Now, let's have a look. Hey, Captain Howdy. Good to see you, man. Okay. Now, we need to do some things. How's the movement of frames? Acceptable? Yeah, I think we're good. Right, I need to turn off some stuff and then turn on some stuff. So, let's see. Plugins. Traffic Global. We don't need Traffic Global. Ground traffic boundless, airfoils jet. Traffic Global. Off you go. And what we need now, lads, is X-Pilot. X-Pilot. I was going to wait for you at Dublin, but figured you'd be about 3 days. Baby! I'll go as quick as I can. That's really accurate, though. Right. Jesus. Get in there now, and let's see what happens. Okay. Can we connect? November 235 Romeo Mike. No, we're not. We're someone else. We're United. What's the ICAO for United, lads? Hang on, we need to do some research here. Sim brief is needed. The white zone? UAL, is it? UAL? Okay. UAL 235 and we're a 757-200. Boom. Connect. Your audio settings are not configured. What? What is this? Network call sign in use. Well, balls.
Hello there.
Connect. UAL. UAL 27 Alpha. Right, that's connected to the voice server. Now, what's wrong with this? Why isn't that connecting? Right, close that. Let's try this one again, lads. This is science. What are we in? X-Plane? VPOD or X-Pilot? Yes, connect. Will this connect? Your audio settings are not configured correctly. Ensure that your speaker, headset, and microphone devices are currently set up with the X-Pilot settings. No. It's over here. Settings. Audio. Chat. Yes. That says connected to the voice server. Why isn't this working now? Or maybe I don't need it. Is there any traffic on the ground at Dublin? Pascal Sheeting, RTE News, Dublin. I don't see any aircraft, so that's not working well. X-Pilot, yes. Thanks. But I'm not... Oh, wait, there's traffic. What if I close this now? Ah, brilliant. Right, it's working now. I don't know what that was. Right, what am I doing? Oh, yeah, one of these. Now, friends, try not to get too excited when I start breaking things. I will break many things, right? This is a Boeing 757, and before I do any more, I need to plan a flight. Right, now, let's have a look. So, we are going to go to dispatch, and let's do an L flight Rooney, right? New flight, yes. We are UAL 27 Alpha. UAL 2... Why is that working? Airline UAL 27 Alpha. Departing from Dublin. We're going to Shannon. Aircraft type is 757-200. This is all terribly exciting, isn't it? And... what's the operations ground? GPU, fuel truck, high pressure unit, chocks. Where's the SAM plug-in? Are we connected to the gate? We're already connected. LSU, ACU, loader. And open the doors. Okay. On upstairs, battery, standby power, external power, bus ties. Okay, nav, hydraulics, pumps, APU, leave it alone, emergency lighting armed. We do have the air starter unit, isolation valve, trim, recirc fans. That's grand, that's grand, that's grand. Lights, position, wing, logo. Radio is needed.
Hello there.
Hello there. Who be this? Me hand. Fly guy. TPA. Good to see you, buddy. Commander Ballas says, I just discovered something. Since I started watching Murph over a year ago, my spending on flight sim has doubled. I didn't figure this out myself. My girlfriend did. Her reaction was, well, you know. Shh. It'll be grand. Enemy of the sun. Thank you for the follow. Right, let's have a look over here now. 124530. 124. Oh, that doesn't work. What? Why doesn't the stream deck work with balls? Right, don't panic. That's a terrible view. That's a better view. We're not talking to anyone. Standby is on. Radios. What do we want? 124530. 530124.
Takeoff runway 28 right. Advise on initial contact. You have listened to information. Mike.
Okay.
Dublin International Airport 8 is information. Mike recorded at 1530. Approach type ILS. Landing runway 28 left. Takeoff runway 28 right. Parallel runway.
Generate.
Operations in use. Latic plan to the Cape
Jesus
taxiway Sierra 5. Transition level 6, wind 230 at night, wind variable between 190 and 270. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 1,000, 2,500 scattered, 5,000 broken. Temperature 19, dew point 12. QNH 1006 hectopascals. Trend, no significant changes. Notices to air missions taxiway Echo 2 closed. Advise if unable takeoff runway 28 right.
You behave.
You have listened to information. Mike.
Johnny Shue, thank you very much. Pilot in command. Cheers, buddy.
Dublin International
Jesus.
Airport 8 is information Mike recorded at 1530. Approach type ILS. Landing runway 28 left. Takeoff runway 2 right. Parallel runway in use. Dublin International Airport 8 is information November recorded at 160.
Okay.
Dublin International Airport 8 is information November recorded at 1600. Approach type ILS. Landing runway 28 left. Takeoff runway 28 right. Parallel runway operations in use. Landing
Alrighty.
Radio check. 555, hello.
Peleg 2 Juliet. Okay, so what are we doing here? Need to get my airplane loaded up and let's see what happens. So, bringing this up here so you can see what's happening. Operations ground, cargo weight. Now, can I not import this devil? No. No. Let's have a look here now. So, block fuel is going to be 6478. No, fuel weight, you muppet. Balls. Fuel weight is going to be 6478. Cargo, 5139er. And number of passengers, 206. So that's going to give us 69. They're kilos, right? Yeah, they're kilos. Load. Let's see what happens. Hurry up, Bluebird's been. Oh yeah, Bluebird. Cannot wait for a 7.5 in Flight Sim 24, lads. Cannot wait for it. Okay, so that's loading up the aircraft. Leave him alone for the minute. On down here. Settings. We're in kilos. FMC. Airac is okay. On the ground at Dublin, Echo India Delta Whiskey. Gate is 317. Not in the database.
Hello there.
We'll grab our GPS. Next page. No, we'll grab it from there. Oh no, we won't. Sorry, we'll grab it from there. Horse that in. All right. Kanzui, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Okay, route page. Dublin to Shannon. Flight number is UAL 27 Alpha. Okay. And we're going to go next page via Peleg. After Peleg, it's straight to Degan. After Degan, it's straight to Shannon. Activate. Let's go to our departures. Runway 28 right is active, and it's going to be the Peleg 2 Juliet departure. And we're planning an arrival into Shannon on the Degan, runway 24, Degan 2 Delta. Or Degan. Degan 2 Delta. Alright. Vineyard, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. ILS runway 24, and it's going to be the Degan 2. And we're going to execute that. Route looks good. Performance, we'll be horsing this stuff in now in a moment. Aircraft is now loaded, so we can see our weights. Gross weight of the vehicle. Gross weight of the aircraft. 757, interesting, 75. So, what's that? 75,743. 750 tons. 757. In you go. Fuel 65. That's by the sensor. Cost index will be 58. Cruise altitude is 16,000 feet. And our cruise wind 268 at 57. 57. Whew. She's windy up there, lads. Okay, takeoff. Flaps will be set to 5. Center of gravity is 24. And we'll go V-speeds. Nice and light. Any discos? Negative. We shall remove the fuel truck, the LSU, the loader unit.
Dublin Tower, easy 878 with information November. That's A320 Neo. It's currently going through.
Hey, you coming up? That's loud as balls, is it?
Easy 878, yeah, you just overflew the airfield there. You'll need to self-vector now back in for the ILS and call back once established.
Roger.
Okay, let's have a look here. So this all looks good. That looks good. That's all grand. And let's see what happens. Right, let's see what happens. Hopefully this works. It's Dublin Tower. Yeah. Dublin Tower, very good afternoon. United 27 Alpha, Boeing 757-2, stand 317. Information Adam on board, looking to pick up our IF4 over to Shannon.
United 27 Alpha, hello. Information Adam is correct. However, we don't have a flight plan here for you if you'd like to file that for us.
You passed the test. 27 Alpha, I'll shout you back. Balls! On me, talk! Oh, stop, will you? I forgot to file this shagging thing. It could have happened to anyone.
Dublin Tower, hello. KLM 937 inbound ILS 28 left.
Oh, no!
KLM 937, hello. To a left cleared land wind 240 degrees, 12 knots, gusting Q2.
Yeah, sign in.
Little in 28 left, KLM 937.
Call sign. United 27 Alpha. They already know
Can
that.
I get a refund?
Who's in charge? You haven't a
Listen.
clue what you're doing.
Yeah, I'll shag off now while I try and figure out what's happening next. He'll shout back. Right, what am I doing? APU, please. Yes. Start her up there now, Jemima. And rejected takeoff and engines and... Oh.
United 27 Alpha, thanks. We have your flight plan now. Advise ready to copy.
Ready to copy, 27 Alpha.
United 27 Alpha, thank you. Cleared Shannon, Pelig to Juliet departure, runway 28 right. Stop climb flight level 90, squawk 7672. Airborne frequency advisory 122.8.
Clear to Shannon via the Pelig 2 Juliet departure, runway 28 right. Stop climb flight level 090, squawk 7672. And departure frequency over on advisory for United 27 Alpha.
United 27 Alpha, read back correct.
Sweet! Right. Oh, Jesus. I was sitting there waiting for you to call clearance knowing full well. It's terrible, isn't it? Terrible, terrible. What's happening here now? The channels are shagged. Hang on. Here's the don't look shagged. Try now restart of Discord Muse, you know. Right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, one of these, look. Yes. Right, VATSIM radar, we're looking okay on that for the moment. APU, is that running? Oh, it sounds like it's running. RL Star Alliance United livery we've gone with, right? She's a little jiggly jackery, isn't it? Wait now, is this on windowed mode? It is. Yeah, windowed mode. I think we're okay frame rates, lads. Is it smooth enough? It is. It looks pretty smooth to me. But then that's just me. Dublin Scenery looks better than MK. This one is by Boundless. It's very good. Very good. Right, we need to continue on. So, let me see here now. Operations, ground. We're going to remove the ACU. Remove the chocks. Park and brake is set. APU is running. Lead on. Gen's on. Ground power, please don't break. Off. Remove the GPU. Remove the high pressure unit. ACU. Let's go to the airplane. Close the door. Okay, quick check on the systems. That looks good, that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. That looks good. Okay. Plugins. Ground handling. No. Better pushback. Yes. Connect the tug.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Cat Strider. But there's a better 7.5 in the California livery. Where's there? Ooh. Right, we're just waiting on the tug to come along. What's happening here now? Do you know what? I've turned on nameplates. Adam Controls is up there in the tower, look. That gate should disconnect.
KLM 937, welcome to Dublin, vacate right and right Sierra.
All right, looks like the doors
Vacate right
are
and Sierra, KLM 937.
Why isn't that moving now? There she blows. Okay. Now, what was our squawk? 7672. Why did you go 767 instead of 75? Adam, you made a terrible mistake. Or did he? Dublin Tower, just to confirm, United 27 Alpha squawk 7672.
Affirm.
Roger. Look on 75 now. Oh, then again, 75 is a dodgy one. Yes, yes, yes. Tara on there for a second, and then TA mode is just fine. This is all fine. ILS. We will want the ILS for Shannon, so we'll turn it on.
KLM 937, taxi Sierra, Whiskey 1, hold short runway 16.
And it's going to be the ILS
hold short Sierra 1, and hold short runway 16, KLM 937.
109 9 or 5. 109 9 or 5.
KLM 937, just confirm, hold short runway 16 at Whiskey 1.
237.
Sorry, Whiskey 1, hold short runway 16, KLM 937.
Oh, is that 237? 237. Okay, okay. That looks good, that looks good, that looks good. That looks good. Is my door closed in behind me? On up here. Lock at the door. Ping at the cabin crew. That's all grand. Engine anti-ice, that's all grand. Right. Have you joined FS running? Join FS for X-Plane.
Dublin Tower, easy 878, ready for ILS, runway 28 left.
Easy 878, thanks, winds 240 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 22, runway 28 left, here to land.
I wonder will this work actually, this can be interesting.
Runway 28 left, easy 878.
I wonder will Join FS detect it on flight sim? Ah, the L75 lads, isn't it pretty? Now, there's every chance I'm going to die doing this. I'm just saying, you know, don't expect good things here. This could be hilarious. We're not expecting great things at all. Will the one program detect the sim? Probably not. Negative. Join FS. No, I don't have it set up for the other. I was in the aviation industry for 32 years. Wow. Fly guy, that's awesome, man. It should do it once you turn the lights on. It should do, but alas, it didn't. Right. Dublin Tower, United 27 Alpha, stand 317, request push and start.
United 27 Alpha, push and start approved, face west, QNH 1006.
Push and start approved, facing west, QNH 1006, United 27 Alpha.
KLM 937, cross runway 16, taxi Hotel 1, Foxtrot 3,
very low
link
pressure.
3, stand 314, good night. Cross runway 16, then stand 314, KLM 937.
Right, let us plan. Better push back. APU's running.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Facing west will do. That's kind of, it's more southwest, but it's kind of right.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Roger. Packs off. Everything else here is looking good. Beacon's coming on. And
Hello again, Dublin
next
Tower,
off.
speaker 250 Hotel.
Here comes the pushback. Light 'em up.
201, information November.
Engine start. Left side.
Request clearance to London Heathrow. Speedbird 250 Hotel, welcome back. You're clear to Heathrow. Pass it to Juliet departure, runway 28 right. Stop climb flight level 90, squawk 0332. Airborne frequency advisory 122.8. Clear to London Heathrow.
Doesn't it look good?
Juliet departure, initial climb 90, runway 28 right, and squawk 0332. Speedbird 250 right.
Time to pull the big switch, good buddy.
Viper Strike, welcome in, buddy. Hope you had a great stream, man.
VH78, welcome to Dublin, taxi right, Sierra.
Yes, Miranda, good to see you. Green Planet. Thank you for the follow.
Hello there.
Hello there. Viper, hope you're well, buddy. Hope you had a great stream. Okay, let's have a look here. So engine's up. So we're gonna go, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go gens here. Engine bleed. Let's go to the left side. Or right side. 20%. Ooh. I mean, doesn't it look very pretty, lads? Jesus. What does model matching look and explain? Not great at all. Jesus Murphy, that's more of a face south, but sure, listen, we won't worry about it too much, lads. They won't give out to us too much. Alright, pushback is almost done. That's another good start. Right gens on.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Parking brake. Set.
And we're disconnecting, so give me just a moment.
Flight directors 9 or 0.
Easy 878, taxi Sierra Whiskey 1 hold short 16.
Continue on with our checks here now. So I'll be running. Center pumps have nothing in them. Go ahead, turn these guys on.
I have nothing to say, sir. Is there anything you want?
No, you're grand. I was just calling the thing. APU can now come offline. Disconnect the valve and turn off the APU. And just wait for that light to go out. Bus ties auto. Gen drives are working. Wipers are off. Runway turn off lights can go on. Lighting is looking good. Emergency
and we're
armed.
disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Roger. Parking brake is set. Flaps, we were saying 5. Let's have a quick look. Flaps set 5. Stab trim. Where we need it. But lads, when it comes to the trim is not working on this at all. Anyone know how to fix the trim on a 757? No? Recall, cancel, recall, that's okay. Engine mode will be set to takeoff. Alternate flaps don't need. Rejected takeoff is in. Flight controls test. Let's have a look. Hydraulic quantity is good. Elevator fully forward. Fully back. Full left. Full right. Ailerons right. Ailerons left. Spoilers. And we're good. Jefferson, good to see you, buddy. I can't get the trim to work. Stupid thing. Okay, APU generator off. Go ahead and get our taxi light on. Anthem Tower, United 27 Alpha, pushed back from stand 317. Request taxi.
United 27 Alpha, taxi link 2, right Foxtrot, hold short link 4.
Taxi link 2, right on Foxtrot, hold short link 4. United 27 Alpha. Alright. Pretty much straight ahead. Link 2, Foxtrot, and link 4. That'll do. The brakes. Easy does it. Advisories will be 1228. That's the wrong button, Murph. Easing out, easing out. Did you check which SimVar is using trim buttons on the Oak? Data ref tool. Well, I've gone through all the buttons inside of X-Plane to find out, and I've tried everything. It's just not working. Very strange. There's a KLM over there, look. Got another United here on our left-hand side. So it's going to be right in Foxtrot. We're going to hold short link 4. This is the flight factor 7.5. Yes, sir. See?
United 27 Alpha, continue taxi Foxtrot Outer, November, holding point Neptune.
Continue taxiing Foxtrot Outer, holding point Neptune for United 27 Alpha. That was nice of him. Alright. Yeah, a quick splash down to Shannon.
Easy 878, cross runway 16, give way to the United 757 right to left, then taxi straight ahead, stand 125, good night.
Clear to cross runway, give way to United 765 and go to stand 125, easy 878.
Something like this. Alright. Average Canadian Avgate, good to see you, bud.
Dublin Tower, good evening. Gemstone 37 Romeo Golf, we're on the LS28 left, we're 8 nautical miles out.
Gemstone 37 Romeo Golf, hello, to a left clear to land, winds 270 degrees, 12 knots.
Don't miss your turn, Murph.
Gemstone 37 Romeo Golf.
We'll stay in the outers and we're going to be holding onto Neptune. Alrighty. Wrong buttons, Merv. Alright, let's see if we can get ourselves set up here for a nice, nice little jog. Looks pretty, doesn't it? How many FPS? I'd say 60 to 70. Give or take. Yeah, you gotta love the 7.5s, man. They're friggin' gorgeous looking. Gotta love a 7.5. Yeah, really can't wait for this one in 2024, man. I cannot wait. It's gonna be awesome. Great for Cloak. It's a 1250 PSU. And the weather's actually quite nice. What is the realism? Pretty real. X-Plane does a good old job. Okay, so hang a right here. We're going to be holding on Neptune. Mr. 7.5s, yeah man, they're awesome.
United 27 Alpha, via November 2, line up and wait, runway 28 right.
Via November 2, line up and wait, runway 28 right for United 27 Alpha. Why isn't that staying on top? That's supposed to stay on top of my screen. Anchor point, always on top. Yes. There you go. A really strange issue in 24. You're not getting any DME data in the aircraft except the Phoenix. Really? It's odd. Okay, November 2. All looking good here. All looking good there. Alright, passengers, or cabin crew rather, seats for departure.
Gemstone 37 Romeo Golf, welcome to Dublin, taxi right Sierra. Right on Sierra, Gemstone 37
Right is clear. Left is clear. Oh, behave! Brilliant. Point the mouse and clicks on, see the info log in the clipboard. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have a look, Roy. I'd like, no matter what I've bound, I cannot get standard pitch trim working. But it's grand. We'll go autopilot and see what happens. So listen, if you crash and burn, we'll know why, right? You're totally fine.
And United 27 Alpha, winds 270 degrees, 12 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff. Good luck now.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28 right for United 27 Alpha. We'll see you in a while. Thanks. See you. All righty then. Auto throttle, let's be having you. LNAV, let's be having you. Map, let's be having you. Weather, terrain. That looks good, that looks good. That looks good. kinda. Oh, Jesus.
Shutdown 37 Romeo Golf, continue Sierra, hold short runway 16.
Easy now, Merv.
Continue on Sierra, hold short runway 16, Shutdown 37 Romeo.
Okay, let's go flying. Power coming in. 40%. Start me clock. And toga. Airspeed alive. 80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate of climb. Gear up.
Speedbird 25 Sierra high tail, ready for push start, stand 0.
Easy driver.
Push and start approved, face west, QNH 1007.
Jeez, it's just kind of windy out here, isn't it?
Push start approved, face west, and QNH 1007. Speedbird 250.
Easy now, easy now. Little bit of trimmage. Easy does it. Flaps in. Dublin traffic, United 27 Alpha 757 departing from Dublin. We are on the Pelic to Juliet departure, passing 3,500 for 9,000. Dublin traffic. Alright. Beautiful. 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 Okay, left turn coming in now in a bit. Speed 240. We put in 17 or 16,000 for our final cruise. Oh, this is pretty. Jesus. Have you deleted the TDGS plugin? It makes the CTD almost every time. TDGS? What was that, Franz? Okay, we're looking good. Get that speed up the road. There's 9,000. Back to old currency, Murph. In the aircraft folder, then plugins. No, haven't seen it. Lot of shares, good to see it. I haven't CTD'd with this, but Franz, I can't get the friggin' trim to work. I can use stab trim. I can't get the rest of the trim working. Alright, over 10,000. We probably should have had that in continuous mode, but anyway. $12,000. Speed 280. 13,000. I think we're looking good. Man, you gotta love the 7.5, don't you? Isn't it just a cool looking plane? Absolutely gorgeous, so it is. It's so very, very pretty. So it's version 2 of Flight Factor 757. It got a couple of updates last year, I think, and there's more on the way. So like they are making the thing better. It's just pretty. Right, so we start planning our descent. Let's have a look. Right, let's have a look at this approach, how it's all going to work. D-Gan will be at flight level 80. Top of drop is just coming up. Let's slow us down a little bit. We have 2 frequencies for Shannon. How was that? Oh no, we don't. 1187. Man, Harry. Right, let's have a now listen here, because business is about to pick up. 1187. Right. So we're going to go over here. 118.7. That's going to be Shannon. Traffic United 27 Alpha is approaching Peleg from the east. We're at flight level 160. We're going to descend down to flight level 080. We're on the Deegan 2 Delta approach into Shannon for full stop landing. I forgot descent mode. We haven't started descending yet. We are in cruise. Now we're at Peleg. And now we're going to drop. Down the hill we go. And then we're going to be talking to Shannon.
On board. Requesting 95 to Dublin. FedEx 877, Shannon Tower, good evening. Clear Dublin. Oscar 3 Bravo, departure off runway 24. Initial climb 5,000 feet. And squawk 2045.
Alright, watch your speed.
Oscar 3 Bravo, departure for runway 24. Initial climb flight level 050, squawk 2045 for 877.
We'll keep it in VS.
FedEx 877, confirm altitude 5,000 feet.
That's Larry to Blaze, yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Initial climb 5,000 for FedEx 877.
FedEx 877, read back correct. Are you ready for taxi?
Affirm.
FedEx 877, taxi Delta 1, Delta 2, hold short, runway 24.
Ah, this is on the class. Good man, Larry.
FedEx 877.
Majmo, it's going pretty good. FPS on Microsoft Flight Sim is up there.
44901, correction, no further ATC, monitor advisory 122.8. Have a good flight to Heathrow.
122.8, Walker 4491, thanks.
Now, at what stage does Larry want me to talk to him? That's a very good question. Only when I get the ILS. Jesus. Can I have a link, please, with trim settings on Honeycomb? Your trim settings on your Honeycomb. Oh, yeah, Command Durka, yeah. Ooh, Jesus. Where can Durka put that in? What's that beeping? Who's in charge? 12,000. Now, the ILS frequency should be... Well, it's not going to find it now, but in theory, it should work. That's the chief flight attendant wanting to contact you. Was it?
Sir, shouldn't I start the cabin safety demonstration?
No, shag off!
I have nothing to say, sir. Yes, sir. Still nothing to say. Still here, Still here, Captain. And still no new information for you.
Still no new information for you. Fix your feckin' accent!
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Brilliant. Cabin crew calling you, look overhead. Come here, the trims! I can't get the trim to work. Only me stab trim works. The actual aircraft trim, it says it is working, but it's not. If you press it too many times, you can kill him.
Yes, Captain, yes, sir. Always at your service. I'm getting tired of this. Might I suggest you find yourself a better game to play? Oh dear God, leave me alone. Sir, I must attend to the passengers. Captain, why don't you write a letter to Flight Factor? Telling them how good you think this model is. If you do not stop bothering me, I'm going to write a complaint letter to Austin.
Captain, I regret to inform you that a chief flight attendant has been killed.
Oh, Jesus! Right! Let's not worry about that! Chief flight attendant! Jesus! Right! Let's not panic. We're descending. We're nearly at 8,000. Ah, Durka! Sorry, the stupid thing didn't work. Hang on. How do I do this now? Got it. Thank you, Durka. Pitch trim A up. Pitch trim. Huh? Ah, so it needs both the A's and the B's, but I don't have an A and a B. I only have up or down. Balls. Right, watch the speed. We're at 8,000. Then it's going to be 6,000, and then we're down to 3. Let's drop off a bit of speed now, make life a little bit handy when we're coming in. Larry, any idea how we fix the pitch trim if you're not using something like a honeycomb? Because that's where I think I'm jagged. Yet, when I tried trim, it disconnected the autopilot. I don't know what's going on. Like, see the stab trim here? That says nose down. So yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. Unsure.
FedEx 877 said squawk 2045.
Apologies, squawk 2045 for 877.
Alright.
FedEx 877 tanks, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Shannon's busy.
Clear for takeoff for FedEx 877.
Thanks, Muse. Sorry, Durka, the thing is drunk. Stupid bots. Yeah, I don't have the option for an A or a B. I tell you this much, is as windy as feck out here, isn't it? Shannon 130995. I could have done over here. 130995. Ah! 130. Nine or 5. Why won't that work? Stupid thing. Ah, this thing is bugged, man. 130 or 5. Look, it doesn't do 9ers. It's shagged. Why won't it give me the 9.5? Yeah, what? Look, it's drunk.
FedEx 877, no further ATC, monitor advisory 122.8.
Roger 122.8 for 807,
Look, it goes from 80 to 95. Stupid thing. Found a bug. That's a total bug. How do we fix this now? Overhead Diagon down to 6,000.
United 8, correction, United 27 Alpha, the ATIS frequency is 130.955.
Roger, thanks, United 27 Alpha. Oh no, I'm a total gobshite! Balls! Hang on! Don't panic, I was pressing the wrong buttons. 130.955. Ah, Jesus! God, no! Oh look, there it is working. Why can't I hear the shagging thing? Shh. Why can't I hear it? Nine or 5-5. What? Shh.
Information Alpha recording 630. Approach time ALS. Loading runway 24. TKOF runway 24. Transition level 65. Wind 260 at 15. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. 2,200 scattered. 2,700 broken. Temperature 17. Dew point 11. UNH 1009 hectopascals. Trend. No significant changes. Advise on initial contact. You have listened to information. Alpha.
Is that Alpha?
Shannon Airport 8 is information Alpha recorded at 1630. Approach type ILS. A24. TK. AOF runway 24. Trust 65. Wind 260 at 5. Visibility 1 kilometers or more. 2,200 scattered. 2,700 broken. Temperature 17. Dew point 11. QNH 1009 hectopascals. Trend. No significant changes. Advise on initial contact. You have listened to information. Alpha.
Alright. We'll get there eventually. What's my speed? Slow it down. Wait till you see the landing, lads. This is going to explode. The trim doesn't work. I've warned you now. Not your flaps. My views are shagged. Really? Oh dear, my views are genuinely shagged. What the Right, fear not. Listen.
Hello there.
Why isn't that working? One 109er 9er 5. Is that right? 109er 9er 5. Approach ILS runway 24. 110 9er 5. $3,000 feet. LNAV localizer. Shannon Tower, good day. This is United 27 Alpha. Got the ATIS information Alpha. Established on the localizer inbound runway 28. No, we're not. It's runway 24.
United 27 Alpha, Shannon Tower. Good evening. Surface winds 270 degrees 16 knots. Runway 24 clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 24, United 27 Alpha. Jesus! Now this thing's beeping. Shut up with the noise! Yeah, right. Why is that? I don't. Shh! I don't. Wished. Right, now we're grand. Everything's going grand. We're at 3,000 feet, but we're on old money. 1,009, you muppet. Get your arse back up there. We're about 6 miles below the glide. It's grand. We're on approach. Know your aircraft. Listen! Drop the gear. Listen! Yes, Dougal. I do the things you're not supposed to, right? Listen, Ario, good to see you. Look at the state of that. Beautiful machine. Do your legs hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Look at the size of it, man. Right. More notches of the flap base if you play. Flaps 15. Oh, dear. Watch your speed. Glide slope. Cap trod. More flaps. Now we can't see a thing. Runways inside. Jeez. Oh, dearie me. Will she do an autoland? That is the question. That is the question. Adam Kieran, good to see you. How do we do an autoland in this? If you have the ILS view, you can see in both. Well, you see, that's for DME or via war. So we've only one ILS gadget down here, look. And he's in. So our ILS is very much in. So let's see what happens. The fire brigades are on standby. And Larry. It should come up on the screen, auto land, here in a moment. We'll find out. Auto land, there she be. 138, flaps full. All three autopilots. I think two should do it. We'll go with all three. Landing 3. Alright, okay. They give the title Pro Streamer to anyone these days. Shut up, you, will you? Listen, English escapes me completely. What's our speed? 137? I mean, as I'm not saying it's aliens, but I mean, look at the state of that. Just don't look at the ground textures, they're shite. But the rest of it is nice. You know, really nice. Is Dublin gone offline? Ah, Jesus. Just don't look down, right? We're going to try and trust the airplane here. Because if I can tell you this much, lads, I said it once and I said it again. If I have to do this, lads, we'd end up with an absolute total mess, right? Now, you get them in a lucky bag meals, you know. $500. 500. Looking good. Easy.
Minimums.
Continue. Watch the flare.
100.
Easy. Easy.
50.
Easy.
40. 30.
Flare.
20. 10.
Idle. Asher, listen.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Reversers. 161. Reverser stowed.
United 27 Alpha, welcome to Shannon, vacate left on Alpha.
Vacate left onto Alpha, United 27 Alpha. Flaps in. Power into the APU. Not aiming for the center line. No, Jesus, no. That was, you know. Yeah. We're going the wrong way. Oh, no, we're not. We're not. Jesus. Easy now. Why isn't that switch working? Look. Stupid switch. There we go. Speed brakes. Stowed.
United 27 Alpha, taxi stand 34. Good evening.
Taxiing to stand 34 for United 27 Alpha. Good evening and thank you very, very much indeed.
No problem at all.
I didn't he do well? Man, Larry, you absolute ledge. Now, where's 3-4? It's beside 3-2. What? No, it's not. It's beside 3. Ah, Jesus, I even messed that bit up. Right, hang on a second now. Oh, Jesus, 3-4 is beside 3-3. Ah, yeah. 3-4. Look, there it is for all to see. Technically, you didn't land that one, Murph. Listen, right? Don't worry about it. Tim Moocha, telling you. 3-7. And there's 3-4. That's why I need to get like the Firefly Air liveries over on X-Plane because, you know, look at these mad lots. Get out of the way, you mad shouting mad people. Easy now. Switches be crazy. Yeah, the 319 is actually Firefly Air livery. Easy. Are they sure they want the 7.5 up that close to the building? We won't get that close. Jesus, we just about will, look. That's where I want it. Parking brake set. We're inside. Well, we're not, but like, you know what I mean? Need auto DGS for this, probably. Oh, hang on. Back it up there a small bit. Beep, 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 beep. Right. Oh, Jesus, don't tip it over, you muppet.
Hello there.
Is it now? Yeah, I think that's safer looking, isn't it? Tim Mooter, thank you indeed for the subscribe onto the YouTube. Right, did I start that APU? It is running. It says running. Yes, it's working. Right, friends. Let's see here now. Run and turn off lights are off. So engines will go to off. That's looking good. Engine shutdowns are happening. Leads coming off. Looking good here. Looking good there. Looking good there. And Jen's offline. Bing bong. Can we get the gate working? We're at Shannon. It should happen automatically, but for some reason it doesn't. They need to do stuff with the gates here, I think. What else do you want off? Okie dokie. Operations, ground. Let's go ahead and get the GPU in. Chocks. Aircraft, go ahead and get the doors open. Load unit and the luggage loaders. I can't get the beacon lights off. Just the logo light on now. Yeah, I can't attach the jetway, look. Doesn't want to play.
All stations, Shannon Tower stepping up for 2 minutes.
Hi, Larry. What do you think of the 757, lads? Brownie says, Murph, how good are the TPR rudder pedals on sale right now? They are, without a shadow of a doubt, the best rudder pedals for that price. Brownie, if you're in the market to buy them and you can afford them, buy them. They are excellent. I cannot rate the TPRs from Thrustmaster highly enough. They are excellent rudder pedals. Excellent. They're not just good, they're excellent. To date, they're probably the best thing that came out of Thrustmaster when it comes to its flight sim and stuff. And that's saying something, because their Hotog, or their Warthog HOTAS was excellent as well. But them TPR pedals, they're incredible. Insanely good, yeah. Yeah, insanely good. It's amazing what a set of rudder pedals can actually do, lads. You know what I mean? Right, what time are we now? Dublin has gone offline. Larry, how are you fixed for heli flying? Yeah, they're very good. Yeah. Let them drop the price. Yeah. Let the price come down. But if you're in the market, just get them. They're awesome. But yeah, what do you think of the L75, lads? It's pretty, isn't it? It's very pretty. Very, very pretty. Absolutely friggin' gorgeous, this thing. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Tea time? Think so, Dave? Think so. We had a good blast of it. I didn't get over to 2020. But we'll do more tomorrow, lads. We're going to be streaming tomorrow during the day. There's no real schedule this week. We're streaming Monday and Tuesday, right? Tuesday night, I'm not sure if I have trucking. But yeah. We'll be streaming tomorrow daytime. I'll get up early enough. Well, I'll be streaming early enough in the morning. And we'll take a break and then come back at it tomorrow night. We have the rest.
Station, Shannon Tower's back.
We have the last of our G111 flight tomorrow. Do you know? Do I have ortho? Yes, indeed. That's what's running. So I'm using Sim. I got a lot of updates. I'm using Sim Heaven. We've auto ortho as well. And yeah, there's a ton of add-ons working now in X-Plane. Just to kind of bring it back to life a bit. You know what I mean? So we have a Firefly 322 on the ground. We have a Shamrock 38 Yankee, and we just came in here with our United 27 Alpha. Yeah, we're off to the States on Wednesday. So Wednesday morning. So, man, that looks good though, doesn't it? She looking good, lads. Can't believe Larry's on ATC. That's brilliant, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. And he did a great job. Especially he knew that I got the wrong feckin' ATIS, right? Okay, so the 757 has redeemed itself, but bearing in mind that was an auto land, you know? Do MK do the scenery in X-Plane 2? No, this is boundless. This is actually an X-Plane 11.
Firefly 322, Airbus A319 on stand 27, information Alpha, IFR to Dublin, please.
Ooh. That's a Dougal.
Firefly 322, Shannon Tower, good evening. Cleared Dublin, Oscar 3, Bravo departure, off runway 24. Initial climb 5,000 feet, squawk 5215.
Information, Larry.
Clear Dublin via the Oscar 3 Bravo for runway 24, initial altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 5215, speedbird 322, Firefly 322.
It's all right, Dougal.
Firefly 322, read that correct, report ready for custom start.
Okay.
Now, another absolute friggin' cracker of a plane. Another absolute cracker of a plane.
in X-Plane is the Embraer Lineage 1000. That thing is absolutely gorgeous. Not only that, but so is the Q400. Right? Just absolute crackers like. I don't know the Q400 enough to fly it on VATSIM without making a complete another tool out of myself. One more flyer. Do you know what I mean? But the Lineage, this is friggin' gorgeous, man. So if we're on the ground here at Shannon, so if we throw ourselves over here at the West Air Aviation, right? And time of day 1823. Do that. Start new flight. X-Craft is next level. It's so good. Yeah, the flight factor is so good as well. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, well, you did it with the 7.5, right? The new Max is going to be amazing, and the 350. They really are, Durga. There's some really good aircraft in this now. But this one, I adore the Lineage. X-Craft have done a cracker of a job on this plane, man. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, well, we won't go flying because it's time for tea. But we'll just have a quick look around this as well, yeah? As I disconnect all my stuff here because I can't get my controls. Tell you, this iPad mount thingy, it's the job, lads. It's the job. So, move that out of my way. But this machine is just class. So, an E1000, Jesus, what's the... An E1000 ERJ. It's not a 195. What's the ICAO for the Lineage, lads? Anyone know the ICAO code? Aircraft code Lineage. We'll try Lineage. It goes in under that. All right, and what's the tail on this? November 378 Tango Bravo. Connect. Flight plan warning, call sign mismatch, you file. That's okay. That's okay. Right. Let's have a look here for a second. Get the AirStar open here as well. So this thing is friggin' gorgeous. I love this plane, man. Absolutely love this plane. Isn't she pretty? It's just an E190. No, it's not just an E190. It's an E190. Jesus, someone's in a 7.4. It's an E190 with all terribly nice things in it. For instance, right? Jesus. Look at the beautiful things that are on this plane. Champagne, right? This thing is just gorgeous. Wing view? Why did I go down there for a view? That's interesting. I might change that view now. Let's see here now. Because I know we can get nicer views here with the owl engine. Because it's a stunning airplane. That's I'll come up the road here a bit. Oh, you mean the yeah? Sorry, Larry. Yeah, the ICAO is that. Yes, 100%. 100%. Now push me out this way. Yes. I mean, look at the cut of that, though. Isn't it gorgeous? Isn't it? The hell of a wing view. Let's do one of these. I know it's glitching out, but don't worry, I'm just trying to get a good view. Right, that's kind of nice. Okay. 7, 8, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 8. And then there. Right, okay. So that's her there in the ground. Now what I might do for the sheer crack of it, because this is where X-Plane shines. Bring that time of day down a smidgen, right? Now them labels for the other aircraft, you can turn those off if you wish. X-Pilot. Settings. Aircraft labels off, right? So we're going for the realism now, lads, right? The realism. Now back inside, let us go and get our GPU in. Cargo door. And let me see. Battery 1, battery 2, ground power. Electrical pumps onto standby. Emergency lights armed. Logo lights come on. Nav light is already on. Beacon leave it off. Inspection lights can come on. That's all gravy. Internal lights.
Shannon Tower, Pipeline 322, ready for taxi, please.
I mean, you know what I mean. Isn't that absolutely
Firefly
gorgeous?
322, taxi Delta 1, Delta 2, hold short, runway 24.
Taxi Delta 1, Delta 2, hold short, runway 24, Pipeline 322.
Doesn't that, now look at that for the site though. Isn't that savage looking? Get out of the building, Murphy, you muppet. Isn't that pretty? So there's a 7-4 over at the cargo area. That's a Firefly taxiing out there now. Price tag of this aircraft? Yeah, it's about 50. We'll watch Dougal blast off out of here. Like, even the sounds of this. I mean, we don't need to talk to ATC. We'll just get the APU up. APU on. And engine covers. And start the APU. The cat's pajamas, yeah. It's real good, isn't it? Colin Matter, yes indeed, say intentions works well on X-Plane. APU is now running. There's Dougal taxiing. Look at the lighting there, isn't that gorgeous? Like, that looks insanely good, lads. And this plane is just stunning. X-Plane just needs better ground textures. 100% Clem. 100%. If you can get those ground textures sorted, I think you're in for a real treat when it comes to X-Plane. Look at the cut of that, look. What do we use for traffic? I use Just Flight's traffic for X-Plane or VATSIM. Down just makes some pretty awesome scenery, it has to be said, lads. Like, what a machine this is. The friggin' texture details on this, look. Like, some of the details, right? I mean, look at the detail. Isn't that savage? Right, we need to find Dougal. Where'd he go? Oh, Jesus, he's nearly there, look. Behind the fence? Yep.
Firefly 322, surface winds 270 degrees, 16 knots, runway 24, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24, Firefly 322.
Axel, yeah, it kind of does, yeah. It's called ground handling deluxe. It's not as dynamic, if you like, as GSX, but it's certainly lighter. Yeah, this uses all the CSL models. They're not bad. No pressure, Dougal. You see a shot of tea and hobnobs get fired out the window now in a second. Brilliant. I'm going to wait till tomorrow, Tarnish. It'll be tomorrow, I'd say. We'll get a nighttime departure here for Dougal, will we? Oh, yeah. He booting it. He booting it. Go on, Dougal. Rotate. Yupsy daisy. There he goes. But yeah, a lot of the sounds and stuff could do it. You know, a couple of tweaks here and there. Man, look at the blade spinning. Jesus, that's the wind. Never started. Never.
Flight 322, airborne, time 36. No further ATC now, so you can monitor advisory 122.8. Have a good flight to Dublin.
Advisory 122.8, Firefly 322. Cheers. See you next time.
So that's what happens when you have, you know, the plane in direction of the wind. There's Dougal there, look. See ya! You see him? There he goes. Yeah, windmilling. Yeah. That's an X-plane bug. There's a sky color texture. See the line? Oh dear. It wouldn't necessarily feck you up, but like if it was a propeller, it absolutely would. But yeah, jets don't like it either. The wind is coming in behind it, right? And the beautiful thing here, I mean, check this out, right? I mean, this is X-plane, right? You put the fans into the wind. Much better, right? Then you put the fans away from the wind, like that. That shouldn't be hitting them now. In theory, they should slow down and stop. In theory, at least, they should. Jeez, the details on this plane, though. Isn't it very pretty, isn't it? It's an absolute cracker. Right, lads, that's going to do us for today. I'll be back on tomorrow morning. We'll do some 2020 stuff. We'll probably do more X-Plane stuff. I want to fly this. Daytime streamage for the win. I want to thank Adam and Larry for providing us some VATSIM ATC coverage. Our group flight earlier in and around New York and, of course, Boston and Providence. Lots of fun flying as well. I have a couple of more settings just to tinker in Microsoft Flight Sim just to tidy it all up. But for sure I'll get more kind of stuff done. But lads, as always, thank you all so very much. The support today has been absolutely friggin' nuts. Thank you all so very, very much indeed. And to our new Patreon members, well, welcome to Patreon. Very kind of you. So, right, we're back tomorrow in the morning some stage. Have a very pleasant evening. Enjoy yourselves. Maybe watch a movie, right? I would recommend for tonight's viewing American Made, only because it'll get you all kind of hot under the collar for a particular Piper aircraft. An Aerostar, perhaps. But anyway, right, that's the story. Jesus, I pressed that very quick without realising it. Right, I'll go this time now. Good luck to you now, lads, and take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Lorry red, lorry yellow. Oh no!
I've had enough of this wowdy, webble, sniggering behavior. Silence! Call yourselves Praetorian guards. You're not. Seize him! Seize him! Blow your noses and seize him! What did Spartacus say when a lion scoffed his wife? Nothing. He was Galdiator.
Did you see what happened to Matty Lawson? Oh, that was brilliant. Did you see him? Matty, are you okay? Are you okay, Matty? Oh, Jesus. Ready for this to give up? I'm a little teapot, short
Dreamy, sleepy,
and
nighty,
stout.
snoozy, snooze.
Here is me handle, and here is me spout. When I get all steamed up, hear me shout. Just tip me over and pour me out. Oh, Jesus! Oh, stop! You see? Dublin. Pascal, is she, he, aren't he? Is Pascal, she? He's still doing the news. Oh, there's Gibbo, look! He almost turned it over. Gibbo, you nearly rolled it.